Let's hope this is working. It looks like it's working. Like it's working. All right. Doing good. We are getting set up. Harbeck, what up, dude? How we doing? Hit start a little early for anybody who cares, but we will be live in 20 minutes. I mean, we're technically live right now, but I had to make sure that hitting start on this thing would even work, because you don't want things not to work when you're supposed to be starting. That's not good. How's it going, everybody? Already 72 people. That is quick. Did CA put out an announcement or something on X or Twitter or whatever it is now? CA Twitter. In case they didn't, and you're all wondering what you're even signing up for, we are doing our Land Battle Best of 5 finals for a big tournament, the Warpstone Cup. That's been running for 2 months. It's been in development for 6 months, running for 2 months. So yeah, we're doing finals day. Alfredino, Tim the Wilder, Segos, and Sipa. If you watch Turin's channel at all, you'll probably know Alfredino and Tim. They're both top-level domination players as well as land battle players because they're just that good at video games. So we'll start in 19 minutes here. Till then, you just have a screen blocker and my wonderful voice. Or my mid voice, depending on how you feel about it. Da, 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 da. Question. I don't think I'm a Twitch admin. In fact, I'm not even signed in right now. Nice. But if... let's find the little file. Is this it? Is this it? This is it. So, for the prizes, down there in the bottom left, look at those Skaven plushies. First place gets to pick first. So, all of our top 4 have already earned prizes, shown there on the right side. But what Skaven would you pick? Because I'm rather partial to the Eshin one. I love the Eshin one, his little claws. It's great. It is great. Chat is emote only. I can turn it off, I think. I'm not sure if I'm allowed to. Sorry, one of my admins is trying to let you people actually type. This room is no longer in emote-only mode. Let's go. Oh, but then there Dunkel just put a really good emote. I love that gold, please. So I am a filthy YouTube streamer. I'm what the kids call a boomer. So I don't really know what's going on with Twitch here. What a Patotsky. Fired high. Love the Rattling Gunner. Cool. Cool, cool. All right, 17 minutes left to go. I'm not nervous at all. All right, you're nervous. Gotta go find my co-caster, Battlesy. Gotta get everybody together. It's just a whole thing. The first Skaven? Yeah, dude. Dunkel knows what's up. They know what's up. Alright. Got these things, got those things. They have a lobby code. Yeah, they have a lobby code. Let's hop in there. Praying to the dark gods for no lag today. Because if it lags, I'm going to lose my mind. And I'm not allowed to swear. Which is going to be tough for me. It's going to be real tough. But we'll do it. I'm not getting in trouble. Not today. Not like this. No. Alright. Oh, there's too many of them. There's too many. Okay. Nope. Wrong. Nope. There we go. That's what I need. I need the scorecard. So we'll be starting with the bottom bracket because Alfredino was busy. Got caught up in the whole Microsoft outage thing, so his flight was delayed. So he doesn't have as much time as he would have to do his picks and bans ahead of time. So I guess we'll do the bottom bracket first. It's fine. William Segos versus Vioti Zipa. How many of you people even know who I am? Because if you don't, if you know who I am, then you probably know who these players are. If you don't know who I am, then I might need to tell you who these players are. How about a Gobla plushie? Sorry, I just popped over. Oh, what up, Skarsnik? Skarsnik, I loved your books. You're my favorite greenskin character. I would love a Gobla plushie, actually. I ran a homemade D&D campaign where my players were running through the Battle of Eight Peaks, so it was Queek tricking Cazador, Dragon Slayer, Dragon Tamer? I don't know. The ruler of Karak Azul. Queek tricked him to go fight Gorfang Rotgut. So there was Skaven, Dwarves, and Greenskins all fighting around this mountain. And I had my players trying to get in, extract some prisoners, and get out. And they ran into giant cave squigs. Not Goblas specifically, but they ran into giant cave squigs. It was good. You better play that awesome trailer at some point, the Warpstone Cup one. Do I still have it? You may as well introduce yourself. Yeah, dude. I'm a land battle streamer. Been streaming for 3 years over on YouTube with the other boomers of my like. Do a new player tournament every week. Do a bunch of other fun streams. We have a best of 3 ladder. It's great. And yeah, I think Olaf's got a point. I should just pull up the Warpstone Cup trailer, because that'll buy me some time here. Do I even still have it? I think it's dead. Oh yeah, here it is, I think. But it's gonna be really loud. Oh! No, it's so loud! There. Turn it down slightly. Boom. Trailer. Where can you get the merch? I got the Skaven plushies off of Etsy. There was a store that makes a whole bunch of different Warhammer plushies. And then the trophy isn't actually Warhammer related at all. It's from apparently a board game called Twilight Imperium. I just thought it looked boss, so then I got it. It's 3D printed. It's cool. It looks a little space age for this tournament, but hey, you take what you can get. I originally got this trophy that had a little gold, not real gold, obviously, a little gold goat's head, and it just said the goat. And then I could do a custom inscription. And I did that, but the company sent it to me and it was broken. Like, one of the horns was chipped and the base didn't hold, like, whatever epoxy glue they had used in there had come apart during shipping. So then I had to return that, and it was a whole stressful thing. So then I just met this guy who did some 3D printing, and he made the Twilight Imperium stuff. So I was like, okay, can I have one? And he said, sure. And I said, okay, thank you so much. I cried a lot. It was a stressful time. Who knew rats could be so cute? Chat paused due to scroll. Drop the plushie store link in the Discord. I might. Oh boy. Admin, anyone around for Segos? And then Alfred and Tim. So, the spiel, right? You can't see their names because my little merch thing is in the way, so let's move the merch thing. Weep! We have Alfredino, Tim the Wilder, Segos, and Sipa. You don't know who these people are. You don't care who these people are. Well, now you need to care. They are top 4 land battle players in the world, except for maybe, debatably, Berserk. There was some drama. Juicy drama, because Berserk and Alfredino are my personally rated 1 and 2 best players in land battles. Berserk is an incredible player. But our top 8 was random. After 2 months to determine who was top 8, I just left it up to random number generator, and Alfredino and Berserk fought each other. It was an epic, wonderful, amazing best of 5 that came down to the last strike of the last battle. It was glorious. But Alfredino did prevail. So Alfredino comes into the top 4 as a heavy favorite. An old Warhammer 2 pro, showed up on Turin's streams a lot back when Turin did land battle content in Warhammer 2. Still shows up occasionally on his domination content, but not as much. Transitioning, we have Tim the Wilder, who shows up all the time on Turin content because he is an amazing domination player. Probably top 3 in that area. I don't pay attention enough to that scene to know, like, oh, Tim is better than Houseplant, or like better than Circia, or, you know, there are other top players. But I know Tim is constantly in the top 4 of Turin's big domination events with CA. So he's very, very good. We'll give Alfred a run for his money. Then we have on the bottom, Segos and Sipa. Lesser known people in like broader multiplayer fame, because our channel isn't the biggest. But if you've hung around my channel for a while, you'll know them. Segos is a top ODM player. Plays all of the sweaty, try-hard stuff. So if you're looking for things to purely win games, Segos has some of the best builds for you. He's a very, very minimal flavor player. He doesn't have a style, if that makes sense. His style is whatever is best right now. He learns it and he plays it. So you're not going to get like Flying Taco level of Nikai the Wanderer or something. Segos is going to play what's good. And then there's Sipa. Sipa is a longtime patron of my channel. Entered the scene just around a year or 2 ago. Got really good really fast. He's a troll on our Discord. He has an acquired sense of humor, let's say that. But he's been around the channel for a while, and pretty excited for him to make it into top 4. Pure skill-wise, I think this is the order it's in. I think it's Alfredino, Tim, Segos, and Sipa. But my tournament predictions, I went Alfredino, Segos, Sipa, and I put Tim 4th. Because in the qualifiers to get to top 8, Tim was looking a little shaky. Tim is TTW, it's Tim the Wilder. He was looking a little shaky. Not bad. I mean, still, like, we're talking about top 8 in the world, right? So when I say shaky, it's 4 top 8 in the world. Like, he beat me. He beat me pretty easily. It wasn't even a contest. But he was looking shakier than the other top 3. But his top 8 game versus the Gentle Rat, he 3-0'd him in a best of 5 super easily. And I can't, in good faith, adjust my predictions now, so I'm still putting Tim 4th because that was my prediction. But in current form, Tim's pretty scary. So we'll see if he can challenge Alfredino. My personal prediction is Alfredino is going to take it all, but we'll see. Segos and Sipa should be pretty close. Boom, there's your spiel. Let's get Battlesea, my co-caster. What up, dude? Put your name on the screen somewhere. I will in a second.
Salutations, how are we doing?
I'm good. Good, how are you? Chat, can you tell me who is louder, if I need to move him up? Actually, yeah, just from Battlesea's perspective, say he needs to go up or he needs to go down to match my volume. Battlesea, while they do that, can you just, like, talk about something?
Yes, I can talk about random things, and I can make sure we do this. I'm very excited for the game today. We've got some very, very talented players, and it's going to be very interesting to see how this transpires. So super excited.
All right. A little more, okay. He is now maxed out on my Discord, so I've upped him as much
We've
as
ascended, boys.
I can. Let me know if after the delay that's looking good. Sounds good now?
Good, yeah.
Nice. All right, you're up to it.
Nice.
Caster, are you joining this VPN? Yeah, I'm in it. Can you join the Radmin thing?
Do what, sorry, matey?
Yeah, to reduce lag. There's the deets. Hey, this whole thing was your idea. You're the one that's like, Radmin's great, Radmin's amazing. You got me to get it. Now you don't want to join it? What is this?
No, I'm just confused. I like the context of what you were on about. Yeah, I'm happy to join. It's fine.
All right. Oh, okay. Well,
I'll join now.
We're getting a lot closer to start time, and I'm doing a lot
indeed.
less random checks in the background. So I suppose we could get more official. Hello, everybody. I am Human Boy Yes Yes. Over there on the YouTube, cast land battles all the time. Every gosh darn day, there's a video out on my channel. Unless I'm getting married, then I miss a couple. So, yeah, if you like land battle content, hop over there. We'll be promoting it more as we get going. But for now, just trying to get this stream up and going. Gotta send Battlesea the lobby code.
Excited to check this out. I guess, do you want me to do an intro of myself?
Yes. There's the lobby code.
Sure. Thank you for sending it over. So, yeah, hello everyone, guys. My name is Battlesea, and I do a lot of, I guess, you could consider hardcore content. We recently did a 5 times the difficulty legendary campaign, which was, as I'm sure you can imagine, pure suffering. But we managed to figure it out. If you're wondering what that means, basically, envision playing 5 legendary campaigns at once. Is fundamentally what I managed to do with mods, and it was good fun. So yeah, play a lot of Warhammer 3 is mainly what we do, but yeah, very excited, like I said, to see some of the fantastic gameplay with some of the best players in the world for Warhammer 3.
Yeah. Players are just doing a lag check right now, in case chat is like, what? You started without Battlesea. They're just loading in, making sure it's not laggy. We do have some backup plans if it's laggy, so this should be fine. But we will get going in just a second. We have 3 minutes until the actual start time, so we are perfectly on time with our first best of 5. Players have done picks and bans ahead of time, and I did tell them that they have 5 minutes in each lobby before game start. Now, obviously, for game 1, they've had about 30 minutes of time here, so they'll be fine. But between games, there should be, at most, a 5-minute downtime. It'll be a lot of crisp action here. So we'll get 2 best of 5s going. Again, I'm not casting the game right now because the players are just doing a lag check. This isn't real, so you are not missing anything. But yeah, what's been going on, dude? I keep seeing you streaming. Whenever I start a DM with you, your little Discord icon's purple, and you're out there streaming something.
Just gaming, having fun. I picked up No Man's Sky recently to play that again. My God, the turnaround of No Man's Sky is insane. I remember when it was released. Yeah, I had a lot of fun with that. But yeah, not much is going on apart from that. How's your world? You got married recently, didn't you?
I did. My wife and I both got new jobs. We planned a wedding. We moved to a different city, all within 6 months, and I was organizing this tournament. So it's been a little bit much. I'm about done with it. Being married, that is, I'm done. Done with being married. It's terrible. It's definitely not exactly like it was before, but now I have a ring. It's completely different. My life has changed. No, it's good. I'm just like I'm excited for things to calm down a little bit. Just get your feet under you.
Hmm,
They're done with the lag checks. So the lobby spectator slot should be open, and then we can get this thing going, huh?
sounds good.
And somebody just sent me a thing. Desktop. So we'll save that.
Do you want to? So you mentioned, Human Boy, you mentioned that the pick and ban phase has already been done right prior to this one. Do you
Correct.
want to kind of go into some of the stats around there, kind of what they banned preemptively, just so before we jump into it, just so folks can kind of get an understanding as to where these players' mindsets at a little bit. With what they're not wanting to fight against. The strengths and weaknesses of these guys.
Yeah, I can probably do that. Maybe, possibly. So let's see. Segos and SIPA. We have all 5 games determined. So if it goes to 5 games, right, which we have to get there,
Mhm.
it's Beastmen versus Grand Cathay, Demons of Chaos versus Skaven, Tzeentch versus Lizardmen, Vampire Counts versus Dark Elves, and Grand Cathay versus Tomb Kings. Which, if I'm reading that right, that is 10 different factions? No, Grand Cathay is repeated, but otherwise 9 different factions picked from these players. And that is really the state of the land battle meta right now. It's why people have been very excited about it, is a lot of factions are good. There are still a couple that are trash, but, most of them are pretty good. Most of them are pretty competitive. Each player does get 1 global ban, which means for the whole series, neither player gets to pick this faction. And I believe these two went with Dwarves and Empire, or is it Kislev and Empire? I'm scrolling up through their chat as they've been very talkative, let's just say. They're best buddies who love talking to each other. There it is. Kislev's band and Empire's band. I'm surprised neither player took Dwarves if they're up. Dwarves are very strong. What's the lobby called? Bellicor or something.
Yeah, I can't join as spectator for some reason in the when you're trying to join with the code.
Oh, that is weird. It's like Bellacor's lobby or something.
Yeah, I can see that now.
All right. So yeah, Kislev and Empire taken out. Kislev, Empire, and Dwarves are the big 3. I'm a little surprised we're not seeing Dwarves in the pick and ban in that case. Hey, Battlesy's here.
Salutations.
All right. Should be ready to go whenever the players are, and I'll take the blocker down for real this time.
Sounds good.
They wanted some of my admins are saying I got to get our names up on the stream, so then they sent me pretty versions of our names that I have to position. So
Ooh.
I need to
nice.
do that and go be a professional streamer, man, and stuff. I'm just happy the stream actually is working because I didn't get to test it. CA was like, "Here's how you launch our Twitch stream, and it'll only work once, so good luck with that." So it's
Nothing like doing it live,
Yeah. That's why I started about 30 minutes early, is like in case I tried to hit start and something didn't work, I could at least quick bail and get back on my YouTube or something. But it worked out. So what inspired you to get into multiplayer? Because you're a big campaign guy, but you've been popping into multiplayer more and more, and I don't know why. We're kind of
fantastic question. Fantastic question. I think one thing in recent times, like you've just rightfully alluded to, is the meta is in a really nice state from a perspective of not everything is. Well, there's obviously certain things that are really strong, but a lot of factions have abilities to do well. And just in general, I feel like the multiplayer scene is super awesome, and it's very fun to be a part of. It's just a refreshing challenge, right? In campaign, it's very structured. Things that you do versus the AI, you can do things on repeat, right? You don't necessarily need to test things or change up how you're approaching it. But if you're going against someone that's actually a person, they can do things that completely go off script, and you've got to really, really adapt as a player to do well. And that's honestly one of the reasons why I'm really excited and really enjoying multiplayer, because it's a completely different experience. Oftentimes, I say to people, if you're a legendary campaigner, you are a beginner multiplayer person, right? I'm not sure what your thoughts are on that, but I feel like it is just such a different game.
Yeah, I played a multiplayer campaign with Radiant Ash, and she just plays a lot of campaign. And it was really funny. She would dominate me on the campaign map, but whenever we got into a battle, I would do so much better. So it was just like, all right, what's better? Campaign map like cheese or on the ground tactics? Because it was like, she'd enter a battle, she was doing these trade things where it's like, oh, I can trade someone open borders and get 5,000 gold from them, and I didn't do any of that. So I was just poor and broke. But whenever I got in a battle, it's like I'd pull off some spell combination she didn't know about and take out like 6 troopers, and I'm like, well, there goes all your gold, so let's go again.
I feel like having a good campaigner massively helps in multiplayer campaign situations, but fundamentally it all roads lead to battles, right? But looks like we've got the Cathay versus Beastmen matchup. Do you want to kind of briefly go over the Cathayan roster here and just kind of give your thoughts?
Sure. Cathay traditionally is going to try and box here because the Beastmen have such a mobile superiority, but it looks like Sipe is going for something a bit different, trying to catch Segos off guard. He does have 5 Peasant Long Spearmen, some of the most cost-effective infantry in the entire game. Introduced in Warhammer 3, they just have crazy stats for like 350 gold pikemen. But good front line of them, they'll do well against Minotaurs. Then a bunch of Peasant Archers, which will be very hard to defend. Normally you see J-Word crossbows because their armor can do well against regular Centaurs, forcing your opponent to pay a little extra for the Centaurs of Tzeentch that have armor piercing. But Sipa playing it risky, as Peasant Archers are weak to dogs, regular Centaurs, Furies, a lot of things the Beastmen love to bring. But to supplement that, he has a giant Cav Corps. Trying to attack the Beastmen in the mobility is tough, but he brought like 4 Jade Lancers, looks like maybe 3 Jade Lancers, 3 Peasant Horsemen, and a Jade Lion. Not the Jet Lion to provide that harmony bonus, just the Jade Lion. Don't know what that function's going to be here. Normally you'd only bring the other Lion just for harmony. Like, these are, as single entity monsters, they're usually pretty bad. And he brought 2 Gate Masters, which I've never seen 1 Gate Master in multiplayer, much less 2. This little guy can offer a bit of poke, but I really don't know what Sipa's plan is. It is quite creative, so if he's going for pure shock value, he has gotten me. And then there's Xiaoming the Iron Dragon. He's a staple of the Grand Cathay multiplayer meta. With his self-heal and terror-causing dragon form, he's just really good.
Yeah, super powerful Lord, absolutely. I feel like sometimes, if you don't know what you're doing, how can your opponent know what you're doing? That's preparing for all realities there. But I agree, the double Gate Master is very interesting from the Cathay inside, very cheap and cheerful across the board, trying to account for potentially a ton of Ungors and things like that. But we can see on the Beastman side we've got a ton of Pestigors, and with the recent addition of Pestigors, it really helps the frontline potential for the Beastmen. But you can see there's obviously the Ungor Spearman on the side as well. We've got a Jabberslife, which is going to be interesting to see how that transpires. Malagor's flying around with a Pendulum. And a Flock of Doom here alongside some of the wonderful Centaurs, and a Gorgon as well. So we have some exceptionally high cost threats on the Beastman side, so we'll have to wait and see how the Peasant Archers can find their shots alongside the Gate Masters as well, but it's kicked off right now.
Yeah, the big monsters of the Beastmen have been doing well in the meta, especially if you think your opponent's going to box. Their charge animations are just beautiful. Anything with a recent DLC, which I still consider the Jabberslife and Gorgon to be relatively new monsters, their charge animations are just so good that they can get through the box formation, which again, Sipa didn't bring, but Segos was expecting.
Yeah, already coming into the dragon form for Zhao Ming, potentially trying to skirmish alongside the Jabberslife, as obviously it's not anti-large, trying to get active onto the battlefield. There's a ton of Peasant Archers now, definitely grounded in this positioning, and the Pestigors are starting to push through, trying to break through the Peasant line that you rightfully called out as very, very powerful.
Yeah, Pestigors are an insane unit that came out the last DLC, which I understand why he didn't want to take Jade Warriors, because their armor piercing and high stats will just bust through them. But the cavalry fight is in earnest, already progressing. Centaurs tearing apart Peasant Horsemen, and the Gorgon is going nuts on Jade Lancers. I am very suspect at Cathay's abilities to hold the flanks against Beastmen. This is the Beastmen's bread and butter, and they love to fight you in the mobility.
Might be worth taking the unit card off so we can see the entirety of the screen, just as a thoughts. I'm not sure what you think there, but yeah, the Beastmen in these situations, the way that fights transpire like this one, Cathay wants to try and set themselves up in a position where, like you rightly called out, box it up. But great adaptation, bringing peasants instead of the Jade Warriors. But you can see a couple of the Pescors in the middle side of the map are starting to rout, but obviously in the back side of it, the peasant horsemen and the Jade Lancers are trying to protect any kind of aggression from the Centaurs, doing a fantastic job of ensuring that their peasant archers on the backside are doing well. The double gate master being an absolute pain for this Jabberslice. If I was in this situation for Seagulls, I'd be terrified for this Jabberslice. Gate master's doing a great job with it.
Yeah, I think he's okay losing it. Not that you want to lose anything for free, so he'll try and make Sepa at least work for it, but this was brought in case of a box. There's no box. I think he's not as worried about it. What he really needs to work on is getting rid of these Jade Lancers and Peasant Horsemen, which you can see he's putting all of his effort into, and he's like, listen, if your single entities want to chase around my Jabber, fine, I'll accept it. Because if he can kill off the cavalry of Cathay, then he can win this game for sure. That is really his win condition. But so far, Cathay is holding. They're ahead on damage value. Bounce power is very even. And the Beastmen's leadership is already faltering a little bit.
Ooh, brilliant pendulum coming through the lines there, yeah, helping the Gorgon leverage the fact that it's got Terror, pushing them away from these melee fights. Pestigors are pushing through, getting a little bit active here, but Zhao Ming still flying around the map and trying to be a bit of a nuisance here. One of the things that we've got to keep in mind, Sipper went with a significant amount of cavalry like we called out, and obviously a lot of that requires so much attention. And so Seagulls is doing a great job utilizing those single entities to try and make it as annoying as possible for Sipper to manage everything that's going on this battlefield right now, because balance of power is still pretty much dead even, which is crazy, especially since 3.5 minutes has transpired.
Yeah, Beastmen never make a game slow, but at this high, super high level of play, players love to separate out the battlefield and make you focus on multiple things at once so that if you're not focusing on what they want you to, they can punish that mistake. When you get into blob fights and clumps, you're just such at a mercy of cycle charging that I can see why Cathay didn't want to put themselves at the mercy of that. But Gorgon's tearing it up. Whenever he gets to fight a Gate Master, he punks him a bit, and now he's just demolishing these cavalry. I really don't know what Sepa's going to do to stop this big, powerful monster.
Yeah, it is quite a terrifying prospect, and I feel like the Jabberslice, right before it called out, had so much pressure on it, but it's still active. It's completely disabling Zhao Ming and these double gate masters' ability to actually put some pressure onto the battlefield. And I feel like, a lot of the skirmishing with the Centaurs moving around the map, we're trying to blitz the victory conditions here, and the Beastmen are actually starting to pull ahead on gold value, even while sacrificing the Jabberslice. It's a great usage, and trying to split up Sepa as much as possible here to make him focus on more things than one. Pestigors are absolutely a menace in these fights, though, I must admit.
They really are. The Beastmen are running out of bodies, which I'm a little concerned about, but Cathay has overall lost a lot of troops around the battlefield. Beastmen ran most of them off the sides. Now I'm getting a little worried about this Gorgon taking a fight. The Jet Lion and Zhao Ming, neither of them want anything to do with this Gorgon. I think the best plan to take it out is maybe to kite it with the Gate Masters, but the Gorgon will beat anything on the battlefield in a 1v1 fight. Not even close.
Yeah, absolutely. Especially with the bonus versus large of plus 30, that Gorgon is an insanely terrifying prospect. Malagor's kind of flying around, just kind of making sure the Gorgon's happy. Centaurs are kind of in, around the area ready to pounce, but we've got a lot of cavalry still remaining. A lot of the Cathay cavalry has been unfortunately taken out, and so this is going to be a very, very skirmish-heavy battle in this situation. I'm going to be very interested to see how these Gate Masters can kind of get themselves in this game and start pushing out. I mean, already they're getting a lot of gold value, but in this situation, a big commitment is put into them, and so we'll have to wait and see how they can try and work together with Zhao Ming to take down some of these units, especially with the Centaur's perfect vigor. The longer this fight goes on, the more terrifying this will be.
Mm-hmm. And yeah, as we pointed out early, and it has come to fruition, Cathay lost all of their cavalry. It was the Beastmen's first priority, and now they're just trying to slow the game down, allow their Grog Hooves of Wolfsrun to regenerate up slowly, let Malagor cast spells, and anything that routes chased off the map. They're really trying to slow this down. And if Cathay wants to duel the Gorgon, they're perfectly happy to let that happen. Even 3 or 4v1, as long as he has some Centaur support nearby, the Gorgon can still trade way up in these situations.
Yeah, absolutely. And Malagor's actually started to come into melee. Obviously not known as the best fighter in the world, but within lore, he's an exceptionally terrifying prospect. But yeah, you rightfully called out the Grog Hooves are doing a great job of just engaging and coming back out, not wanting to commit too much into these fights because obviously the significant amount of healing, that is 0.1% every second, so you want to make sure to keep that moving. Great fire damage, halving the healing potential for a little bit of time here. But yeah, the Gorgon's now in the position of getting surrounded. The Gatemasters are trying to shut down this Gorgon. But if the damage is not thick and fast, the Strength of Flesh will keep him nice and healthy for the Gorgon.
Yeah, they're doing a good job of poking him down. I'm a little concerned that the Beastmen just really tried to force path him out there instead of taking the fight, and now all the Peasant Spearmen are starting to tear out, but the Gorgon really needed to fight there. He took a bunch of free damage trying to leave, and it was like, listen, dude, you're not escaping, just fight your way out.
Yeah, and especially with the attack animations of the Gorgon. You know, some of them will help with pushing things out of the way and trying to get him out of a sticky situation, like you're completely right in calling that out. A lot of damage is coming through to the Jade line, but also the Gorgon is taking a significant portion of damage here. Things are now getting to the point where these players have very limited resources remaining, and we're going to have to make sure that any misclick in this scenario can be exceptionally costly, and we're going to have to wait and see what the Gorgon can do.
Well, what the Gorgon can do is murder the Jade Lion.
Yeah. Absolutely crushing this poor Jade Lion. Yeah, Gorgon, man, is such a terrifying unit.
As soon as he set his sights on it, he just murdered it. It was like 2/3 HP a second ago, and now it's on the precipice of dying. There it goes. But as the last of the Peasant Longspears filter out, it is now just like Cathay single entities getting surrounded by random Beastmen that'll occasionally distract some of their shots, some of their attacks, while the Gorgon can back off and refresh his cycle charge. And I think this is the end of Cathay. Zhao Ming is about to get a big burst of healing, so don't let that fool you, but I still think in the long run the Beastmen have just all the control of the battle right now.
Would you, in this scenario, since it's such a clutch moment, would it ever be worth trying to walk around, try and heal off the routing units on the Cathay side, or just you need the body to protect the rest of the units here for the Beastmen, I imagine?
Unfortunately, I think you just need the Gorgon to be cycle charging like he is trying to, because every moment he's out there trying to heal, these three single entities are beating up all of his support, and he is on a bit of a timer to get this fight done while he still has boys around to help, because look, the Pestigors are routing, Centaurs are routing. The Beastmen aren't known for sticking around when you need them, so the Gorgon has very limited time to get what he needs to get done. And Zhao Ming's actually kind of fighting back a lot. There's this big scary heal.
Oh my goodness, yeah, that was a significant burst of healing there. That is a very scary thing. And all of a sudden, that has just completely swung the battlefield. The Gorgon is now in the position of routing, and this is a situation where, Zhao Ming is looking at that tasty treat. The Gatemasters finally killed them. And this has just gone to the wire.
Yeah, I think it's actually a Cathay win. The Gorgon had a harder time staying in the fight than I would have thought, and Zhao Ming's heal did come in at a very clutch time. Malagor is not a duelist at all. He's going to do no damage, and the rest of the Beastmen are so injured they actually can't do anything about it. It looks like Cathay with the double Gatemaster tech will clutch it out. I am surprised.
Wow, yeah. Yeah, I feel like one of the things that was really, really, really good to see was the Gatemaster at the very beginning of this fight had a purpose. And I will admit, Sepa did a great job of ensuring that they were consistently trying to print off value. In that situation, was it more worth trying to kill the Gatemaster instead of getting the Zhao Ming to that threshold of healing? Trying to look for that position where you're going to get them to rout due to army losses, because the amount of healing. If we look at the gold damage values, you've been going over, 2.8k for Zhao Ming, not insane, but 1.4k across the board for those Gatemasters, and yeah, really tasty. I mean, Cavalry also a pretty sizable chunk there. What's your thoughts?
I think what ended up happening was the Jade Lion was the worst of the four single entities, and the Gorgon singled it out and killed it. While it's a good kill to get, I think in hindsight, which, hindsight's 2020, the Gatemasters would have been the better target there. Leave Zhao Ming for last, leave the Jade Lion for last. But yeah, I do. That is the nice thing though about a surprise pick like the Gatemasters is I didn't know what they do. Segos doesn't know what they do. So then when you're doing your target priority, you're not relying on what you usually do, which is a game knowledge of running the same matchups like 100 times over your career. Now you're like, well, I've never seen this unit before in my life. I don't know if I need to prioritize them or if I ignore them. Are they trolling? What even are their abilities? What's their weapon strength? And it's like, you just don't have that muscle memory for a unit you've literally never seen.
Yeah, it makes sense. I just wanted to call out the Jabberslith unfortunately had only 400 gold value there. Although, yes, it was used as a massive distraction to kind of keep Zhao Ming and the Gatemasters away, but that is a sizable chunk of commitment into a unit that didn't really perform the way you'd expect it to perform.
Is your name just Warhammer 3 Enjoyer in the server?
Yeah, that's me. Hey, I'm a Warhammer 3 enjoyer. Look at these amazing games we've got to cast today.
I just
That is
like
absolutely me, my friend.
Warhammer 3 enjoyer. Nice. Mine's like
Yeah,
desktop
absolutely.
something. So
Oh, you can rename it. Yeah, you can rename yourself.
I put this together last night because you told me about this
Uh-huh.
thing like
Uh-huh,
last
uh-huh, uh-huh.
week, and I finally got some time to sit down and look at it last night with Tim, who's in the other semifinal. So we did
Nice.
some tests. We did a 2v2, which are always notoriously laggy, and it was super crisp. So we're like, oh yeah, we're using this for finals.
Hell yeah, dude.
Demons of Chaos versus Skaven. This matchup is one I think everyone besides me is a fool. And it looks like Sipa also might not be a fool. Everyone's saying this is literally unplayable for Skaven. Nah, it is fine. Maybe even Skaven favored if you know how to play it. So Sipa's not afraid of the cursed matchup. Let's see what Segos can do. Though Segos is not doing what everyone else does. Everyone just tries to abuse Be'lakor, because Be'lakor is really good into the Skaven. But the rest of the Demons of Chaos roster is not great into Skaven. But he's taking a Herald of Tzeentch. I wonder what he's going to do.
Yeah, I think you've got, you're the human boy, yes. You're definitely not a couple Skaven in a trench coat. In this situation, what's the Skaven build? Do you think this is kind of what you'd expect from Skaven to be building against the likes of a relative hard counter from what we'd expect here? On the Demons of Chaos side of things, it looks like a fairly traditional hybrid here. The triple Fiends of Slaanesh are such an insanely powerful pick there, alongside the triple Nurglings, triple Flesh Hounds, and then 5 blues. Is this a situation where you're thinking to yourself, put yourself in Sipa's shoes? Are you scared? Is this a roster that you would be nervous with what you currently have brought?
No.
Nope.
I would not be scared of this at all. I would also bring Skrulk or Ikit. Ikit's just generally strong, but Skrulk is my anti-demon tech for his contaminated melee attack. Minus 10 leadership off of demons, getting closer to that crumbling is really good. And then his Rod of Corruption is insane for just damaging Furies or Flesh Hounds or anything that dives in. Because with the demons, you just want to do shock damage and leadership damage. And it is a bit of a leadership fight, which I already put Segos at a heavy disadvantage because he took the Herald of Tzeentch, but he didn't take Treason of Tzeentch. Treason of Tzeentch is the best spell versus Skaven, which when he took the Herald, I was like, oh, maybe he's going for that instead of Be'lakor's like minus 8 leadership, or is it 4? I don't remember. But he didn't. He took pink, blue, and the Infernal Gateway for spells, which is not nearly as good as just routing the Skaven. So this is supposed to be a leadership fight, but Segos doesn't seem to believe in that. Other than that, the Storm Vermin buffs are amazing for Skaven, giving you a frontline that doesn't instantly rout. The Night Runners have always been good, but the Gunner Runners recently got buffs, and you really like those versus demons, because they don't have heavy armor. You don't actually need Poison Globes versus them. You can go for the cheaper Night Runner skirmish variants and still get a lot of damage out onto those guys with their lighter armor. Ikit Zap Zap's always a good thing, because the demons rely heavily on their caster lords. Even if it is Be'lakor, you can just constantly reset his cooldowns with Ikit Zap Zap's special abilities. So Sipa has a very strong Skaven build here. It's very close to what I bring. And obviously, if it's what I bring, I'm going to think it's for all the right reasons, because I'm not taking my build because I'm trolling. So, of course I'm going to say it's good. But yes, this is pretty much what I bring.
Yeah, it seems like a really powerful roster in that the Skaven side of things. It's one of those things where I feel like the victory conditions or the way that Skaven can get ahead in this battle is relatively simplified, whereas on the demon side of things, they have to do a lot more to compensate for the fact that, you're rightfully called out, lacking certain spells we may expect, but it's going to be difficult for the Demons of Chaos to kind of break through this box here. And Lord Skroak is going to be an absolutely terrifying thing with the Rod of Corruption, as well. That will 100% murder anything like a Fiends of Slaanesh. Obviously not the best target for it, but definitely a lot of inventory is going to be a little bit nervous here. Going round the outside, little cheeky wraparound here. Makes me want to eat a Subway or something. But in this situation, is this how you tackle it? Are you going to go around the outside to try and make sure that you can completely flank and surround where possible?
Yeah, and we've been singing Sipa's praises so far in the first game and then this second game setup, but Segos, you can see, is an incredible player. His Herald of Tzeentch hasn't even taken barrier damage yet. He's dodged every shot from the Warp Lightning Cannon, so much so that Sipa just has to change targets, and he is being nice and patient. With a box build, you need to get a surround before charging in from all sides, because if you just run into the front line before your flanks are ready, the Skaven can focus fire your front line, kill it off before your flanks even arrive, and then, you know, you're just down a lot. And he's really abusing the Storm Vermin right now. He's out of the Night Runner's range, so it's 5 Blue Horrors dueling against just the Warp Lightning Cannon, and that's a lot of DPS win for the Demons of Chaos. CP even has to break formation to try and stop the damage that's coming in onto his Elite Halberds.
Yeah, absolutely, and such a great targeting here as well. Obviously, the halberds do not have any forms of shields, although, yes, they have a relatively chunk of armor, but the blue horrors can still do a sizable amount of damage, even against armored targets here. It's getting to the point now where we're trying to find priority targets from the demon side, which is obviously the Storm from Vermins, like you rightly called out. Some of the Fiends of Celestia have snuck through, but the Rat Ogres are here, raring to go to ensure that they can't break through towards the Night Runners.
But that's why you take Skrulk! They're just getting murdered! Liber plus Rot, it's so good!
It's a double stack, isn't it? The Liber Bubonicus, and there's another one, the Rod of Corruption. That is insane how quickly these guys have melted.
Yes, that is why you take Skrulk in this matchup. He is so good versus demonic units, and that 1600 or whatever gold Fiend is just toast. They're trying to get away here, they're contaminated. Their leadership is healthy enough that doesn't look like they're going to crumble just yet, but they've taken so much damage.
That is unbelievably terrifying. At one point, this looked insanely advantageous for the Demons of Chaos here. Then all of a sudden, Skrulk comes online and completely Thanos snaps this Fiend of Celestial way. Fantastic usage there. And the Herald of Tzeentch is still having to dodge all the while this is going on. So, yeah, extremely difficult victory condition when it comes to the Demons of Chaos here. But fantastic adaptation from Sipa. You know, I love the Rat Ogres as well. Just a massive amount of mass, just stopping anything from pushing through, allowing these Night Runners to be such a nuisance.
Yes, but you do have two factions that are strangely similar in that both of them look pretty good at the start, and then both have a problem holding on, as the Demons plow through the Skaven frontline, but now that demonic instability is going to start to kick in, and the Skaven, they did a lot of damage in the early game, but now as they start to rout, it's like both factions fall off as the game goes on, and it's more about who can hold on longer, rather than who can get ahead first in this matchup.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, it's one of those interesting things as well when it comes to the leadership matchups. How come we didn't expect to see one of the Skaven Lord on a bell? I know that gives a significant chunk of leadership, so when you're mentioning that you need to hold on, I guess we've just seen already Skrulk, the reason why we bring in Skrulk instead of that, you know?
Yeah, it does a lot of damage.
Crazy to see.
And then you'd also want Ikit Claw, because you need to move fast. If your opponent's going to grab Be'lakor, which is standard in this matchup, the Gracier on a bell is just ringing his own dinner bell, because Be'lakor can chase him down. He doesn't have good melee stats. He's a tall chariot that's easy to track down in a fight. Skrulk has foot character syndrome, where he gets knocked over easily, which can make him tankier than you'd expect. And Ikit's on that faster Doom Wheel. That's why you usually see those two and not the Gracier. The Gracier is just too easy for Be'lakor to run down.
Makes sense. It's just not worth the risk. You know, you got to always accommodate for what you can. But a Flensing Rune Upgraded has been started to cast on the Herald of Tzeentch. I think what's happening is the Warlock Engineer is consistently spamming out this Flensing Rune. It is such a painful thing to have to deal with. Not only are you trying to avoid all sorts of range things, you're trying to avoid spells coming down on your face as well at the same time. But we can see a significant chunk of the Skaven inventory has been routed off, and there's a lot of demon units all walking together. Seems like the Flesh Hounds of Corner are also just trying to lurch around to find targets that are appropriate here, but you know, it's going to be a difficult situation to recover potentially for the Skaven player here. You know, although the victory condition of Lord Skrulk was rightfully there, have we got any more juice in the tank kind of situation?
Yeah, they're a bit down, but he did bring the Warlock Engineer for his constant AoE aura, and then we have another Rod of Corruption just murdering all these demons, so I don't think it's over just yet. The Herald of Tzeentch is not Be'lakor. He doesn't have a guaranteed I will eventually kill Skrulk button. Like, that Herald of Tzeentch, if he has to get in melee, he will lose badly. And the rest of the demons, they're multi-entity models that are feeding into Skrulk and the Warlock Engineer's AoE attacks and all these things. I wouldn't count the Skaven out just yet. It is scary. It's scary right now for them. I won't say they're favored, but I don't think the Skaven are out just yet.
No, absolutely not. It's still anybody's game at this point. But there's so many units going around. A lot of a big blob fight going in the middle. At this point, it's going to be interesting to see how Skrulk can be taken down here. As one of the issues that the Herald of Tzeentch is having is anytime it's getting even remotely close, a Flensing Rune right on the Domium is coming out, and so it's very difficult to get engaged with the spells of what the Demons of Chaos have available to them. But you can see the Shrieking Skyrays are doing their best to try and take out the Storm Vermins on the side. Obviously, the blob in the middle is still going on thick and fast. The Nurglings and the Flesh Hounds of Khorne are fighting away against Skrulk here, but surely his melee stat lines is just pretty decent to just take these down.
Yep, and anyone who gets near him is going to be drained down by the Warlock Engineer and also hit with that contaminated leadership effect. And as we said, man, it's It's a battle of two factions that don't like holding on, and the Demons of Chaos just lost like 4 units while you were talking of just demonic instability, deciding, nope, they're gone.
Yeah.
So, it's tough to hold on, and now the Herald of Tzeentch, I mean, can Blue Fires really kill Lord Skrulk? Does he have that kind of time? We'll see.
Yeah, you'd need at least between 6 and 7 Blue Fires at this point, so it's going to be very difficult to get that in there. But yeah, it's just this Doom blob, the Warlock Engineer. The Warlock Engineer did a fantastic amount of AoE, and so if you guys aren't aware, the Warpstone armor is something you can pick up within multiplayer for, I think it's like 200 or so cost. So anytime it's like a Mortis Engine effect, anytime you're in melee, it does a ton of damage in an AoE. Obviously, it's not very good against single entities, but when it comes to these inventory blobs, it is so unbelievably useful to keep the leadership of these demonic units, like we rightfully called out at the very beginning by yourself. They're contaminated as well from Lord Skrulk. The biggest factor for leadership, typically speaking, when it comes to reductions, is damage sustained. And obviously, this Warlock Engineer is ensuring that there is nothing but damage going down on anything that they're hitting.
Chad is pointing out the Herald of Tzeentch is using a lot of Blue Fires on not Skrulk and Warlock Engineer. I will say, he hasn't used very many Pink Fires or the Infernal Gateway, and Blue Fire is super cheap, so he has a ton of Winds of Magic left. Plus, the Herald has literally infinite Winds of Magic with the Chromatic Tome. So I don't think the Demons of Chaos are worried about Winds of Magic right now. I think they're worried about time. So he is using the Blue Fires to get rid of any Night Runners he's trying to chase down. I also think that is weird, though. In the middle of playing Devil's Advocate, I'm like, why aren't you using all your Blue Fires on Skrulk? Because you want more time. You want more blue Fires. So you should love the excuse of chasing down Night Runners. Because if you kill off all the Night Runners, you have to go deal with Skrulk and the Warlock Engineer, and then your own units are going to get in the way of the Blue Fire. So in the middle of defending him, I switch sides. I'm also confused why he's using so many Blue Fires on these Night Runners.
I think one of the potential, to play the other Devil's Advocate, I think maybe anytime you get remotely close for Flensing Rune, you're in the danger zone, right? If you're trying to commit with the Blue Fires of Tzeentch onto a Lord Skrulk, you may find yourself in a situation where Flensing Rune's going right on your Domium. In this situation, the Herald of Tzeentch can only hold on potentially for one of those casts, especially if it's upgraded. But in this scenario, we don't know what Super has left in the tank regarding magic. And I think what Seagulls is trying to do is play the situation within the knowledge that he has right now, or with the information he may have right now. The Blue Fires are going out now. Fantastic amounts of damage. That's, like we're saying, that's the exact stuff we need to see. A lot of damage coming through there. And in actual fact, the Blue Fire of Tzeentch does outrange the Flensing Rune. So it's one of the things that we want to see. It's 75 more range, and just getting those elevated casts off to find this mark is what we need to see.
That's why I was confused. Is it's like, I mean, you can just stay out of range and chuck Blue Fires that'll you chase down the Night Runners, but now we do have, if anyone doesn't know, we have community rules to make land battles pleasant. Is like, you have to be attacking at all times, so it's not like Segos can just run away and cast Blue Fires, because that's bad content. So when there's nothing else on the map to attack, he has to attack Lord Skrulk and the Warlock Engineer with something, which extremely limits how much time he has to cast Blue Fires. So I thought he might want to keep the Night Runners alive just for an excuse to not charge into Skrulk.
Yeah, wow. Skrulk has 0 armor because of Sundered Armor right now. I mean, if these Flesh Hounds try and isolate Lord Skrulk alongside the Shrieking Skyrays, Skrulk is not a very durable lord when it comes to being exceptionally, tanky. He's not a tanky guy. He's a very significant damage dealer, but yeah, the blue horrors are being sent in by themselves. Skrulk is getting to the point where they're getting super, super low.
Yeah,
we're getting to potentially critical mass here. Yeah, Blue Fires are doing some great work here. Definitely with the recent changes to magic missiles as well. You can see the significant amount of accuracy coming through there, which is nice to see. And we're only in a scenario where we've got 2 single entities left. Obviously, how many Vermintides do we have? We have 3 more Vermintides, so one of the things we want to avoid is overcommitting, because just like that, another summon's come through, making life a little bit more difficult. But as part of summons being Balance of Power, you can see it massively sways the Balance of Power, which is quite interesting.
Okay. The Herald was getting in range. I'm like, Flensing Ruin? But it looks like either there was enough Winds of Magic or not in range yet, but... Yep, Segos is doing this correctly, just slowly feeding 1 unit at a time, dying as slowly as possible while waiting to get those Blue Fires off. So much damage onto Skrulk, and he's not worried about Winds of Magic at all with that Chromatic Tome. He gets reserves per second every time he pops it, so I think he has nearly infinite mana. But man, the Blue Horrors die so fast. That one's at half HP, and it's about to Demonic Instability Crumble due to all of the things happening to it.
Yeah, that is crazy. Half HP, 0 leadership. That is wild. This contaminated right you've rightly called out is so incredible. I mean, the thing that scares me the most is, I mean, guess what? We have a Flesh Hound remaining and some Shrieking Skyrays. At this point, do we just say, Hail Mary, I'm just going to send what I have left in. I can't really afford to utilize the Blue Fires and wait for this because I'm forced to join in combat. But you can see another Blue Fire coming in, doing a considerable amount of damage. Maybe we want to try and amplify this by attacking from behind. There's multiple ways that you can make somebody rout. And if Skrulk here routed in this situation, I just want to call out, sorry for jumping over again, if they didn't get close enough to Skrulk, he wouldn't have been able to charge to keep himself in the battle, but he's now just routed, and since it is a white flag above his head, and it is not in actual fact the terror rout, as long as a unit is walking with him, he will permanently be off the battlefield as long as there's something that can contest him here.
Yeah, that is the death knell for the Skaven. This Plant Rat summon is obviously summoned. It'll fade away in about 30 more seconds. Skrulk is routing, and the Warlock Engineer is a filthy coward. And if Skrulk dies or goes off the map, he becomes exponentially more cowardly. There is no shot he can beat the Herald of Tzeentch in combat, especially with the Blue Fire hitting him. That is going to be GG. I don't care what the balance of power says. I know what the real world says. The real world says the Demons of Chaos cannot lose this game at this point.
I mean, with the Cleansing Rune and the likes of the Flesh Hounds getting quite low, let's not count our chicken before it hatches. I mean, the Screaming Skyrays, if we can get this in this situation, I mean, if these Flesh Hounds get at least a little bit more tickled, we need somebody to try and make sure Lord Skrulk doesn't get back into action here, because another summon is available within the tank, and that is something that's quite terrifying, but we don't know if there's enough Winds of Magics. I don't know if, in this situation, you just start chucking your Herald of Tzeentch in melee as well, just try and get some damage out, because already another unit has gone out, and we've got the likes of the Flesh Hounds trying to keep active, and making Lord Skrulk not coming back into this battle, because this is something that will massively swing the battle favor. If Skrulk recovers in this fight, although he has one more route available within him, and it'll shatter, we need somebody to kind of rout him off the battlefield, but you can see that the likes of the Warlock Engineer is apparently winning against the Flesh Hounds.
He will.
I mean, although you did call it out, did the caster curse become real on the likes of Seagulls here?
No, he's a Warlock Engineer's a filthy coward. He can beat the Flesh Hounds, but Segos is playing it perfectly. He's going to isolate Skrulk, he's going to kill him, and then the Herald of Tzeentch can throw one more Blue Fire at the Warlock Engineer, and then a charge from the Herald of Tzeentch would kill him. He doesn't even need the Flesh Hounds. If they died fighting the Warlock Engineer, it's just peachy. He doesn't need him to win this game. There comes the Blue Fire, and that should decide.
Sorry. Yeah, the Warlock Engineer got absolutely yeeted as well off that hill there. That was brilliant. But yeah, wow. What an absolute banger. That was unbelievably close. Incredible gameplay from the both of them. You can tell we're looking at some of the highest tier gamers within Warhammer 3 here. These guys know where to play towards their victory conditions, and they know exactly what they should be doing here.
Well, besides me.
Fantastic job.
I'm a bit better. All right, I'm a bit better. No, not
right. So we've got the likes.
You're
of
just gonna roll over that.
Well, I think you're a fantastic gamer. You're human boy, yes, but how do we not know? Like I said, you're two Skaven in a trench coat. I can't be giving away too many secrets here.
That's fair. All right, I'll stop detracting from your real analysis of real games.
Hey, so someone's got to keep it grounded with the real analysis. I'm only messing. So Lord Skrulk here, 1.7k value, 1.2k in the Warlock Engineer. Obviously, when it comes to the Skaven slaves, absolutely cheap and cheerful. Nothing really coming out there. But the likes of the halberds, even though one of them got absolutely battered, still coming out with a lot of value there on 670. Rat Ogre's entire purpose there is to try and play the utility game and just keep everything alive where possible. But overall, I mean, on the Skaven side, nothing really stands out massively, right? There is nothing that's like, oh my god, that unit was insane.
Correct. And the Doom Flayers are largely the big value sinks here, where I think they cost like 1050 or something like that, and they only got 250 back. They hate fighting mass with armor piercing, and fiends are exactly that. So I imagine it was off screen, but a fiend probably found them and killed them immediately, is how I guess they went down. And that would be a pretty deciding thing, because that's like 3 clan rats worth of value just taken off the field for nothing. So
yeah, absolutely. Yeah, one of the Fiends of Tzeentch coming in with a 1.5k value, so that's potentially the one that we identified as the one that did a significant portion of damage. All the blues came in really good with all the damage values. Fantastic job. Yeah, that was such a pleasure to watch. That was incredible. At all points, I had no idea who was going to win, pretty much near the end there. That was insane.
Start of the game, Skaven. And then on the first charge, I was like, oh, Sego's is playing this too well. I think Seepa's doomed. And then when it was Skrulk and the Warlock Engineer, I flipped again. I was like, never mind, they can just kill everything. But the blue fires were much more accurate than I thought they would be from that extreme range he had to stay at to avoid Flensing Ruin. And I was like, oh, okay, well, if the blue fires can still snipe Skrulk and he doesn't have to go in range, then yeah, he'll be okay. So it was close, though. As I could say, I've cast literally thousands of games of Warhammer 2 and 3, and I flipped 4 times during that match of who was going to win. So it's pretty close.
Yeah, I mean, it was an absolute crazy game.
You have some Battlesy emotes in the Twitch. Is that a thing?
Yes, yeah. So if you stream on Twitch, you can get emotes. So that is Rage is someone that subs to the channel, so he has all sorts of random emotes that I have on Twitch. You should stream on Twitch as well.
I'll consider it. I'm just admiring your little emotes right now. Those are awesome. Look at that. I love the dancing one.
Yeah, the blankies. Yeah, I love it.
That's awesome. All right, brother. You Lizardmen or Tzeentch? Which one do you want?
I'll take the Tzeentchian one if you want to jump in with Lizardmen now.
Sure. Lizardmen, a crowd favorite. Still very strong, though they have taken several nerfs in a row to take them from the best of the best to now just pretty good. Feral Cold Ones in the front line, cheap, armor-piercing Velociraptors. Lord Mazdamodi looks like he's just on his toilet seat with Net and Apotheosis, plus his bound spells of Banishment, Ruination of Cities. Very standard combination for him. It's a nice kind of like master of all things. You have a Net, you have a heal, you have damage spells, so Mazdamodi is just solid. Umbral Tide Salamander Hunting Pack, ROR, and then the Solar Engines, 2 of them, to provide a bit of fire damage and magic damage versus Tzeentch. Plus that little blinded debuff. That can be good against Centaurs of Tzeentch if you get them, but I think he's mostly taking it for the magic damage to get past the physical resistance of demons. And then we have a bunch of Skink Skirmishers and a Skink Corps of Javelin with a Saurus mixed front line. Don't see a lot of Saurus in land battles. They are making a bit of a comeback in Conquest where you need to hold the point for a bit. It's nice to have one Saurus in your build in case it comes to that late game situation. But in land battles, they tend to be a little too expensive for their cost because they're so slow. If the battle isn't happening right on top of you, you have a hard time getting to it as they lumber slowly over to a fight. So interesting to see them here.
Yeah, absolutely. So we got Kairos, Fate Weather on the side of the Tzeentchian. Thankfully, we no longer have the likes of Regrowth, so that's not the terrifying prospect of why you normally see Kairos, but we can see that he's got blue fire, so looking for those single entity snipes, which makes perfect sense, because on the Lizardman side, the Basilion Solar Engine is a very, very common build against most things, just incredible utility and usage that you can get out of the Blinded, like you called out. A lot of blue horrors coming out, just insanely brilliant frontline, and the Centaurs of Tzeentch as well. We got a triple situation of that one, alongside some pinks. So fantastic army over here. And to all the wonderful folks in the chat, who do you think is the champion of this battle? You know, from the battles we've seen and the armies that we've got in front of us, we've got a very wide Tzeentchian builds. What's everyone's thoughts? Oh, the Screamers are moving away around the outside, as they say, trying to look for a flank action. Seagulls definitely does seem like a solid player when it comes to those flanking situations, you know, playing towards the conditions of that one.
Yeah, chat's noting that Segos really seems to like blue fire. Top level players, especially in the ODM clan, never abandoned blue fire no matter how many nerfs it got, because it's just such an expressive spell. And top level players tend to like expressive units, expressive spells, where if you play good, they are good. And it's like you can get so much more value out of them than something that is static, like Flock of Doom is always going to get you the same amount of stuff. And it is a good spell, you will see them take it, but if there is a chance for outplay potential, that's worth it, obviously. It's not like you have to outplay to get anything out of it, but Blue Fire, we saw last game how it can carry an entire game if you know your angles, if you know your distances. And that's why Segos and Alfredino both love that spell so much, as we saw it pokes down some Saurus. So, he's just so good at using it.
Yeah, and did we see the Solar Engine absolutely roast some of the Skink cohort javelins on the side here? Those poor buggers. But yeah, definitely in this situation, the Solar Engines on a 240 range can be really oppressive to any of the units trying to move towards them. I think the Saurus Spears are going to be a great addition in this roster, purely as a bit of a holding power, because the Skinks will die exceptionally quickly in the likes of the Blue Fire range. You know, there's not really many things apart from the Skink cohort javelin variants, but they are actually outranged. But a lot of threats on the Lizardman side here. The Tzeentchian player is going to get relatively behind from a balance of power / gold value perspective, but that's not going to paint the picture. Once the Tzeentch player starts to close the distance, that's when things will start to get a little bit crazy.
Yeah, if you're ever worried about getting kited by a Soul Grinder of Tzeentch, do take notes from what Sipa's doing here, as his double solar engines would have punished them so much, and then he could have Apotheosis healed up any poke. So this was good counter Soul Grinder tech, but there is no Soul Grinder. So now I'm actually starting to get worried a little bit about the Lizardmen. They might have gone too far into anti-kite, as these blue horrors are doing horrendous work on the skinks. Oh, those poor skinks.
Yeah. Ola Skink is real. I mean, it'd be interesting to see if it was worthwhile bringing something to get the synergy regarding the Skink/Kroxigor scenario. Causing fear doesn't really do much, especially against factions that have a ton of fear. It just neutralizes both of them alongside of each other. But the firing lines from the Lizardmen side are still doing a fantastic job. I mean, even though a lot of their frontline Skink cohorts have been routed, there's still a relative chunk of range still available to us, because we know we've got the Skink skirmishers creeping around, trying to find active situations where they can do a ton of damage. But yeah, really, really heavily into the Lizardmen side here. I mean, we're almost close to 3k gold value down, and the Tzeentch player doesn't really have much healing. So, but we've closed the gap, right?
Yes, and Chad is noting that he forgot his Centaurs. He did not. Mazdamundi netted those Centaurs in front of all of that firepower, so a Centaur of Tzeentch got straight up deleted while netted. And speaking of getting deleted, the Umbral Tide is in danger. They got netted in the middle of Screamers, and the only thing that can come save them is Feral Cold Ones, which Screamers are also really good at killing. So these Screamers are living their best life. They'll fight anything in this backfield and have a field day with it. It looks like the Umbral Tide are going to be out of this game soon here.
My goodness, the Skink skirmishers are all being routed in the seed. Kairos being causing terror is such an insane usage here, because there's not many units on the Lizardmen side at the moment that have the likes of immune psychology or kind of fear or terror themselves. So a lot of this low tier chaff with low leadership is going to struggle to hold the line, but the Basilion solar engines are trying to fire out to protect the likes of Mazdamundi, but a lot of bolts damage is coming out, a lot of blue fire of Tzeentch is coming out, a lot of scary spells are trying to be thrown into the little blob of the Lizardmens here, but there's very limited resources from the Tzeentch side to keep on the pressure, but the Pinks are still firing along. We've got the likes of Lord Mazdamundi. In this situation, would you start throwing everything you can on Mazdamundi, or is he just too much of a sponge for it to be worth it?
He's too much of a sponge. With Slans, you generally just need to ignore them and kill everything else and get them last, but actually, Sipa's been doing something, Segos has been doing something cool that I haven't seen outside of the series. Taking Harmonic Convergence on Kairos, I was wondering why. He keeps throwing it onto his Screamers to give them, nearly 60 melee attack and melee defense, which for flying armor-piercing units is nuts.
Yeah, fantastic smart play there. Especially with the bonus as large as 25%, you're basically guaranteeing hits every single time doing things like that. So, yeah, very smart adaptation there. I mean, yeah, when I looked at it, I was like, in what universe will you get value from that? But now we actually have the intensity of 115%, so you're going to have the 28 plus 28, which is, really good adaptation there. Understanding the victory conditions of what this fight will, ultimately boil down to is what separates some of the best players in this game for sure.
The Lizardmen are mounting a dangerous comeback, though, with the solar engines taking out the Shrieking Skyrays, Mazdamundi's Banishment finishing off the not finishing off the Sour Guts, but doing a good amount of damage to them. Lizardmen all of a sudden got a bunch of value, and like we noted in the Demons of Chaos versus Skaven game, demonic units have just this switch that gets flipped in the mid-game where they all decide they're done playing now, and they get routed off, and all of a sudden, Tzeentch looks so bare bones. There's nothing left on the field.
Yeah, and a lot of the bounce power is still remaining within Kairos, and in a situation where you've got nothing on the field and you've just got flying units, you have to engage them in melee, otherwise your leadership will absolutely shatter. So yeah, Kairos is trying to find the Umbral Tide on the side here, just to try and get active, do something with it. But a lot of the Skink skirmishers are around the area to protect the units away from these Screamers of Tzeentch that are just lurking around, trying to find targets that are suitable for them. We can see that there are two Screamers in the process of trying to sneak on around like a little snake. But we can see the pink horrors over all the way back to where the start of the Tzeentch player was. A lot of units are still amassing a bit of a recharge here, but some of the solar engines are just printing off value by being such a nuisance for these demonic units.
Yeah, their value isn't going to be genuine, where it's like one of the solar engines has 400 value, the other one has 800, but their debuffs, the blinded debuffs, helped with the Centaur fights, it helped deal with the Screamers that Harmonic Convergence was trying to buff up. Solar Engines as a support unit have been actually doing so much this game. And they also have a little known thing that CA recently added. They give vigor regen to everything around them. So in the late game, you'll have fresh skinks with higher leadership rather than being exhausted. That should give you a little bit more oomph, a little more staying power in the desperate late part of the game.
Yeah, and it's a really, really good thing to call out. In these situations, vigor, if you are exhausted, you're effectively operating at roughly like 30% reduced capacity, right? And so anytime you can buff up those units, as it's sometimes just a bit of a war of attrition, especially with a lot of these units, like you've called out, they are, it gets to mid game. Yeah, all right, I'm done. I'm going to crumble, go back to my the Chaos Realms. But we can see here there's a lot of units that are so exhausted on the Tzeentchian side, and everything's just cheap and cheerful, happy as go lucky, nice and fresh, raring to fight on the Lizardmen side.
There's a net onto the Centaurs of Tzeentch. It looks like they're holding them in place for the Bastildon to get a charge and then Terror Route them. I think they're hoping that Terror Route turns into a real route so that they can tax these guys. The best way to get rid of Centaurs is just to shatter them after 3 routes in a row. They can be rather annoying to actually finish off. They're so fast that when they start escaping, they just get out of there. But the net actually holding them in place so they'll just die. Never mind, ignore me. Killing them is the best way of getting rid of them.
Murder kill, yes. Yeah, crazy. It was interesting to see because they were terror routed, and then on top of that, they got actually routed. So it's interesting to see that in that situation, that the route came in before the terror route, causing it to be an actual shatter, which is quite interesting to see. The bolt's coming down on Lord Mazdamundi, but it's one of those things where it's maybe a little too late. Either you commit to Lord Mazdamundi in the early stages of the game to try and take him out, as we called out. He is a bit of a sponge here. Now it seems a bit of a wasted resource, but I mean, Tzeentch is in a relative desperate situation of who do I target now? And it does seem that Lord Mazdamundi is just absolutely asking to be shot with these blue fires of Tzeentch.
Yeah, Segos, we're going to need to keep an eye on it because what he absolutely needs to do is focus. What you can't do against healing factions is split your fire, because Mazda will heal himself while you're shooting at the Bastildons, then he'll heal the Bastildons. It's like you just got to commit and kill him off. And if anybody's wondering about the attacking rule, Segos is trying to run down some of these disparate skink skirmishers, so he is fulfilling the attacking rule. There are no issues.
Yeah, these guys are not fighting dirty. They're playing as we expect them to. And the thing that's relatively scary, because of the fact that the spell mastery is coming in there, we're even getting additional healing. So we've gone from 0.8 to 0.92% on the Apotheosis. Really nice, cheap and cheerful, cost-effective spell, only coming out of 5. And so if we can't layer fire damage, that healing is not halved. So there's just so much available pressure, and just everything with the Solar Engine is just happy to be here. And the skink skirmishers have actually routed, so what we're going to have to see is Seagulls is going to have to start turning those units around and look towards the middle of this fight here.
Kairos, as you noted earlier, halfway through the battle, Kairos is the most artificial... I'm struggling for a word that is allowed on this stream, but he is the most artificial amount of balance of power you've ever seen. So I do not think this is even right now. I think Tzeentch is up against the wall.
Yeah, I think this is insanely an uphill battle here for Kairos Fate. It's the absolute certain. I mean, it's one of those things where the game looked at him, he's full HP, he's probably got a lot of magic available to him, and they assume his, obviously, balance power is substantial. But we know the reality of the situation. Once there are no units that are left on the battlefield, he has to run in and charge into battle. I mean, granted, the Bastilon Solar Engines don't have impressive layout of melee stat lines, but let's be honest, neither does Kairos Fate either.
No, neither does Kairos. 3520 is not a stat line you can rely on. He's using Harmonic Convergence to try and keep his pink horrors alive for a little bit as Kairos charges in. Now, Kairos causes terror. He has armor piercing. He has some stuff going for him. But I mean, the same can be said of the Stildons. They're not going anywhere, so I don't think Kairos wants to get into a late game where it's him versus 3 dinosaurs.
Yeah, you can have all the armor piercing in the world, but if you're missing every shot, it doesn't do damage. And that's the reality of sometimes Kairos Fate Reader. Oftentimes in campaigns, I'll send him into situations and I just get disappointed. He is a spellcaster thick and through, but yeah, we've now got Harmonic Convergence. I mean, we actually did identify this spell as a thing. We can give him stat line to the point where he'll probably be relatively impressive, but there are nothing remaining on the battlefield for him to, withstand a wee bit here. I mean, nice usage of the Staff of Tomorrow to try and go for a little twofer on the blue fire of Tzeentch on the likes of Lord Mazdamundi. Honestly, Mazdamundi, I've been very impressed. Sometimes you like to see him on his mount. I can't even remember the name. Some of you guys in the chat might be able to help us out here, but he gets Slack. That's the one. He gets so durable when he's on that mount, but deciding not to take that approach and just trying to be as utility based as possible, and it's really paid off.
Yep, now Kairos is getting a lot of damage out with those blue fires. Mazda has plenty of heal cap left, but I don't know how much Winds of Magic he has, because unlike Kairos, who has life leeching, which gives him more reserves, which is, for anyone who doesn't know, the amount of Winds of Magic you can possibly generate is reserves. Recharge rate is how quickly you get what you have, but you can get to 0, and then all the recharge rate in the world doesn't matter. So Kairos is generating Winds of Magic every time he blue fires, and then the tier 1 army ability of Tzeentch also gives reserves. Now Mazda might be flat out broke. I don't think he has any reserve generation.
I think he's thrown out a lot of spells, but the thing that's scaring me now is the enemy is in control of the battlefield. You must attack by land. It's now approaching. Karis has to throw himself into the mercy of these battle against the Basilons and the likes of Lord Mazdamundi. None of these guys are of a relatively strong combatant apart from the Saurus Warriors. It's a fantastic understanding in this battlefield that the Saurus Warriors are going to be needed to deal with this. A great usage of the Storm of Chaos, I believe it's called, the army ability, trying to cleave out some of these Saurus Warriors, because if I'm honest with you, Human Boy, in isolation, Kairos can find opportunities to take advantages here. But with those pesky spearmen around the outside, it's a lot of damage that Kairos simply cannot sustain, especially with the blind to come through as well.
Yeah, the blinded is going to be a bit of a problem. And we said at the very start of the game, I don't know what the Saurus Warriors will do, because I feel like the battle will just get away from them. When you get into this game where the enemy has to come to you, now those Saurus Warriors are going to pay for themselves in spades as they just sit on Kairos and poke him in the bum. Oracle of Eternity trying to give him damage resistance, but it'll wear off eventually, and the Saurus will still be here.
Yeah, the scary thing right now is we have roughly about a 60% chance for each of these entities of the Saurus Spears to actually hit Kairos Fate Reader here, so, yeah. And the players surrounded there. Makes sense. I mean, the writing potentially was a little bit on the wall, but overall, fantastic usage out of these both players. Fantastic game, Matt. GG's to these players.
Yeah. Mazda, not going to get, like, a crazy amount of value, but I feel like he was extremely good in that game, because his healing and nets don't give him value, obviously, but, like, one of the nets destroyed an entire Centaur. A different net took out one of the Screamers in the late game. So the nets, when they were placed well, did very, very well for the Lizardmen. The Bastildons I also don't think are going to get the value they deserve. I mean, one did get 1,200, which is nothing to sneeze at, but they were instrumental in this matchup. So nice to see.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I think it's one of those really interesting things, like you're right to call out. It's like you cannot see the gold value that they've done, but they provide so much more utility, setting other units within the army up for success in those situations. Like we saw, some of those Centaurs of Tzeentch were absolutely doomed because of the fact those nets were coming out. Sometimes taking a more utility approach enables other units within your army to do insane amounts of value, and that's exactly what we're seeing. I mean, it's still insane to me that the Bassilon Solar Engines, we expected potentially some Soul Grinders of Tzeentch coming out, but in actual fact, they still paid, completely for themselves and then some.
Yeah, and you can really see where the solar engines got their value in that the Centaurs of Tzeentch have none. Anywhere they went, they got blinded or they got netted and just couldn't participate in the way they wanted to participate in the game. It is really, really tough.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, fantastic overall game there. I mean, it's often really nice to see the Lizardmen. For me, when it comes to some of my favorite factions up there, I think I used to dislike Lizardmen a little bit, but now that I've played them more and more, I honestly really do like theatrically how the Lizardmen play. They are such a cool faction with a lot of options, and oftentimes, you can't really predict what the Lizardmen are going to do, right? Because they have so many of things that they can potentially bring. How much would you say, Human Boy, that this game is about mind games? In this situation, you got an intense 1-versus-1 live format between these two players. Are they thinking to themselves, how can I best mind games my opponent? How can I best bring something that they just can't deal with? How much do you... I know you've done tournaments yourself. How much does this come into play?
Nerves are a big part of it. I don't want to shout them out in case they were telling me it in confidence. It's hard to tell what people want out there or don't want out there, but I know a specific player who is really, really good, and if you face him on our best of 3 Discord bot ladder thing we have, he is insanely good, one of the best players in the entire world, but then whenever he plays live on stream, he gets really shaky, and his micro slips a lot, and it's just like, you're watching a different player. So that is, I mean... This isn't a sport. I'm not trying to pretend it is, but it is like, it's that way in sports and stuff. When you talk to people, it's like half the game is mental. There's a lot of good physical athletes out there in the world, but sometimes when the lights and the people are watching you, you miss that shot or you miss that kick, and it is a skill set to keep your head on at all times. So
yeah, no, absolutely. It's one of those things where you have to lock in, knowing the pressure you're up against, and you've got to be rock solid and continue on. Fall back to your training, fall back to what you know as a player, fall back to the things that you're capable of, and believe in yourself first and foremost, right? And these players definitely are showing that they believe in themselves. They're showing that they are here to play, and they're showing that they are capable of taking games off one on each other.
Yeah. We're up to around 500 people in the chat. Hope you're all having fun. If you want more of this content, I don't know if you've hung around much, but we don't actually stream on the Total War channel that often. I am usually on YouTube under Human Boy Yes Yes. If you look up that name, I think I'm the only one that comes up. There's not a lot of competition for that name out there. Land battle tournaments and replays, daily videos, weekly streams. It's a good time. And if you feel like hopping into this tournament scene and eventually getting on this big stream yourself, I do host a new player tournament every single week.
Nice. So what Human Boy has just said there, guys, is create as many Human Boy Yes Yes accounts as you can and start making videos. That's we need to start populating that stream flow. But for myself, I'm Battlesy. I play some pretty intense campaign situations and only recently dipped my toes into tournament scene. If you're wanting to see some, either, I guess, quick, short videos taking you through certain mechanics, or on my Twitch side of things, I stream some of the most hardcore campaigns. Recently we did a 5x campaign where we went against 5 legendary campaigns in one, basically, with the mods that we used. It was brutal. And we're also doing a tournament at the next week. So if you're interested, like we said, Human Boy is doing tournaments, and we're both kind of trying to do some tournaments, so you guys can jump in there. But yeah, first and foremost, we appreciate you guys hanging out. It is a pleasure to be here, and we've got Malekith on his Dragoni. So on the Dark Elf side, in this situation, just straight off the bat, who would you say is typically favored between the Dark Elves and the Vampire Counts? It seems very much on the Vampire Count side. It's like I want to fight you for a long time, and then we'll continuously keep doing that.
Personally, I am a Vampire Counts hater in that I think they are very weak and I think they need buffs. So if you ask me, I'm going to say pretty much anyone is favored of the Counts. And especially here, because background, Sipa is a Dark Elf main. So this is his best faction. Okay. He's going in for the kill shot on game 4. I think if he loses this, he's in a bit of trouble, but I would say this game is him favored, but if he loses, he's probably going to lose the best of 5.
Yeah, no, it's fair play. I mean, it's always good to hear those things, in relation to where the strengths of these players are at. Sipper being a Dark Elf main, we can see that we've gone with a Doomfire Warlock, a triple Doomfire Warlock. I wouldn't consider that a traditional start, but maybe understanding that the lesser Doom bolts are going to be fantastic against the likes of the Vargheists and things that are flying and going to be annoying in general. We can see there's obviously the Blackheart Corsairs is a triple situation, a quadruple situation of that one. Very skirmish heavy. Limited cavalry available for the Dark Elves. So we're going to have to wait and see. Well, excuse me, apart from the triple Doomfire Warlocks, but I wouldn't really consider them. They're more like a hybrid castery skirmish unit. But on the Vampire Count side, do you want to just quickly, briefly give us a little intro?
Yeah, it's a standard zombie frontline backed up by skeleton warriors and some spearmen. Crypt horrors for a bit of staying power and mass. 4 Vargheists. This is the big winner of the Vampire Counts right now. Vargheists are 80% of this roster's damage. So it is, if you're playing Vampire Counts, you're pretty much just playing the Vargheist faction. We'll see how well Segos can handle them. And he did take the Blood Dragon Lord, which is a little surprising. Vampire Counts have been increasingly the Manfred von Karstein team. But look at that Gaze of Nagash side shot.
Oh, what was that?
Was
that the Gaze of Nagash?
That was the Gaze of Nagash, my friend.
Goodness.
After the projectile update where the spells spread out now, instead of targeting the same single Corsair, now they target the whole unit. Gaze of Nagash is the biggest winner of that update.
I mean, it seems that elevation definitely plays a part in that. If you guys didn't know, elevation increases your damage and it actually reduces damage taken. And in that situation, I believe the Blood Dragon Vampire Lord is actually a really interesting pick as well, because I know they have very unique elements like the Heart Piercing and potentially the Helm of Discord that are available to them as well. Just overall, a terrifying flying unit. I mean, I feel like if Malekith gets anywhere near that, Malekith will get absolutely slapped, but we'll have to wait and see how this transpires, because a lot of damage has come through, and it is going to be interesting to see how the Doomfire Warlocks, they're trying to skirmish with the zombies and the Skeleton Warriors, but the bad guy said, bugger off you buggers. But yeah, interesting to see this.
Yeah, there at last, the Vargeist are coming up, and that's what Sipa wants. So what Sipa's doing right now is he has full cav advantage, so he's cycle charging the zombies for free, and if the Vargeist come up to stop the cycle charging, then the Black Arc Corsair Hambos can shoot them, which is what they want. So the Dark Elves are just trying to force the Vampire Counts to play. And right now, the Vampire Counts are generally happy to feed zombies into the furnace and cast those brutal gazes of Nagash.
Yeah, definitely. We saw a Soulblight actually coming out onto the Vargeist on the other side of the map there, just trying to see if they can try and look for the skirmish situations, but it's like the zombie player is doing a fantastic job of, Seagulls, excuse me, is doing a fantastic job of not overcommitting to the situation. There's a lot of kiting potential on the sides of the Dark Elves due to the likes of the hand blows, but in this situation, it's like, do you know what? I have a victory condition. What's my victory condition? I'm going to gaze at the gash all over you.
All over him. Another good one, too.
Not bad. Yeah, nice damage coming through. Not as detrimental as the last one. Potentially, you've got to be really, really careful of terrain, as missile spells will be blocked by specific amounts of terrain. Definitely a lot of pressure on the side where Malekith is. I'm going to be a little bit terrified of these Vargeist. I mean, we do have the likes of Invocation of the Hex, so 4 units can be healed as part of the AoE of that one. But it seems that in this scenario, if we're trying to slow things down and just send chaff into chaff, just use the Gaze of the Gash and just keep trying to leverage that, right?
That was beautiful, though. He baited out a Soul Blight, which wastes the resource, and then he got a 2-for-1 Breath Attack on some Doomfire Warlocks and Black Arc Corsair Hambos. That was a big win for the Vampire Counts.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, this is a really smart play from both these sides, trying to look for anything that they possibly can do. And you can see the Vargeist are actually getting a little trickle of a heal from something there, which is nice to see. But the Doomfire Warlocks are just trying to keep around these Vargeist, stop them from being annoying, but they're going to probably commit into the Doomfire Warlocks because Malekith is not available to protect him. But one of the other Doomfire Warlocks is around to try and ensure that they can keep this alive, but Soulblight will most likely be dropped down to try and stop that from happening. Over on the side of where we started for the Vampire Counts player, a lot of skirmishes is going down. The Devils of Swashhafen, probably butchered that one, but it is what it is. Swiftly moving on, taking a significant portion of damage, doing their best to try and use Hungering to keep themselves alive here. But we can see that there's a lot of these chaff units for the Vampire Counts player is now starting to dissipate. So it's going to be interesting to see how this gets into a situation where there's a lot of handbows trying to skirmish around slow units.
Well, we haven't paid attention, but Malekith and the Blood Dragon Lord turned on a dime as the Blood Dragon Lord baited him in by He didn't pop any of his buffs for a long time, and after the fight was committed, then he popped them. So Sipa got a false sense of how that battle was going and stayed far too long and now has to run for his life.
Oh my goodness, yeah. So in that situation, if you see a bad boy like that, just interrupt me, lad. I mean, that is a huge swing in this battle. Malekith taking a lot of damage. He does not have significant amounts of healing. Obviously, he's got Soul Stealer, so we could throw that around and try and heal. Malekith is typically very good at drain tanking, but in a situation where you've got amplification of damage, like the Heart Piercing, and he's also brought the Sword of Anti-Hero, so there is so much available damage for this Blood Dragon, so really nice usage of trying to bait them in there. A lot of the Doomfire Warlocks on the side are routing away. This is a terrifying prospect of a ton of Necromancer and a ton of dead things just slowly creeping towards you.
Yeah, and the Devils of Schwarzhofen, it looks like they've managed to stop crumbling, so they're just sitting next to the Necromancer trying to get a slow heal back into life. As Malekith's going in for another fight, he knows the Blood Dragon's abilities are down, Soul Blight is cast, Soul Stealer's cast, he's all in on trying to kill this Blood Dragon Lord. I am still suspect that you could beat a Blood Dragon Lord with Malekith, but we could try. We could try.
And the thing is as well, yeah, Malekith doesn't have any fire damage to hinder the healing coming out from Hungering, and especially since we just saw a Dragon's Breath attack, you managed to get caught out. Anytime the Soul Blight comes in, you know the fact that you got to be really careful because your damage is significantly weakened. But in this scenario, there's not really an awful lot that can help protect the likes of the Blood Dragon here, so we're going to have to try and make sure that we're not flying into the absolute death squad of these handbows, but trying to look into situations where you can start healing up, start getting into a position where you can be a little bit more active. And obviously the Necromancer's just trying to chill out.
I think Malekith just made a huge mistake. The Blood Dragon's about to get his melee buffs back, and Malekith's committed. I think Sipa realizes that he's desperately clicking out. He needs to get back in the air before the Blood Dragon can swoop in on him. And looks like both sides are just going to take an L on that one and move on. But Blood Dragon Lord, if he had been in the position and if he had more health, I think he really could have messed up Malekith there. Look at both these dragons are like, I want to fight, but I don't want to fight. I want to fight, but I don't really want to fight.
I feel like whoever engages first is advantageous here because of the charge bonus, especially in these fights. It's going to finish at 8% per second, but the buffs will still be significant. If the Blood Dragon can kind of hang around the Necromancer for a little bit longer, you can get a little bit of healing from the likes of the Unholy Lodestone. But Malekith's trying to, land and take pop shots to the Necromancer, understanding this is something that will be an absolute nuisance the longer this fight goes on. But I'm a little bit scared. Where can we start converting pressure? Because there's a lot of Dark Elf inventory on the battlefield. Oh, beautiful Dragon Breath attack throughout the inventory. That's how we can deal with it, boys.
That's how you deal with it. Just breath attack him to death.
Yeah. And definitely, we need to comment on the fact that the Sword of the Anti-Heroes was actually activated for the Blood Dragon there as well. So, doing a great job of trying to bait out spells and bait out things to allow the victory conditions of the Dark Elves to be real. So, yeah, great usage there. I mean, do we have any summons or anything that the Necromancer can start popping out?
Blood Dragon Lord has
it looks like there is... Yeah, there is... only the Blood Dragon Lord can start throwing out some spells of Raised Dead, but we'll have to wait and see how that goes.
This is why Manfred has been making a real big surge for Vampire Counts players, though, is he just has way more Winds of Magic generation than the Blood Dragon Lord does. Because now you actually start running the problem of, how much Winds of Magic do you have? You've been burning Invocations, you've been throwing out Gazes, you've been throwing out Summons, like, what do you got? Whereas Manfred kind of has that Kairos feel, where he generates his own Winds of Magic by being in combat, so then he can kind of do it ad nauseum.
Yeah, isn't it? I'm not sure if it is in multiplayer, but can he get infinite Winds of Magic?
As long as he's in melee, yes.
Yeah, crazy.
Final fight.
I'm a little bit scared for the situation. Yeah, heart piercing's coming out. A lot of buffs are being thrown out, but unfortunately being poisoned, a little bit weak in stat line. A lot of fire pressure from the handbows coming around, skirmishing and doing a lot of annoyance. There's not much that the Blood Dragon can do apart from just take it to the situation. The Supreme Spell Shield, reducing the power recharges while in melee as well, is such a nice pickup. Something that we didn't really comment upon too much. The Supreme Spell Shield is doing a great job of impacting the amount of Winds of Magic available to this Blood Dragon Vampire Lord, because in this situation, the Blood Dragon is a better melee fighter, it's a better caster, and so you've got to do anything you can to eliminate that.
Yeah, the Blood Dragon Lord had a pretty good duel, but like you were saying, he's dueling on top of skirmishers. There's just not too much he can do about that situation. So, he will be taking the L, and Sipa will take the series 3-1.
Yeah, great usage. Well played to Sipa.
We'll hop right up into Alfredino and Tim. I told them we were entering Game 4 so that they should get their lobby up just in case this was the final game, so they should be ready for us. But let's wrap up this game before we start looking at the next one. Doomfire Warlocks kind of crushing it for a unit you don't often see.
Yeah, if I'm honest, I honestly looked at it and thought to myself, is he trolling bringing a triple Doomfire Warlock? But, I mean, in a situation where you're going against quadruple Vargeist, it is such a good counter to that. Anytime the Vargeist are going into melee, they have basically zero armor with Soul Blight, so many opportunities to do a lot of damage there. So really, really smart play this. It's such a pleasure to watch players that are at the top of their game. My goodness, 4.7k gold value on the Blood Dragon Vampire Lord is insane.
That is nuts. All right. 4,700. That is a Vampire Counts classic, though, is their Lord. They're in the locker room after the game. Their Lord is just going to be like, where was anybody else? Like, I put that game on my back.
It's like, my back is hurting. Where's my team?
All right, let me get you the lobby code for Tim and Al.
I've already joined it. I'm a spectator for it now. I've just joined.
Okay, well, all right. Chase.
I'm ahead of the game, bud. I'm prepared here, lad. I just saw the lobby being loaded up, so I was like, I'll just jump in, save you a bit of work.
Making me look like a chump and a fool. Not that hard to do. Not that hard to do. All right, let me get in. And there's that. Okay. We're getting good. Okay, one of my admins is checking Alfredino in.
Amazing.
And then I gotta update the scorecard. But yeah, we have Tim the Wilder and Alfredino. Now, if you thought Sipa... Watch this, this is gonna make me look like a fool. But if you thought Sipa and Sagos was impressive, do remember that I said Alfredino is probably the tournament favorite. So he should... I mean, in theory, that's how tournament favorites works. He should be playing even better than that. And Tim the Wilder has been on many Turin streams, gotten to many finals for domination mode. Also very scary at land battles. Now, I did have him ranked... Power ranked 4th coming into this top 4 because I didn't think he was on form until his top 8 game versus the Gentle Rat. There he looked really crisp and good. So if Tim is on form, he can for sure give Alfredino a run for his money. But we'll see. We'll see if he brings that form in. But honestly, the
Yeah,
bottom
absolutely.
bracket was a lot scarier than I thought. So I'm a little less confident in my Alfredino's going to sweep this tournament prediction than I was starting the stream. like they look pretty good.
Do we know if it's a Bretonnia versus Bretonnia matchup here? Is that game one?
Nah, let me pull up the pick ban. I was just answering some player questions and
Yeah, no worries. If there's anything I can do from my perspective, please don't hesitate to chuck any information on my side so I can help out.
it's fine. My admins are just doing check-ins, so we have some check-ins of for if anybody cares for behind the scenes stuff, we have these players. We're pulling them into private lobbies on our Discord. Then we have them briefly stream to prove that they're in the lobby and like they're not with their friends getting live coached or anything. So we have taken anti-cheating measures for this tournament because there's about $1,000 worth of prizes on the line. We are taking it seriously, and we also just want the best players to win, not like a group of friends and whatever. So just getting the players all checked in while I scroll up and find the pick and ban. I'm running out of things to stall with while I find the picks. Ah!
Well, I mean, we can talk about what these guys, when you think of Alfredino, what would you typically say is one of his comfort picks? We're going to be expecting, I mean, from your perspective, what would you say is a good roster for these guys to pick up? And where do you think their comfort lies?
What's weird is Tim the Wilder, I consider him to be an Empire main these days. And
Okay.
I think he global banned Empire. So that is
Really?
interesting.
So he's a main of it, but he global bans it.
Yeah, I wonder if he was just worried about Steam tank abuse and like having some bad games.
Mm.
Like just I can't guarantee this is true, but maybe he was like, well, a Steam tank running around trying to carry the whole game would be bad content. I don't want to do that, so let's just get rid of it. I could see it, but Alfredino is for sure a Tzeentch main. He loves Tzeentch. He's been playing Tzeentch forever. I mean, you saw his clanmate Segos piloting Tzeentch, and then the Demons of Chaos like they were Tzeentch. They have a ton of great Tzeentch players in ODM. They practice all the time. So, Alfred, I think I sent you the pick and bans. Well, not the
Yes,
bans,
you did
but
indeed.
I think Alfred got his Tzeentch in this series somewhere. No, he didn't.
Yeah, so we've got in this specific matchup that we're expecting to see here, we've got Beastmen versus the Tomb Kings, which is a really, really, really dynamic matchup. I mean, there's a lot of things that both sides can do. They both have the capabilities of going exceptionally wide. So if you go with single entities, which the Beastmen typically often you will see that, right? I feel like Beastmen have a lot of capabilities of bringing out some scary stuff. I assume we're not going to see anything like Hero Titans or anything like that coming out from the Tomb King side of things, but you never know. This is a situation where these
Well,
guys may be in the laboratory cooking up some real tasty, delicious matchups.
well, no spoilers, but if you want somehow a better series than the one we just watched between Segos and Sipa, Alfredino and Berserk was that quality of gameplay. It went all 5 games, and we did have a Tomb King's Beastman matchup where Berserk brought a Hyro Titan, um, and the Necro Sphinx versus Alfredino's Gorgon, Incarnate Elemental of Beasts, and a Giant. So apparently the Hyro Titan's kind of good, and we're not getting the Hyro Titan this time, but we are getting some Giants as we load into game
Oh,
one here.
we got a double kitty cat situation here. For some reason, I've always called them kitty cats, even though they're War Sphinxes, because ever since playing Cetra and him starting with one, it's one of those things where you got to call it a kitty cat. So we're gonna have to wait and see, if those giants are going to be up for the challenge of taking down a very large kitty on the Tomb King side. It's very cool to see DJ Katep coming in, especially because of the fact that, typically speaking, you don't really expect him all that much. I mean, he's not a Tomb King that I often see being used here. So I wonder if he's on his casket. All sorts of interesting things may be occurring here. So let's wait and see when we load into the game what these folks have brought to the table and the approach that they're taking. I mean, we can see a significant portion of the Tomb Kings from memory. It is a very wide army, right? Whereas the Beastmen have gone a little bit more of the veterancy side of things. I think the likes of Tomb King inventory are very cheap, right? So Spearmen, Swordsmen are all very, very cheap. So it's not like a super significant investment. So reason why they can go very wide.
Well, while we wait anyway, we can look ahead in the series, and we are actually going to see a very wide roster of factions today. So in this series, we have Beastmen versus Tomb Kings, which we haven't seen Tomb Kings yet. Demons of Chaos versus Kislev. Kislev went unbanned, so they are being played. Kislev versus High Elves, so getting some High Elves. Vampire Counts versus Skaven, have seen both of those, and then Grand Cathay versus Beastmen if we get to Game 5. So mixing in some more factions, get some High Elves, get some Kislev, get some Tomb Kings in here.
Yeah, it's nice to see a wide variety of things being brought to the table. It's always nice to see when in competitive situations you can bring a lot and still, get value out of any faction in question here. On the Tomb King side, if you don't mind, I'll just jump into it.
Go for it,
as we put it in here. So we've got the Chosen of the Gods, an incredibly powerful ranged Yushabi here, going with 641 shield-breaking damage. Craziness there. We have a significant portion of the Skeleton Spearmen, like we said. They are very cheap and cheerful alongside a couple of the Skeleton Warriors. A few of the Skelly Archers are also around. We've got some Skeleton Horse Archers at the same time. The Carrions are usually not worth the weight that they're, worth the gold that they're printed on, or however you want to describe that one. And then we can see the double War Sphinx. I mean, in this situation, you've committed a significant portion of resources into the likes of War Sphinx. So we're going to have to wait and see if... Yeah, we don't have any... what's the heroes that can heal them? We don't have the hero that can heal them at the moment. Necrotech, that's the one. We don't have a Necrotech or anything like that, so not going too heavy into the likes of the War Sphinx here. But let's have a look at Cathay here. We've got the likes of the Incantation of Vengeance. We've got the Naru's Incantation of Protection. Interesting. I guess the Beastmen oftentimes do struggle when it comes to magical damage and Sandstorm at the same time. So, yeah, a very wide build with some exceptionally scary units there.
Is cheap and cheerful like a British thing? Because I knew a different...
Is cheap and cheerful a British thing?
I don't know. I used to know this guy who used to stream Warhammer Logic. He doesn't anymore.
Yeah, I love Logic. Good guy.
Yeah, he used to say cheap and cheerful all the time about his Dwarf Warriors, and now you're saying it. And I'm like, well, I thought it was a Logic thing, but apparently it's just a...
guys, do you know what I mean? Do you guys know what I mean by when I say cheap and cheerful?
I get it. They're low cost, and they're having a good day. They had a good breakfast. They ate their Wheaties. Like, I understand. It's just...
I mean, it's just one of those things where, it's not inexpensive, and they're happy-go-lucky to be picked because, typically speaking, low-tier things don't get often picked.
All right.
Cheap.
Well, then I'll throw some Americanisms in here. So we have Pog Daddy Centigores for the Beastmen. We have some Yeet YOLO On Fleek Ungor Raiders out here, 4 of them. A couple Minotaurs with great weapons. I have no silly things to say about them. They are very scary, and they will hurt me if I say anything not forward. There we go. All right, they moved around. I couldn't find them again. Then we have Giants. Giants going to dab on some fools. And a Gorgon. Again, I won't say anything weird about the Gorgon, because he's scary. He's a spooky guy. And Malagor, dank memer up in the sky, with his usual Flock of Doom and Enfeebling Foe. Now, I will say, if you didn't see the Berserk Alfredino game, this is a very similar build to what he brought. He just swapped out one Giant for the Incarnate Elemental Beasts. But essentially, he didn't take any Beastmen infantry, because they're not going to get through the skeletons fast enough to matter. And the skeletons themselves don't matter. So when the entire game is, can you take out the Tomb King's monsters and they're ranged? Or can they take out your mobility? Why bother with a front line was kind of his thinking. And it worked out with him versus Berserk. This Tim build is very different, so we'll see if it works for him again.
Yeah, a lot of skirmish cavalry on the Tomb King side, so we'll have to see how they get committed. But in Malagor's situation, right, what are the main reasons why you'd want to bring Malagor? Because it seems that in all games thus far, we've seen Malagor.
He is super cheap. Flock of Doom is very, very good. And he's just safe. If you take your usual Trader King caster on his chariot or something, they're on the ground. They have a limited HP pool. Malagor in the sky. I mean, I guess he also has limited HP because he's not healing or anything, but he's just so tanky, so small, so fast, with 121 speed and a tiny hitbox. You're pretty much guaranteeing your Lord can't die unless you let him die.
One thing I want to call out as well is Tim the Weller is in a really interesting game and move here. He's got a box all the way back on his starting location, and he's just utilizing his skirmish units here, trying to scrape out any gold value he can find before he actually looks to commit properly. Alfredino is doing a great job of making sure Malagor is active and moving, avoiding any of these shots that are coming out. As if you guys aren't aware, anytime a range unit fires, it will shoot on its last known location, so that's the reason why oftentimes you can dodge things with relative ease as long as you're paying attention. And now the likes of the Giants are all walking up, being shot in the face with arrows. Definitely not the vibes for them, but this is going to be a classic case of how much damage you're going to take before we get into this chance of actually smoking.
Well, Alfredino's Centaurs are getting murdered right now, and now they're trying to get out, but the kitty cat's charging in. They should take a bunch of damage, and there's skirmishers all over. These Centaurs are in a bad spot, and it looks like they don't really know how to get out of here just yet. Yeah, let's take a bit of damage, but it's probably the best escape angle they could have gone for.
Wow, terror out of the Centaurs already. My goodness.
Yeah. That's pretty tough, but like I said, I mean, the Beastmen didn't bring infantry because the infantry fight doesn't matter in this matchup. Tim isn't even using his infantry. The infantry fight doesn't matter in this matchup. I'm starting to think the infantry fight might not matter in this matchup.
Yeah. Oh, some Flock of Dooms being thrown out on the likes of the infantry on the side, so we'll have to wait and see. I mean, yeah, there's a pretty sizable lead on the gold damage value, but that does not paint the full picture here. There's still a lot of availability of resources on the Beastman side, so we'll have to wait and see
big
how
mistake.
this transpires.
Catap's stuck.
Oh my goodness, yeah, Catap's being caught here. The Warspring's coming over to try and defend and bring in some mass into the situation. Some Vortex spells being thrown out towards the Underground Raiders, but this is a really terrifying prospect. Catap is taking a significant portion of damage because this is exactly what these Minotaurs are bred and born for. Catap is in a terrifying situation, and this is definitely could be a significant mistake on the side of the Tomb Kings here.
That is a disaster for the Tomb Kings. Losing Catap, because I think at this point he is lost. Losing Catap in the trade for... They are killing that Minotaur with great weapons, but it's not worth it at all to lose your Lord. That is a brutal start here for Tim. And just a flat-out mistake. Catap didn't need to be out there, but he was chasing off Minotaurs who eventually just realized that they're like, wait, you cannot chase us, we chase you.
It's like, hang on a second, I can beat you up. Let's go ahead and start beating you up. Yeah, that is incredible that the punishing, in these situations, anytime a player makes the slightest mistake, these guys know how to punish it and go straight for the throat there, losing out a significant portion of magic available to them, as I do not believe the Tomb Kings have any other casters available, so we have so much dead winds of magic in this fight, so we'll have to wait and see how Malagor can leverage the fact that he's still a caster in this situation, and how we can provide and get a lot of value in this situation.
One of our kitty cats did bite the dust. He has become the
Not
litter
the kitty
in which
cat.
he has become the litter in which he boxes. But we still have one around. I think this game is getting out of hand for the Tomb Kings pretty quickly, though. Like, I'm not going to sugarcoat it. I think this is over. It would have to take some massive mistakes from the Beastmen to lose at this point, because the Giants are going to grind through, the Gorgon's going to grind through, and Malagor has infinite Flock of Dooms he can chuck out at these infantry. The Tomb Kings are just dead?
Yeah, I mean, this is one of the really cool things when it comes to multiplayer in general, right? In a campaign situation, the AI would not attempt to, hard punish you there, whereas against a player, sometimes, it's easy to get that, you're trying to squeeze out every last ounce of value where possible, but if you push it too far, it is such a risky game, and it seems that the Tomb King player very much tried to go for squeezing out wherever value he could, but in this situation, got punished for it at the same time. Mm-hmm. It was almost like a call an ambulance, but not for me situation for those Minotaurs in that situation. So a great punishment, like we said. A Flock of Dooms are just being thrown out. The Realms of the Souls is being activated to try and get some healing out onto the units. That means the Ushabi is available to Summoner, because I believe at the Realms of the Soul 3 is when the Ushabi is available. Gets spawned on the backside of this one. The Centaurs are there to swoop it up. The Ungor Raiders are actively moving away from that situation.
Run, Ungor Raiders, run!
Still, yeah, that was out. Okay. Nice charge from the Centaurs into the likes of the Skeleton Archers here. Yeah, great usage here. A lot of Ungor Raiders still need to be active, but the Kitty Cat is still out and about, being a little bit active here.
Yeah, the damage value is pretty equal, I guess, but I am just too concerned. I don't believe damage value. It lies to us as the Cameron Warspings is trying to come back. I guess the Giants are taking a lot of damage from spears. I guess.
Yeah, no, definitely. I mean, it's one of those things where oftentimes, especially on Ultra, which was what Ultra unit size, which is what we're on, typically speaking, single entities against infantry, generally speaking, as long as it's like a spearman, will potentially lose, or take a significant portion of damage. But, a lot of the healing on the Tomb King side was obviously within Cathay. Every time he casted, he can do the passive to heal all his entire troops. But as we know, we no longer have that available to us. So I feel like the damage gold values are relatively, what we'd expect from the fighting perspective. But, like you correctly call out, sometimes it can be on a unit that really doesn't really need, or isn't necessarily in the battle in this situation as the battles transpire.
Did you see the War Kitty just get clubbed in the face by the Giant?
Yeah. Feels bad, man, for the kitty cat, man. Flock of Doom coming down. It's not really going to do too much to that, but there's so much inventory here stacked up. I mean, I feel like Malagor's laughing his head off with all these beautiful Flock of Dooms he's just consistently throwing out. I mean, this is definitely a great situation for Malagor to be in. And, yep, a surrender has just come through. GG. Well played for the Beastmen side of the thing. Fantastic usage by the likes of Alfredino there. So, GG's to the players. Great match, that one. Great way to kick off the bracket between these guys.
Yeah. I have nothing to add. I'm out of commentary for the day. I think I'm just gonna head out. You got this from here, right?
Yeah, no worries. Take it easy, bud. Always a pleasure. But yeah, I feel like I was honestly surprised how quickly Cathay died there. If I'm going to be completely honest with you, what we didn't even comment on is the fact that the Cathay gave himself 40% physical resistance. It just didn't matter. It legitimately did not matter. You know, the great weapons, 1.5k value on one of them, and I'm assuming that was the one that made Cathay meet his doom. Only 300 value, 1.3k on the kitty cat, and then 800 on the kitty cat. You know, it's oftentimes, you know, when you're bringing really expensive units, you have to try and squeeze out every ounce of value you can. And in that situation, you know, the kitty cats didn't really necessarily find the targets, find the mark. I'd be interested to think, and if you were to theorycraft, what was the double kitty cat available for? You know, it's one of those things where you bring a unit with a very specific purpose.
It's good versus Centaurs. It's good versus infantry. So I think he was looking for more of the traditional Beastman build, where you can get those big collision attacks into clumped up units. But then when Alfredino brought 3 large single entities of his own, the cats aren't great duelists. Like, the big Necrosphinx is, but the regular kitty cats aren't. So when most of his opponent's army was stuff he didn't want to fight, he didn't want to fight the Minotaurs, he didn't want to fight the big giants and the Gorgon, it was like, well, the cats can chase around 400 gold archers. Oh no. You know, so it was a bit of like loading into the game and immediately being like, oh no.
Yeah.
So it happens, but Tim's on Kislev versus Alfredino's Demons of Chaos. Demons can do it, but I still think Kislev's favored. It's so hard to beat Kislev right now. Stalwart front line, good shooting, good cavalry, good spellcasters. Like, they're just kind of living the dream.
Yeah, I feel like a lot of the recent additions with DLCs definitely padded out the rosters for Kislev nicely, you know, providing a lot of units that have such high impact in these fights, especially the Kislevite warriors, you know. They're by their blood, fantastic ability to hold the line there.
Fireblood's such a weird
we'll have to
thing.
wait and see.
I was actually talking to Blood Penguin, who plays a lot of Kislev and Empire and whatever, and he proposed making Buyer Blood like a Wa, where it's an army ability that procs rather than an individual unit ability. That could be interesting. Make your whole army unbreakable at a certain point in time, but
as long as you can activate it, yeah.
That
wouldn't be too bad. Otherwise, if it randomly procs off, you'd be like, well, all my armies are breakable and we're not taking damage. This is great.
Yeah, no, that would be terrible.
It's like you know, doing the hacker in New Zealand rugby team. You know, just all bite, no bite. What is it? All bark, no bite.
All bark, no bite.
But we can see in this situation,
especially if it goes off right away. Like, as the game starts, it just pops before the armies even meet. You're like, well, I'm unbreakable, so take that.
Yeah, I mean, that's some next level mind games. Imagine going against a player and then just activating that. It's like, well, come at me, bro. You know, I'm confident in the skirmish that I've got available to me here. Do you want to jump in with the Demons of Chaos?
Yeah. Go for it.
No, you jump in.
All right, fine.
Talk to me. Give me the juice.
For the Demons of Chaos, we got 2 Screamers of Tzeentch. One is the Shrieking Skyrays. They're just an incredible unit with high stats. We have Bloodletters across the front line, excellent at cleaving through armored Kossars or the Kislevite warriors. Really, any infantry you're coming up against, they'll do well. Triple Fiends of Slaanesh. After all of their buffs, people have been loving the Fiends. Unless you're against them, then a lot of people hate the Fiends, but they're a very, very strong unit, especially versus Kislev. Again, you need that armor piercing versus both their cavalry and their front line. And then we have Svarik, Feathered Prince. ODM taking Tzeentch-like characters with blue fire, name a more iconic duo. So Alfredino trying to blue fire this game out. And that is the Demon's Chaos build. Small, simple, effective.
Yeah, absolutely. On the Kislevite side, very, a relative skirmish matchup here. We got 2 heavy sleds and alongside 4 horse archers. Definitely something that's going to be interesting here. Going into the likes of relatively limited speed and mobility on the Demons of Chaos side of things. And we can see that there's obviously a good chunk of Kislev warriors alongside some armored corsairs. We do have the Ice Witch on a Frostworm, which is quite interesting to see alongside a Guardian's Call and an Ice Shad, and Death Frost for the likes of the Lords coming out. There's no real magical resistances on the side of the Feathered Prince, so I'm going to expect a lot of damage. But we've got Infernal Gateway, which is interesting. And once again, I feel like Blue Fire is such a good spell. Another one of them.
It is a very good spell. I actually really like the Heavy War Slides because if they can charge through the Bloodletters, you can save your infantry a lot of damage. But with Fiends being strong right now, I am suspect. As we saw with the Skaven, I am suspect of taking any Chariot-type unit into a roster that has Fiends, because Fiends are so good at killing Chariots. Like, just so good.
Yeah, no, definitely.
It's terrifying.
Yeah, Fiends are the perfect unit of, if you make a mistake with a unit that I can kill quickly, I will do so. But equally, they're very squishy, right?
Yeah, they can be. Some people are saying they're usually better with programming than I am, but they're saying like the Fiends' melee hitboxes are a little weird because they're so slim that some units have issues attacking them. But at range, they're very squishy. And of course, if they just plow straight into spears, they'll be very squishy. But yeah.
In this situation, we've got a scenario where the Kislevite has brought a lot of skirmish. How do you correctly approach the situation for Alfredino here, when you've got a lot of units that will need to take damage?
Well, he did bring his Gaze of Fate, the 3-use net, so if he can ever catch him slightly out of position, he can just pounce on one of these heavy war sleds with his Fiends. But Alfredino, like Segos before him, has Blue Fire, and he is super content to let this game go as long as Tim wants it to go. He'll be spamming out that spell, trying to abuse his barriers. With you can see his Screamers run out, take some damage, and then back off to get their barriers back. They're trying to scream for the Bloodletters, so Alfred's strategy is just to spell and barrier abuse while his Bloodletters walk up under their protection.
Yeah, definitely. Some great usage there. I mean, it's going to be interesting to see, especially in the situation where Kislev doesn't really need to commit to anything just yet, but Bloodletters are coming in thick and fast, and it's going to be very terrifying because there's not really anything on the Kislevite side that can actually go toe-to-toe from a melee side of things, so we'll have to wait and see how that gets into the situation, and most importantly, we're going to have to wait and see how these Fiends can fit in to the puzzle here.
The only thing I'm worried about for this Kislev build is damage. I'm a little... Ooh! Big Infernal Gateway all of a sudden. Hello. That came out of nowhere. That was surprising. It looks like it surprised Kislev, too, as they're trying to dodge it, but that's too late. It took a bunch of damage off of 3 units.
Yeah, the interesting thing there was the Feather Prince took that overcasted, staggered themselves, and took a lot of range damage for it. So, in the end of the day, I don't think it potentially might not have been worth it with the amount of damage that the Lord has taken here.
I would agree. It was very surprising. It just happened. Like, oh, that's happening now. But the Fiends are in. They're happy to get a fight with literally anything in this area. I mean, Heavy War Sleds are trying to bail out the Armored Cossars, and the Fiends are like, sure, dude, join the party. I was looking for you anyway.
Yeah, absolutely. Sometimes it's one of those things where just because you can cast certain spells in blobs doesn't mean you can. Because look at... Can I ping in this? I think I can. No, I can. There's obviously tons of blobs over by the Screamers of Tzeentch side, and imagine a spell there.
Blue Fire's coming in right now. Whee!
Yeah, not bad, not bad. I mean, I just feel like the overcasted version of Infernal Gateway is so costly. I mean, I'm expecting Alfredino to not have magic for a long period of time now.
Yeah, you're probably right. It was a mistake, but you can see the Fiends finally got their claws onto the Heavy War Sleds in the center of the fight next to the caster, and already both those 1,300 gold units are both half HP. That is a huge value trade for the Demons of Chaos, and they are cleaving through these Kislevites now that they got into melee. The skirmish phase was annoying for them, but the melee phase is their favorite thing in the whole world.
Yeah, Gaze of Fate's just been dropped on one of the Heavy War Sleds, so we'll see how that goes. The Fiends are trying to tackle them down, but Spirit Musk and everything being dropped down upon them, a lot of pressure here. We'll have to wait and see if they can hold the line, but it looks like they're doing an alright job of just sustaining these fights here. The Fiends of Slaanesh don't have many entities left, and their health is dwindling. Have to wait and see if they can convert here.
Yeah, Kislev is in a bit of a bad place. Their front line has been demolished, their skirmishers are all in trouble, and really only their Ice Witch and one Armored Cossar have decent health bars. This honestly, early into the game, we're only 4 minutes in, and they're in this kind of trouble.
Yeah, oftentimes it's interesting when it comes to, like you mentioned, demonic factions. As the battle goes on, damage is taken. They're more likely to crumble here because they have very limited leadership. But in this situation, the Demons of Chaos have a lot of opportunities, especially with the remaining units here.
Ooh, but this is a big moment. Svark was trying to cycle charge, but you can't disrespect the Ice Witch on the Frostworm. After the buffs, it is an anti-large monster, and she has been casting Death Frost on Svark for a while. And if he dies, I mean, demonic instability gets that much more dangerous if you lose your Lord. And that could be Kislev's last chance to get back in this game, is to somehow kill Svark and just rely on leadership nuking everybody else.
Yeah, I don't believe they'll have any availability of healing as well, so every single damage that is put onto the Zarek Lord, it really matters. And especially losing your Lord, giving a massive debuff of leadership across the board is not what you want, especially for a demonic faction. But we'll have to wait and see how this Ice Witch on this Frostworm converts into pressure, because the Fiends, scuttering about, making it very scary, and the Ice Witch doesn't have the best melee stats in the world.
I think the only way he can heal is if he gets really lucky in RNG and he gets the Nurgle ability of Fecundity through his army ability. Do you know how the Demons of Chaos army ability works?
I know that if you bring, in campaign anyway, if you bring a Tzeentchian Lord, you only get Tzeentchian spells. So I don't know, I'm not sure how that would, if the Feathered Prince is counted as that, but a spell has just come out, a Ice Shard over towards the Lord here.
Poked
a
him
lot
down.
of reduced HP.
He survived it barely, but yeah, as you do damage with your Lord, you get theoretically random army abilities. So if he gets a Fecundity of Nurgle, maybe he'll be fine. As he chucks out an Infernal Gateway, I think he knows his Lord is dead, so he just chucked out what spells he can right now since he's about to die. As I think a Death Frost is coming. That's why this Ice Lady is just trying to get in range so she can Death Frost him to end it. There it is. So Svark is going down. Will that be enough to turn this game around?
Yeah, it's a very good comment. Yeah, in that situation, obviously, when it comes to those army's abilities as well, you have to have the Lord doing the damage. So a Hail Mary's coming out, trying to cycle charge in or something. Obviously, we know we're not long for this world, so we might as well squeeze out any damage we possibly can do. With the Fiends are connecting onto this Ice Switch. If we can get a situation where the Ice Switch is surrounded, not all of these Fiends of Slaanesh are doing damage right now, so we want to look for the surrounds if possible.
Yep, and she is anti-large. She's fighting back, and the Svarek leadership debuff came in. I saw a Bloodletter, and I saw a Nurgling fade away just because he died. They were fine before he died. And everything else, its leadership bar dipped quite noticeably. And those Fiends are not having the best time versus the Ice Witch. She's fighting back considerably well.
Yeah, now you can see the Fiends are trying to wrap around a little bit more to try and get more entities into the situation. Oftentimes, when you've got high entity counts like 16 Fiends of Slaanesh, you want to make sure every single one of them is attacking at all times.
Rear charge in from the Horse Archers. Can that do enough leadership shock to get rid of these Fiends? It doesn't look like it. As nice job from Alfredino to see that coming and just turn around so he didn't get rear charged, which does do a little bit of a leadership debuff. And Kislev has reformed ranks a little bit around the Ice Witch. Balance of Power is getting more optimistic for the Kislevites.
Yeah, one thing to mention, a lot of the remaining Kislevite inventory have actually utilized their By Their Blood already, so at this point in the game, if the Kislevites get into a situation that is not favorable for them, we're expecting for the rout, because they have nothing left in the tank.
Do you mean like the situation that's literally happening right now? So many blinking leadership bars as the Kislevite warriors start to rout. Oh, but we lost another Screamer.
Depending on what connects.
His Balance Power actually went in Kislev's favor. Huh.
I'm surprised that the Nurglings are coming in to try and get active here, but Iron Ice Armor on the Ice Witch is going to be really paying dividends here, especially with the reduction of melee attack, trying to reduce the thresholds of being actually damaged.
There goes a Fiend. She's doing it. She's doing it, Battlesy.
Yeah, indeed. She's doing it. There's a Screamer of Tzeentch on one of the side of the battle here. We're going to want to try and throw them in to try and turn the tide of this fight as well. I'll have to wait and see if Alfredino notices the Screamers that are still remaining. But the Ice Witch is doing a fantastic job. Yeah, fantastic job killing Fiends of Slaanesh.
I actually think chat had it right earlier. They said Tim threw away his Lord in game 1, so Alfredino needed to make a similar mistake in game 2. It's just good sportsmanship, guys.
Yeah, absolutely. It's a gentleman's handshake, that situation,
All the Fiends are gone. We're down to just infantry and Screamers, which, if you have time, I mean, the Frostworm can get a lot of good charges in if you have other people to hold these guys in place while you charge. Screamers have been remembered. They're coming over the hills. The Eagles are coming, Gandalf. The Eagles are coming. And the Eagles are Tzeentchian and demonic and evil. Oh no, Gandalf. Oh no. Go, Frostworm, go! Go, Frostworm, go!
I mean, the 110 armor is definitely paying dividends, especially against the likes of the Nurglings. They're not really going to tickle too much, but the Bloodletters still can do a lot of pressure here. But in fairness, the amount of damage they've got, there'll be roughly about a 27% attack chance, so they don't really connect too much here. But yeah, the Monarch units are starting to crumble a little bit here.
The Bloodletters are gone, the Nurglings are thinking about leaving, the Screamers are in and they're fighting the Ice Witch, and the Ice Witch has support for now, but that support, its leadership goes up and down like an accordion, but will it hold long enough for Kislev to stop the demons once again, as is their duty to the mortal world? She's taken on leadership! It's going down!
Oh, this is getting close. The infantry sides are out. It's just the Ice Witch versus a hard counter that is in the Screamers of Tzeentch coming back in at the right moment, looking to potentially cycle charge to take advantage of the fact that you can get charge bonus here. The Nurglings are still remaining in there, but it looks like a Death Frost has been thrown onto the Screamers of Tzeentch.
Can they hold? Can anybody hold? As these armored Kossars have put in the work, they finally rout, leaving her truly alone, but the Kislevite Horse Archers rally. The Screamers are about to demonic instability crumble, and she still has 2,000 HP. I think that's it. I think Kislev came back. They did! Wow.
Kislev have done their duty to the mortal world, as you say, and have protected against the tides of chaos once again. GG's to the players here.
That was pretty good. Nice job, Kislev. Nice job. I forgot to save that replay, so if you want to go through the values quick while I amend my error, that would be great.
Yeah, not a problem there, my friend. So we got the Ice Witch coming in with a 2.6k gold value. The Armored Corsairs being exceptionally a potent frontline there, but not really getting too much value here. We got 444 on one, 110 on one, 600 on another. Kislevite Warriors doing a great job just sponging damage, paying for themselves pretty much across the board. Horse Archers definitely an MVP in regards to how they skirmished and was a bit of a nuisance there. One of the Heavy War sleds definitely paid for themselves, and the other one kind of getting near there. What's your thoughts on the likes of the Demons of Chaos side there? Anyone sticking out to you?
All three of the Fiends did fantastically. Their values are just really good, so nice job there for them. Screamers did fine. Bloodletters did their jobs as well. Honestly, yeah, everything getting really good value here for the Demons of Chaos, which I guess you would expect in a game that came that close. Of course, all the value on the battlefield had to go somewhere, and both sides just ate it up, so really good use of a lot of units. No real stinkers. Nothing you could point at and be like, well, that didn't do that well, like they, remember the Jabberslythe in the Beastmen game earlier in the stream? It's like, yeah, okay, that was probably wasted gold. This one, I mean, everything paying for itself roughly. Clearly all the units did their work.
Yeah, definitely knowing the units that they want to bring to the table and know exactly how they're, looking to take advantage in the situation and bringing them to use those units to the highest potential that they can.
We're getting our first High Elves of the day. I'm sure, 80% of the chat is excited about that because for some reason everyone is a High Elf main. I don't know what it is, dude, but High Elves have the most players. Everybody wants to be a High Elf.
As someone that loves the dwarves, do not shame your ancestors, Dowie brother. Not a fan of the elves over here. The knife ears suck. The dwarves are the best. But in this situation, they're going to be going against the likes of Kislev. The High Elves are going to be... it's interesting. It's one of those things where the High Elves have a lot of options here against the likes of Kislev. So we'll have to wait and see if they go, expensive or go relatively wide here.
Everybody's celebrating your dwarf voice. They're big fans.
Yeah, someone recently modded me into the game as well, which was dope. So there's a mod basically where it's basically me. But yeah, I'm looking to try and figure out how to do voice line stuff because I think it would be dope.
Yeah, you got a good voice for it.
Well, I appreciate that.
All right, you gonna go take your dog out now or after this game? I think he went to go take care of his dog and be a loving father. Because all dogs, cats, other pets deserve loving parents. Remember, your pets are always more important than whatever video game you're playing. Always. Blocker. Oh. Thanks, Strat. Thanks, buddy. We unfortunately got the dark version of this map. Sometimes that happens. Get a little bit of ambiance, but It is what it is. Just checking in on chat for a bit. There's like 500 of you. No shot I can keep up with that much chat, but I hope you're all doing well. What were the global bans? Empire and Dwarves, I believe. I believe the Dwarves were taken out, much to Battlesy's chagrin. All right. For the High Elves, we have... Oh, no. If you've hung around my channel at all, you know I have personal beef with people taking a Star Dragon that isn't Imric. I think they are trash. I think they are worthless. So we have a Star Dragon, Techless, with Regrowth is Net and Flock of Doom. Then we have the Fireborn, recently buffed to get some insane armor-piercing values, making them one of the best solo cavalry in the game. We also have some more lines of Krace, other Dragon Princes, Archers with light armor, and then a Spearman frontline. That's usual for High Elves. Rangers suck. White Lions are a little expensive unless you know your opponent's bringing armored infantry, which I guess like Kislev is, but still. Spearmen are just generally your cheap and chipper frontline. Ha ha. Ha ha ha. Cheap and cheerful. Look at me, I'm cultured now! On the other side, we have 4 Horse Archers of Kislev. Alfredino piloting Kislev this time. Staunch line of Armored Cossars in the front. Griffin Legion in the back. Didn't see a lot of Griffin Legion yet in this tournament, but they are very, very strong with that glorious charge. Doubles the duration of their charge bonus, and you give the leadership penalty to stuff. So really good against low leadership factions, really good at dominating cav fights when your charge bonus lasts longer than the opponent's. We have 1 Streltsy, and the Tsarina on her spooky sled. Now, on release, this thing was bugged for so long, it was banned from tournaments for like the first 3 months of its release because its hitbox was like literally non-functional. But it got unbanned for this tournament as CA finally figured out how to make it take damage in melee when it's surrounded by big scary units. She did bring Icebane's Kiss and Death Frost.
Yeah, we'll have to wait and see. Also, you said the thing. Love to hear that. But I have a wireless headset, and when I went downstairs, I was like, he said the thing!
I said
so nice.
I got you.
Right, yeah. Oh, Techless is an interesting pick. The regrowth is going to be really, really interesting for the likes of the Star Dragon, you know, being able to get a lot of value from that. The Fireborn's my favorite unit. Not
the
gonna lie,
Fireborn's so fun. They're so fun. I love the current iteration of the Fireborn, because they can take a lot of damage if you get them out of position, Pit of Shades, Fate of Buna, but when you get that beautiful charge, it's good.
Get it? 80 charge bonus is just unbelievable. Katharina's taken a little bit of damage, not sure from what, but yeah, the sled is super oppressive, especially with 130 missile strength. Doing a lot of damage. The Horse Archer's coming around, skirmishing, trying to be a little bit of a nuisance. I mean, it's one of those things where in this situation, you know, the high elf player needs to make sure not to over-rotate, and it definitely seems that, you know, Alfredino's doing a great job trying to put the pressure on there to make them try and rotate to be accommodating for what's happening. Katarina's doing a great job cycle charging in, trying to get out of the situation. Warlines of Thrace saying, you know, bugger off. No bears here, this is lion territory, and as she retreats into the distance.
That's a good point. This is lion territory. Her sled isn't even pulled by bears, so there's no bears to be found. Kislev, what are you doing? You got to bring bears to a lion fight.
Absolutely, you know, that's 101 right there. A lot of damage coming in through armored corsairs by the Dragon's Breath. Great to see that. Relatively even, you know, I would say typically speaking, both these factions.
A net onto Katarina in the middle of the Fireborn. This could be a disaster for Kislev. Does she have any tricks to get out of here? The Star Dragon's also coming over. Oh, he's going to dive straight onto her. I was wondering if he'd breath attack, but it looks like he's just going for it. The Lord Snipe is in.
Not a lot of pressures coming out on Katarina, but in this situation, there is so much boys around here. How the smokes is she going to get out of this situation? This is going to be a terrifying prospect. There's not really an awful lot she can do to try and escape the situation, apart from trying... No, she doesn't have a passive to get the armor. So, yeah, how can we see her getting out of this situation? She's going to be using all of her might to try and escape.
Yeah, she's escaping, but she lost 3/4 of her HP for the effort, so definitely the High Elves are happy with what just happened. Even if they don't kill her, they can still just take the little win. And they're getting a good prolonged fight with the Griffin Legions so that they can get some damage out from Flock of Doom and the Fireborn or whatever, without the Griffin Legion running back and forth, because they needed to commit to save Katarina. So overall, the High Elves just super happy with how that went.
Also, on the back end of that, Katarina summoned a Snow Leopard, or something summoned a Snow Leopard, doing a significant chunk of damage to the Star Dragon, so definitely returning some damage. Not an awful lot, but the Griffin Legions are lurking, snaking around, trying to RKO these archers on the backline here. You know, a lot of these archers are undefended, so we'll have to wait and see how the Griffin Legions can basically translate this into a lot of pressure onto the backlines.
Yeah, Griffin Legion charging up and over the hill, but the High Elves using regrowth and looking over at Katarina like, bet you wish you could regrowth. As the Star Dragon is back to literally full.
Yeah, that's a El Clasico. And a Death Frost comes in. Not going to get remotely close to out healing the likes of the Regrowth, especially with the Vigor as well, keeping this dragon so active in this battle. I mean, Teclis is more kind of utility based, and he's not really. He's done actually a relative chunk of damage. I think probably the Flock of Dooms have been spread out, but Force Archer is trying to cycle charge the likes of these archers, putting as much pressure as possible down there. It's often really interesting when it comes to heavy range factions versus heavy range factions. It's like, by the end of the battle, no one has range units, and everyone's just trying to throw what they can at each other. Just throw the bows and hit them with bows, but yeah.
For sure. The Fireborn are winning out on the Cav fight versus the Griffin Legion with a lot of support from Teclis and whatnot, but as you're actually mentioning the range units, I forgot Kislev had them, and looking back, they're very healthy. There's a lot of Armored Khazars and Streltsy who are completely chilling, and I wonder if those will be impactful in the late game as wounded Fireborn and single entities try and take them out. Could be concerning here for the High Elves.
No, absolutely. It's a very good comment to make. The Armored Corsairs and the Streltsies can basically get into a situation where it's like a death box almost. They can play off of each other, ensuring that it's almost like a checker box where they shoot anything that comes remotely close. So in that situation, I feel like the High Elf player has identified the fact that that is a doomed situation over there. Let's see what we can do. Let's try and lock down these Griffin Legions and start putting pressure down where possible. Regrowth has come out on the Dragon Princes as well, especially with the charge just coming off. We may see a significant chunk of damage on the Griffin Legions.
Yeah, especially if Teclis bothers to use a net, though. It looks like he doesn't need to. Currently, they're just getting free damage on these guys as they try and run away. Looks like Alfred's trying to sacrifice his Griffin Legion, but buy as much time as possible, as he is dumpstering the High Elf infantry while, the parents are away. The Star Dragon and Teclis are both gone, so Katarina is completely free to cycle charge Spearmen and stuff however she pleases.
Yeah, absolutely. Some of the Hulse Archers just trying to skirmish around the sides here. Round the outside. Armored Corsairs just shooting away at these archers, these poor buggers. A lot of these elves are on the outside and honestly battered and bruised. In this situation, it makes me happy to see elves get battered as a fellow dwarf lover, but in this situation, we can see Catherine trying to cycle charge in the likes of the Spearmen at the back here. Great amounts of damage. Interesting Flock of Doom, an overcasted Flock of Doom coming out does actual fact make Teclis miscast, but he still has a ton of healing available to him, so it doesn't really necessarily matter.
Yeah, he's doing fine. Alfred's up a little bit on damage value, down to the balance of power. I would agree he's down to the balance of power. The High Elves healing up big targets, but one solid misplay in front of those Streltsy, and that's like half HP off of Teclis or the Star Dragon. So Tim is in the lead this game, but he has to keep it crisp if he's going to really close this out.
Yeah, definitely. I feel like it's going to be it's one of those things where how much Winds of Magic? Let's start with that. How much Winds of Magic do you start with, right? How much available healing does the High Elves have? Can Alfredino weather the storm here?
Yeah.
When it comes to those single entity healing.
Not a great start as the Star Dragon canceled his breath attack. I think it got staggered, so it didn't get much damage on the Streltsy. It took a lot of damage, and look at Teclis just getting lit up by these pistols. This is the misplay I was worried about, as all of a sudden the Star Dragon and Teclis are losing so much HP. They're in enemy lines, and is this a disaster? Can Alfredino come back in this game? Teclis overcasts again, taking more damage on himself. I'm concerned.
And I believe the splash damage from the will impact potentially the casters or the dragon there. It's an interesting mechanic where it does a little bit of AoE around you. At the same time, Teclis, in lore and especially within game, he is not a potent fighter and he can't really sit in there. His bones are brittle, and the Armored Corsairs definitely took advantage of that one. In this situation, we've got a lot of routing units, and Kislev don't really have an awful lot of juice in the tank. Katarina doesn't have any ammunition to try and put pressure down here. So, can we start to see another heal coming out for the dragon? And the dragon's looking for Katarina to try and take that out of the battle.
Yeah, Kislev's still a bit on the back foot. They have some pistol. Kossar's trying to line up some shots, but there's a half-health Dragon Prince that is proving to be quite problematic, and we'll see if Teclis even has a regrowth or something, but the Star Dragon and Teclis are very, very low. It might be on these Dragon Princes to bring it home for the High Elves, because they're getting in there. Killing some Armored Kossars with the help of a dragon, friend.
Yeah, you can see the Dragon Princes that are right next to the Star Dragon right here are the ones that he originally tried to heal. Interesting that you wouldn't try and prioritize the Regiment Around variant, but in a situation you've got to play by the book and what's going on there. And obviously the value definitely seemed to be worth it on the Dragon Princes chasing off those Griffin Legions earlier. But Dragon Princes are trying to connect into the Armored Corsairs, but they're very, very weakened. There's not an awful lot there. And Archers are trying to shoot in from the side as well.
Yeah, they're doing their best. We have a full health Armored Kossar coming from the hillside, but honestly I think the biggest thing that matters is that Armored Kossar doesn't have any ammo. because Kislev wants range damage right now. They know they can't bump and grind with Teclis and the Star Dragon, as another brutal heal is coming in that might decide this game. Big regrowth for the Star Dragon, but yeah, they want more pistol ammo than they want armored bodies at the moment.
Yeah, the scary thing is the Dragon may rout because the Death Frost is still applying. The healing is very limited. So the Dragon's desperately trying to get out of the situation. Definitely nice and active because of the regeneration of the fatigue there. Teclis is trying his best to hold fast and stay fast in this battle, but Armored Corsairs are getting routed away from the Dragon. This is an insanely, brutal situation, especially with how limited Kislev's inventory is.
Are greenskins used much these days? Yeah, they're still pretty good. They're not like top tier. They're middle, but yeah, they're solid. You're not trolling if you pick them. Sorry, just talking to Chad for a second.
No worries.
Dragon Princes, Dragon itself, and Teclis, all very low, but like I said earlier, without pistol ammo, you can't get that guaranteed juicy range damage out of them. You just have to waddle at them slowly with your armored bodies. So, Alfredino gonna try and group up on his healthy Kossars. Tim, meanwhile, gonna buy some time fighting these things, because doesn't the Sword of Teclis give power reserves? Yes, it does. So again, as we mentioned several times this tournament, the side with power reserve generation wants the game to go longer. They need more time to get more spells. While the side without it, I think Katarine's probably out of Winds of Magic entirely. She is just a chariot.
Yeah, it's one of those situations, like you rightly said, the spell master is real as well.
I lied. Another Death Frost out.
out.
On the Star Dragon. No, Star Dragon. Katarine's already got 2,000 value. Good for her.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like a lot of the early game skirmishing, I wonder if it was worth just not trying to shoot with Katharina to begin with, because a lot of the ammunition didn't really find its mark, and in this situation, you've got to try and reserve what you can to try and give value here, but there's not an awful lot remaining for the Kislevite side here. A lot of inventory just raring to get into the battle here, but the Terror is going to pay dividends here. We don't have immune to psychology for any of the inventory that's remaining on the battlefield, and it is going to be a very scary situation, especially alongside the Dragon Princes.
Dragons themselves are notorious for hating sitting in infantry and grinding, but as long as he has support, he can cycle charge, because he can just let the Dragon Princes or Teclis deal with this nonsense. But if we get to a late game where it's a Star Dragon versus some Armored Kossars and it has to sit and fight, then it will be in trouble. We are not at that place right now. It's a beautiful surround here from Tim. Lets the Dragon cause some terror before the Dragon Princes jump in, just picking off these extra Armored Kossars, realizing what he has to do. Really good stuff.
Yeah, the Fireborns have 86 HP, and they're still holding fast, trying their best to protect the High Elves here against the Kislevites. Still holding on with 34 HP, 2 models left, but the horse archers alongside the Armored Corsairs are trying to just bulk up a little bit of mass to try and deal with the remaining units on the High Elf side.
There they are. The other Dragon Prince is charging in ahead of the Dragon, though, and they take a significant amount of damage, and you really can't afford to lose these Dragon Princes as Tim the Wilder, because that leaves the Dragon all alone, and Teclis isn't much of a bro at the moment. He is so wounded. These Armored Kossars get by our blood before terror routing. That is crucial. Have you ever seen something terror rout before it got by our blood? It's awful, because then they'll get the by our blood while they're terror routing, and they're stuck terror the whole time. So Dragon Prince is going to rout off, and bold take, I think Kislev might have this.
I mean, this is going to be a purely dependent situation on if Teclis has anything left in the tank regarding magic, and we can see another Death Frost is coming out.
How do you still have magic, but Teclis doesn't? Teclis, where's your Winds of Magic, my man?
He's supposed to be a superior caster. Use it, Teclis. The Kislevites are coming.
Teclis has abandoned the Star Dragon to its fate. The Star Dragon's trying to carry, but the Armored Kossars aren't giving up. Katarine and the boys charging in, and I think Kislev's got it. I think they've got it.
Yeah, I think so too, yeah.
Fire blood from the horse archers! They don't give up! They never give up!
Now we're going to have to try and make sure we're blocking the Star Dragon as much as possible, because at any point the Star Dragon can fly away, but obviously the writing's on the wall. The Star Dragon's under 300 HP, and we can see that a couple of connections from Katharina will definitely sort that one out there. Now it's on to Teclis. I mean, how good is Teclis in this situation, my friend? We're in a situation where
he has 700 HP. What do you want from him?
Yeah, I think that is honestly the best way to describe that. And GG's to the players. Fantastic game there. Yeah, I'd love to see that. I think it was one of those things.
I love how Tim started too. He's like, yeah, I'm not even going to force Teclis to do this. I think he's just dead.
It's like he's been through enough. Let's let the poor lad rest.
Because in the lore, Teclis he is physically crippled. Like, he uses magic to walk around upright, but normally he's like stooped in posture. So I could imagine Tim just being like, "It's okay, dude. You earned it. Just go home." Like,
Yeah,
it's fine.
he did his best. He did his best.
It was a pretty good best. He was up for most of that game.
Yeah, it's one of those really interesting things where we saw Teclis prioritize a lot of Flock of Dooms. I don't know if those Flock of Dooms were what was needed at that time. You know, we're going in with high single entities. You know, a couple of regrowths, especially with the fatigue reductions, may have changed that. But if you want to jump in with the high elf sides of the values, what's your thoughts?
Very low values overall. Teclis and Star Dragon both did well. Dragon Princess both did well, but after those four key units, the value falls off of a cliff. The Spearmen and Archers got bodied by the superior Kislev frontline and the Kislev cavalry advantage. So,
Hmm.
I mean, I don't blame them for getting low values, but they did get low values. And as you're saying, I mean, when you've got four units carrying your entire roster in a battle, healing them and keeping that carrying going might have been more worth it than Flock of Dooms. So that could have been a better use of the Winds of Magic, but hindsight's 2020. Sometimes in the heat of the moment, you just throw it out. Especially if you get stuck in, not to take too long on this, but if you get stuck in a cycle of, oh, I have enough Winds of Magic for Flock of Doom and I need it now, and then you're out of Winds of Magic and you're building up, and it feels like you're taking forever to get back to that regrowth. And you're like, well, I need something now, Flock of Doom, but then you're out of Winds of Magic again, and you're taking forever to get up to the regrowth. And you're like, I need something now, and eventually you just get stuck down in the no Winds of Magic zone. So. Yeah.
Yeah, it's a bit of a vicious cycle, isn't it? You know, you need something now, but equally, in the future, what's that going to look like? You can see the Katarina coming with 2.7k gold value. I mean, the sled is so expensive, so probably just about paying for itself. Amakos is doing a great job across the board. Streltsy's the horse archers. I'm really impressed with the horse archer usage in this one. And we can see that we've got the Griffin Legions, a couple paying for themselves, one of them definitely not paying for themselves. But I think the fact that Katarina and Alfredino recovered from the situation where she was massively caught out, netted, and it looked painful and all doom and gloomy. Really nice play.
Yeah, I think Tim did a really good job of taking out the Griffin Legions. That was pretty fantastic from him. But then Alfredino recovered really well from the back foot because he was on the back foot for a lot of that game, but just kept in it. Didn't really make any mistakes. And we saw some things where it's like, talking about the Winds of Magic usage, maybe you do it different there. Or the dragon princes charging in before the dragon was ready, and then they died, and then the dragon was alone, and Teclis was off chasing stuff around for a bit. It's like maybe some late game decision making from Tim, but Alfredino just kept his wits about him, didn't surrender before it was over, and scrapped it back.
Yeah, the thing that I'm absolutely loving so far in these series is how back and forth it gets. You know, this has been incredible to see. In these situations, as commentators, it's like we have no idea what's going to happen at this point, so we're here for the ride. But we've got a Skaven versus Vampire Counts matchup. You know, this is as a Skaven yourself, what would you say you would expect to be built for the Skaven side against Vampire Counts?
Well, before we get into that really quick, I will say the games have been made a lot better today by no lag. So thanks you for coming in here with the lag solution that's been saving us all stream. It has been super crisp, and you deserve all the credit in the world. So you're doing great.
Well, thank you. I appreciate that. It's very kind of you to say.
For the Skaven, after the buffs, you actually got a lot of play in this matchup. It's still probably Vampire Count's favored. They have everything the Skaven don't want. They have good single target spells with Gaze and Nagash and Spirit Leech. They have Dragon Lords, which are very scary. They have high air presence with Vargeist, who also have armor piercing to dive onto your Poison Wind Globes and stuff. But the Skaven, all of their units that got buffed are good versus the Vampire Counts. Your strong skirmishers of the gutter runners with their physical resistance. Vampire Counts don't have as much magic damage as you would think vampires would have. So that physical resistance is pretty good. Storm Vermin, so you have a front line that can actually hold, is pretty good. Doom Flayers are good because Blood Knights don't actually have armor piercings, so Doom Flayers can hold for a surprising amount of time on the flanks. So Skaven got like purely Vampire Counts buffs. And I haven't actually seen this update since the patch, but you'd probably still want to go pretty mobile. I don't know if the Skaven want to box because the Counts are just so good at tearing it apart. So take a couple stalwart storm vermin and then as many 360 shooters as you can, a bunch of rat ogres, and just stay mobile, stay on your toes.
Yep. I mean, we've identified the fact that Manfred is someone that can facilitate a lot of what makes the vampire counts good in this matchup. You know, he can go with Spirit Leech, he can go with Gaze of Nagash, he can go with a lot of pressures alongside infinite value printing. I mean, will Manfred be likely to be picked here? Because I feel like the vampire counts, you know, it's a very expensive commitment, but it has so much reward as long as you can achieve it.
Yeah, counts are good. Manfred's good. I really hope to see Doom and Darkness versus a Skaven. I feel like more people need to get on board with just abusing their leadership. But counts good here. This is one of the like 2 matchups I'll say counts are good. Otherwise, I think they're trash. Trash faction. They need buffs. And I don't even play vampire counts. Okay, I don't even play vampire counts. And vampire counts are strong. I hate it, but I will say they need buffs right now. So, CA, please. I don't know if they can hear this. This is an obscure channel that I don't know they know exists.
Well, we'll have to wait and see. Oh, but he did go Manfred. Pog. I mean,
Manfred.
Yeah, he did go Manfred. I expected it so because he facilitates pretty much everything you'd expect in this situation. You've still got the blocker up, by the way. Oh, you've just taken it off. Sorry. Wow, Al-Ra Mortis Engine. That is insanely interesting. It's so costly, but I guess if you've got a situation where you're bringing anything scary ranged-wise, which you'd expect the Skaven to do, you know, we've got the ROR Warp Lock Giselles that can shoot while invisible, so yeah, a lot of interesting things that have been brought forward here, so we'll have to wait and see how this actually goes.
Did get a question from one of the players, so just answering that real quick.
Yeah, not a problem, not a problem. So yeah, we've got, like we said, we've got Manfred on the side of the vampires. Honestly, Manfred is, in lore, someone I despise, but in game, he's an exceptionally powerful caster. I mean, it's one of those things where with the changes of, you know, his ability to have near enough infinite winds of magic as long as he's in melee here, he has so much Aegis while he's in fighting. Sometimes you want to look for situations where he's good into chaff, and he'll print off a ton of value regarding the winds of magic regeneration, but yeah, the Claw of Nagash is such a costly Mortis engine, and it makes perfect sense, but at any point, if you get caught out with Night Runners or anything like that, you know, very quickly you will see you have a bad time, as it's exceptionally, I mean, it's a relatively quick Mortis engine, and has really low armor, so it's a bit of a drain tank, but we got the Zombuanis, we got a lot of chaff coming in for the vampires, which is purely what we're expecting. You know, they often will try and throw things at their opponents and just try and utilize the high-cost units and monsters that can give them the Aegis into the battle. As we can see, the tree play, 3 Musketeers of the Vargeist coming out. So we'll have to wait and see. There's no real... I mean, there are a lot of kind of scary things Skaven can bring, but it depends on how, you know, together the vampire plays. As long as they're tackling the situation where Aphrodite's going in with other units supporting each other instead of going in one by one, ensuring that they can try and look for those situations where they're advantageous, you know?
Yeah. It is a really good anti-Skaven build. It's a lot of what he needs. The Mortis Engine is a nice pick, because if the Skaven want to like super hard blob, you can punish it, but Mortis Engines, it's hard to make them like truly trash. As for someone in the chat asking, how do they do the pick and bans? It would take a little bit to explain, but they do pick the factions themselves, and it's what we use in a lot of our tournaments, so they're used to it over a long period of time. But yes, the players do pick from factions that they want. It is not random, and you can even ban some factions that you don't want to play against. So, yes. For the Skaven, we do have a lot of what I was expecting. Some surprises. 4 Night Runners is solid, but no Gutter Runners is a little shocking, because Gutter Runner's melee stats are pretty good at pushing back dogs or fellbats. We do have Ikit Claw. Again, that is expected with its Aerial Net and Flensing Ruin, both good. 3 Rat Ogres is pretty solid. Stormverm and Halberd frontline after their buffs, very solid stuff. And then 5 Skaven Slave Slingers. I don't disagree. I think Skaven Slave Slingers are a good unit. I've just never seen 5 of them. And as Chad is also noting, no Poison Globes is also a little odd, though Manfred did bring Fate of Buna, which can still delete a Giselle unit or a Globe unit. It does enough damage in a short enough amount of time that they are guaranteed to shatter or die. So, yeah, interesting Skaven build, but it is a lot of what I wanted to see. I think it's pretty strong. This series is 1 and 2. The Skaven have to win if Tim wants to get to Game 5. This is a Vampire Count's favorite matchup. I'm concerned, but he brought a good build, so maybe he can do it. I don't know.
I mean, it's one of those things where, yeah, no, me too. You know, these guys are putting on an absolute show, so we'll have to wait and see how they can do that. Oh, it looks like Storm Demon maybe is trying to be thrown out one of the Vargeist, but Icaclaw has got the, is it the Doom Wheel? Mount, which does an insane amount of range damage, so we'll have to wait and see how the skirmish elements of Icaclaw can go in there. We also, a lot of, wow, 3 entities have already been killed already from that. Really nice pickup from the likes of the Icaclaw's weapon there. I mean, yeah, are we going to commit resources into healing them already? But I feel like it's going to be difficult to commit that already in the game.
Yeah, you could try for it because Invocation Heck can bring bottles back to life, but Icket did get 200 value off of that one shot, so that thing already paid for itself. I think he has 2 more casts of it, right? Or is it 2 casts total? Oh, it's 2 casts total.
Yeah, 2 casts total. Yeah, exactly. I mean, it's 100% AP. You very rarely see Storm Demon. Obviously, we've got unlimited power as well, so the longer this goes on, the more Icaclaw will be able to print off reserves. And the El Clasico situation, the Night Runners are looking to skirmish, but in fairness, it's like, all right, mate, you can shoot my zombies all you want. They're called meat shields for a reason. By all means, waste your ammunition on them. They're 100 cost, and that's it. We can see Vargeist trying to swarm around to see what situation they can see. Maybe if they can find any kind of hidden unit. You know, is this situation, are we trying to scout for the RR Wartwalk Jezzail here, or how come we're going so poised and aggressive with the Vargeist, you think?
I do think he is looking for the Jezzails just in case, because Icket has that net, so you don't want to get in a bad situation where Manfred can get netted and Flensing Ruined and shot by Jezzails. But speaking of the net, Vargeist in front of 4 Night Runners is dangerous to get netted, but thankfully they are getting some weird bugged charge animations that keep them moving, so that they're kind of dodging these ninja stars.
The Hungering's coming out as well, most importantly. They're actually just getting a wee cheeky bit of healing that they should not have been allowed. And the Vargeist are looking to Psycho Charge from the other side as well. Unfortunately, the Night Runners got netted out, isolated out and battered here. The Skaven players having to readjust their positioning, especially since they had such a nicely positioned, box there. But let's have to wait and see how the Vampire player can take advantage of the situation of a staggered line.
Yeah, and the more it gets staggered, the more problematic it is. The Skaven Slave Slingers, unless you position them literally perfectly, they're going to start getting in their own way, or the Storm Vermin Halberds are getting in their way, so some of your Slingers aren't going to fire, and it's a lot of pressure for Tim to get these Slingers somewhere that they can both see what they're shooting at, but also aren't exposed. And you can see he's spending a lot of time microing them back into correct positions while the Vampire Counts are just tearing up his Night Runners. Yeah,
it's an interesting situation, especially since the Night Runner's entire purpose is to try and skirmish and get a lot of value. But I mean, I feel like Aphrodite did a really good job to shut that down, and a little bit of damage coming on Manfred's side, but nothing too scary. Here's the terrifying prospect of all of your chaff inventory for the Vampire side is still alive and kicking, and you're now in a situation where a lot of your range resources are unbelievably squishy. They will just fall over if you look at them funny. And we can see now the old wraparound situation's happening.
Yeah, Slingers are trying to focus down the Mortis Engine. They are getting a lot of damage out onto it, but I wonder how much that's going to matter. We'll see. It'll heal up plenty, so unless you burst it, it'll be fine. Vargeist getting surrounded by Rat Ogres is going to be a problem, though.
Yeah, and especially the Mortis Engine got surrounded by Rat Ogres and a Halberd, so I feel like the Mortis Engine is not long for this world if this is the situation it finds himself in.
Potentially Manfred's not going to allow it. Beautiful breath attack.
Oh my god. Yep. Okay, that's almost that's an insta round. That's an insane breath attack from Manfred. Poised and positioned, raring to go. Already full HP Skaven Slave Slingers have been routed off through terror. Smiley face on that one. We can see the zombies are all starting to wrap around and just get into the action. Manfred's just trying to throw himself into the battle against Icaclaw here.
Yeah, Flensing Rune was cast, but it's undercast. And Manfred can just take it. I mean, it was the first one of this game, so it's not like he's in threat of dying. But now that it's gone, there's not a lot of threat here. And he is bringing the Mortis Engine over. He's trying to just tear out away these Rat Ogres and just get Icket all alone. Or if Icket abandons the fight, then his leadership goes with him, and then everything routes. So Manfred's putting him in a lose-lose situation. Looks like Icket is trying to escape, as all of his Skaven are routing.
Yeah, I'm a little bit scared for the Mortis Engine here. I mean, you want to try and pressure, but equally you're running straight towards the Night Runners that have easy ability to easy accuracy against you here. I mean, do you start committing healing, or what do you try and do to make sure this Mortis Engine can still print off value? Because the amount of healing it can apply. Yeah, Invocation of Heck has just come out just to make sure they can keep nice and topped up and cheap and cheerful. I don't know why it's a cheap and cheerful, it's just top of mind. And then they're running towards the skeleton, clan rats here.
Yeah, I think the Invocation of Heck was smart there. It was getting pretty low, and
Definitely.
you just want to make the Skaven work for it. They've done so much damage to the Claw of Nagash. You just want to make them keep committing more and more, and just make them work for it. No reason to abandon it when you can save it, even if they'll kill it in the future. Doesn't matter. Just make them do it. Make them prove that they can.
Oh, Ikakor's just fired out his brass orb onto some zombies, so interesting decision. Obviously a very low-tier inventory that they're trying to prioritize there, but Manfred is basically saying, get away from my Mortis engine. Already, the Mortis engine has brought in 1.3k gold value, which is insane, but the upgraded Flensing Rune has come through. This might be the death of the Mortis engine, but Invocation of Heck has just come through to say, do you know what? This guy is going to be staying. But no, Ikit's getting some really good hits in.
Yeah, Ikit's beating him up, and I wonder if there's any way to punish Manfred for focusing so much healing on the Claw of Nagash while he himself is in the same amount of danger. If there is a way to finish him off somehow. I mean, he gets a nice net in. Ikit Claw is holding Manfred on the ground with Radorgus rear charging. This is a desperate last gamble from the Skaven, but it is really their best hope is to try and punish Manfred's way over aggression, but those dragon charge animations, even though he's netted, taking him to safety. And I think that is bad sign for the Skaven. The damage value is the most fraudulent thing I've ever seen. I don't know how the Skaven are up 3,000 value, because as you look across the battlefield, they don't look it.
No, I feel like the Mortis engine has just thrown out so much healing while being in those blobs. I mean, he aggressively poised that positioning of the Mortis engine, and only now, 6.5 minutes in, do we get punished for it. So we'll have to wait and see if Manfred can kind of like trickle himself up. But keep in mind, the Sword of the Unholy Power is just printing off so much reserve. So we say, can we punish it? In the situation where Manfred's playing as aggressive as he was, I feel like no, because we're just getting a ton of healing and tons of regeneration of reserves and Winds of Magics in general. Another beautiful breath attack coming through for the Storm Vermins as well, though.
Yeah, he needed that to at least break the back of these ones. Now there's only one Storm Vermin that really has a bunch of leadership left, and Ikit used unlimited power, which he needs to, but it did hurt him. The Overcast did hurt him, and now a charge in for Manfred, a Spirit Leech. He's going all in on the Ikit Claw Snipe to end this game once and for all, as another Flensing Ruin comes out from Ikit to try and end Manfred. And it is Overcast. Manfred's not looking too healthy either. Ikit's chasing him down.
Yeah, wow. I mean, the Direwolves are saying, okay, if you want to try that, buddy, I'm here with the anti-large ready for it. I mean, the Flensing Ruin is just such a nuisance with the amount of damage it's pulling out. We'll have to wait and see if the rest of the resources can come back into the battlefield, because we need to make sure that we're all, we're fighting as one in this situation. But Igaclaw is doing his best to try and take out some of these Vargeists, but in this situation, there's just so much chaff in the middle of this fight here. There's no real quality remaining in the fight in the middle here.
Yeah, there's some Storm Vermin that are doing their best. What is that? Oh, is that a Fate of Yuna on the Storm Vermin? That is game-ending. I didn't even know he had that much Winds of Magic left in him, but...
Brutal. Yeah, that's what I mean. It's so hard to punish someone that can print off Winds of Magic.
Yeah, because now his dive-in, he's going to route everything here besides Ikit, it looks like, and then that'll just be the end of the game, I'm imagining. But, ooh, really nice Howling Warp Gale. And the Direwolves are slow. The Direwolves need to rear charge right now or Manfred's going to die. Direwolves, go, go, go!
Manfred is in a bad situation.
They were a little slow. Here comes the Terrorites I was expecting, but the Wolves definitely just leaving Manfred to die.
He's in crumbling situation. Can he actually try and get another cycle charge off before he crumbles to his death here? He needs to try and fly, get back into combat, keep cycle charging, get his combat up, keep his leadership high, and he's doing it. Yep, he's managed to recover, but he's still not out of the woods here. He needs to make sure to keep these cycle charges coming. But if at any point Ikaclaw gets one range hit... Oh, Flensing Rune.
Oh!
Okay.
Invocation of the Heck Overcast kills Manfred!
Yeah, he overcasted. Oh my goodness. That could have... Oh my god. Ikaclaw's just routed, though.
Yeah, we need these one Storm Vermin Halberds to hold until Ikit returns. There's a Vargeist in the distance Alfredino has forgotten that's very, very healthy. But I still think the Vampire Counts have got it, but, like... He got a little lazy at the end there.
Oh my goodness.
He was counting them chickens before they hatch. He's like, I have 15 chickens in my hand.
That was insane. I mean, it was so ballsy to go for the overcast on Manfred as well. I really respect that. I mean, sometimes you have to take calculated risks, and it still paid off there. Yeah, really great play by that. My goodness, look at Ikaclaw's gold value.
Yeah, 4,400. I love that he had the Vargeist in the distance that were like full HP. He's like, I don't need those. And then the Dire Pact didn't rear charge. He's like, I don't need that either. And then Manfred dies. He's like, all right, I might need that.
And it's like, well, I'm in trouble. Yeah, I mean, I'm still impressed with the amount of value the Mortis engine got, if I'm honest with you. So if we just quickly, briefly discuss, I mean, the star of the show was definitely the Storm Vermin alongside Icaclaw on the side of the Skaven. I mean, there wasn't really any kind of weapons team. There was, in fairness, you look at that and you think to yourself, what is the true, scary, hard-hitting thing for the Skaven? There isn't really many things. There isn't really anything that really kind of like weapon team-wise shows out. But then again, Manfred had the fate of Buna, so it wouldn't have even mattered. But what's your thoughts on the vampire side of things?
It was pretty good. He ran off everything he routed, which is important versus this game, and you can't just let him route and come back. You'd really need to get that one route and then force them away. He made the Skaven work for every kill they got, didn't really abandon any units. So that's good. As the vampire counts, it depends on the matchup, but in the Skaven matchup, if something's at 10% HP, you usually want to save it rather than let it die, because your entire asset is just grinding the Skaven down, and if you let things fully fall off the battlefield, then you just make it easier for the Skaven to focus fire what is left. So Alfred did a great job there, not abandoning the Mortis engine. And he did play great. Like, I'm memeing on him a bit because he for sure got lazy at the end. But he had the game well in hand up until that point and, set himself up for a good victory. So it was nice. It was nice stuff. I just don't want people to take, wow, he screwed up a bunch of stuff at the end. He was lucky to win that game. It's like, no, he did everything to get himself in position to win the game, and then he got lazy. But he did the groundwork first perfectly.
I think the most important thing there is he brought himself and gave himself enough room to breathe, right? Mistakes are bound to happen in high-pressure situations, and he allowed himself enough of breathing room to be successful there. So, I mean, it's like across the entirety of the battle, there's so many little things that matter. And he made sure to keep on top of it. But, yeah, he bought himself enough breathing room, for sure.
All right. I got to do some setup things. If you have anything you would like to talk about with stream chat and keep them entertained, I got to get finals set up.
Yeah, no worries. So, guys, who else agrees that the dwarves are the best faction in the game? Let's be honest. Let's all put our doubts to the side here, and we can all agree that the dwarves are the best faction in the game.
That's good. I don't know if I agree, but that's fine.
I mean, dwarves are awesome. By everyone that says no in the chat, you have shamed your ancestors this day, unlike
Organize. So the third place matchup will be taking place on Guillaume's channel. Guillaume is a YouTuber who streams in Italian, and he has helped us out with this tournament. So third place matchup will take place on a different day, and if you want to see it, for sure hop over to YouTube and subscribe to Guillaume. Even if you don't understand Italian, I mean, you can still subscribe and just watch really good games. He makes a lot of good content. With Guillaume. And then for our finals, I'm telling the players to do their picks and bans, and then you and I have 2 show matches I'll share with you in a second to buy them time to do their picks and bans so we don't spend a ton of time in lobby between games. And we'll get right into finals here soon.
Sounds good.
Third place matchup. What's your favorite campaign? You say you play a lot of campaign, but which mechanics do you actually enjoy?
I mean, it's a good question. I think as a dwarven enjoyer, Malachi McKayson's campaign in general was super cool. I think the fact that you get a Thunder Badge on the battle near enough instantaneously is super cool. I think a lot of the newer mechanics, especially within Thrones of Decay, was being so fantastic. I mean, a lot of really, really interesting campaign mechanics that kind of are deep rooted within the the victory conditions, especially. The likes of Malachi getting grape shots and sorts of things like that. It's super, super cool. I mean, I just feel like one of the most incredible things about this game is there are so many awesome, unique things about every single campaign across the board. There's things that make them stand out, right? And obviously with Malachi coming through, a lot of standout there. But honestly, Ungrim is actually my favorite dwarf. Ungrim, with his to die to battle, he's not the best conversationalist, especially because he'll probably just say to die to battle and things like that.
Yeah.
But yeah, I just like his brother coming through. Is it his brother? Garagrim.
Gargrim's his son.
It's his son. Oh, interesting. There you go.
I'm pretty sure it's his son. Because I forget the details on it, but it was something funny of his son died to free him of his Slayer oath, and then because his son died, Ungram took another Slayer oath, and it was like, no, dude, like he just got
like,
you out of it.
He did the thing for you, dude. Yeah, that's. I mean, he's the Slayer King. That's what he's known for, as well. Kind of Kadrin. I mean, I'm pretty sure in lore he was one of the very last remaining dwarves to exist, and I think he fell on the sword to keep the likes of I believe Vlad alive. But yeah, a lot of cool things there. I mean, what about you guys? What kind of factions do you like playing? What kind of campaigns are your favorite? I mean, I really like Tamakan. Tamakan's campaign's really cool, especially with all the heroes and things you can get inside your army. It's like creating the strongest armada of lads to join your faction is always cool. And I like, using Chorf units. I will never find other units that are as satisfying as blunderbusses. I mean, obviously I know the dwarves have something similar, but units like that are just so fun.
I know his campaign mechanics aren't that amazing, but I just like Queek's campaign. I just like it.
I mean, isn't
it's
that
fun.
isn't Queek like what you use on a lot of your thumbnails and stuff?
Yeah,
But I think he's for the beginners one, right?
yeah, he's my favorite. He's on a lot of my logos, but like I just like the battle for Carragate Peaks in the game. I like rushing up there and fighting the greenskins. I do wish the AI got a little more aggressive about like contesting me on it because I never see Skarsnik or Belagar like reach the place. They just kind of they exist, but it's still a fun campaign. I like it. It is a little overpowered, I'll say, when you get Carragate Peaks. It just takes out all of the Skaven mechanics of treachery and stuff, and it's like all of my lords will now just be loyal forever and whatever. But I don't know. It's simple. Scratches the itch I need. I've played Peaks campaign like literally 6 times, just over and over again.
Yeah.
All right. I got
actually.
Sorry, real quick tournament thing. I got the finalists organized, so they'll do picks and bans, and Alfredino has to take a bit of a break and grab something to drink. So while they do that, we'll cast 2 show matches just so people know it's up. So we'll take. If you need a bathroom break or food, now would be a good time, and we'll hop right into finals soon enough. So, sorry to interrupt you. Just telling people what's up.
No, it's always good to provide that context, I'm just thinking to myself, do I order myself a pizza? It is the weekend, and in fairness, Saturday is for the boys. As everybody knows, Saturday is for the boys, so it's tempting to order myself a pizza. But we'll see.
I think you earned it. I think you deserve a pizza.
Yeah.
I don't know what we're doing for dinner tonight.
Right, guys, do me a favor.
What?
Type 1 in the chat if you think I should order a pizza. Should I order a pizza? Type 1.
Oh.
If we get a resounding response of ones, I'm going to get myself a pizza. Why not, boys? Okay, yeah, it looks like you guys... Okay. I should order you one, Olaf. Oh, that wasn't on the cards. Make a poll so you can decide the toppings? Ain't no way. I guarantee if a poll comes in, you guys will be like, okay, let me think about... Let's have anchovies. And let's have pineapple and things like that on a pizza. That is a recipe for disaster. Your boy likes his pizza the way he likes his pizza. You guys, I mean, be honest. Would you guys actually be serious with what you're asking for? I feel like you guys wouldn't give me a good pizza. No offense, dudes, but I feel like you'd probably go with a pizza that'd be, from the realm of Nurgle, exactly. And then I'd be like forced to eat it,
Oh god. Yeah, you don't want to let chat.
Why nobody likes dwarves as a poll? Everyone loves dwarves. I mean, it's one of those things where it's just a classic Tzeentchian trick. This. Do not let the votes for the nobody likes dwarves elude you guys. It's a Tzeentchian trick. Do not shame the unjustice, brethren. To die in battle.
That's actually pretty close. That's actually pretty close to Ungrim.
I'm the Ungrim from Wish. That's what I am. I got that. Yeah, Ungrim is my favorite. I do love the guy. Elf ears on a pizza. Now that sounds good. Elf ears on a pizza sounds pretty tasty. How do I like my pizza? I'm like I'm not sure if you guys have had like proper pizza oven baked pizzas, but just a simple margarita like that. Super fresh tomatoes, basil, just really nice cheese. That's that. I'm Gucci with just that. You don't need to overcomplicate things, you know. Sorry, I'm ranting on about random food and things.
Dude, you're fine. You're filling the time I need while I get the
I'm
finalists organized.
not a problem. I'm just trying to be a filler.
You get
Speaking
the show,
of fillings,
you get the show matches I sent you?
do you want me to download them? Because
Yeah.
I can just watch your screen, but I can put them in. Yeah, no worries.
Let's hop in together. Why would you watch the
Yeah,
stream?
totally.
Streams. Nobody watches streams. Nobody.
Let me have the replays in there. Give me a second.
I'm loading up the High Elf Dark Elf one first. So
Do you have to
knowing
reload the lot? Do you have to reload the game? I imagine so, right?
no, I just saved them in
You
my
don't?
replay folder. Do you know how to save those?
Yeah, I've got them.
Yeah, no.
I was
Then you
wondering
just
if you
have
had to reload
to
the game to reload
leave.
them.
All you have to do is go back to the main menu and then back into your replays, and you'll see them. But if you're
Oh, wow.
sitting in the replay tab, they won't show up real time. So we knew going into this 2, 3, 4, 5 that so those last best of fives went so fast because we had the players ahead of time do their picks and bans and think about some armies. So the finals can go smooth and we don't have a really long load time between each game as players think about what they want to pick and ban and then think about their armies. We planned a couple fun show matches between members of our community. So we have the classic High Elf Dark Elf, but it's the Dragon Lords, Imric on his Star Dragon versus Lokir Felheart on his Cursed Black Dragon. And then after that, we have a bit of a fun show match with Durthu and Kolek Suneater, who both got some nice buffs. So, got some fun things for you instead of just elevator music while staring at two players in a lobby who are typing to each other in Discord.
What's the positioning of the Dark Elf player there?
That is a clump,
That is
my friend.
That is indeed a clump, indeed. Let me know when you're ready to fire off. I am at 5 seconds as you are, raring to go. I mean, one thing we wanted to talk about is I love Imric. I'm not going to lie. I hate the elves as a dwarf enjoyer, but Imric is the one guy that I love. I think he is such a beast, especially in campaign. He's probably, I would argue, one of the strongest legendary lords out there. With the amount of buffs and things like that he can obtain. He is an absolute giga chad. Love this guy. But we can see we got a Life Mage, El Clasico with Growth. Quite a lot of rangers. That is very interesting. What do you think? I guess, yeah, the rangers would probably trade up nicely or reasonably nicely into the spearmen, so I guess it makes sense. But a lot of Dragon Princes, Lion Reavers. Yeah, the Fireborn as well. Love that.
So the formation I'm being told in chat by the player we got to do it was he spelled dwarves, DW is how we do it in Discord, DW, and then he put a cross through it. Because the Phoenix King, as you can tell by his name, is a elf main, and he hates dwarves. So that is the formation, as he is insulting you directly, sir.
Well, we can all imagine who I want to win this battle now, but we'll have to wait and see how this transpires. But do you want to kick us off with the timing, and we'll start playing?
Yeah, sure.
Ready
3,
to go?
2, 1, go. On the other side for the Dark Elves, we have Lokir Felheart up on his dragon. He got some buffs. He is not nearly meta, but he's not trash anymore, so that's something. Burning Head and Cascading Firecloak Caster, front line of Dread Spears. We have some Sisters of Slaughter, Double Reaper Bolt Throwers, and Cold One Dread Knights backed up by Dark Shards. I think Cold One Dread Knights are the most overrated cavalry in the game. Elf mains keep trying to tell me that they're secretly good, and then I watch them, and they always suck and die. that is
well,
my
the thing
experience.
is, with the rampage changes and the certain buffs towards them, I don't think they're as bad as they used to be. Although, granted, I think they were trash, or they weren't as good, should I say, in comparison to other cavalry units. But I feel like now they definitely have seen a positioning in the limelight, especially because of the fact that, they've got a lot of damage potential. Whereas Dark Elves, typically speaking, don't have many cavalry options. I suppose, their normal cavalry is nothing special, right? So if you want to try and have something that can at least go toe-to-toe against the likes of the Dragon Princes, I guess you kind of need a little bit of armor piercing. But a lot of damage coming in with the Rangers. These poor buggers trying to get into combat, trying to get active here, but a lot of flanking situations going on. Will the Dark Elf player over-rotate to compensate?
We'll see. It looks like he might be leaving some of his bolt throwers a bit out to dry, but he is going to murder the Rangers so fast. His front line is superior, and he has range to back him up. The High Elves going to have to get in here with their mobility quickly if they want to make use of their Rangers' lives, who are being thrown away as 2 of the 5 are already routing. Actually, 2 of the 4.
No, Imrik has just yeeted himself into these Cold One Knights, and I feel like in this situation, Lokir versus Imrik, I feel like Lokir definitely can do well, but he doesn't actually have the dreaded duelist, so he doesn't have the application of defensive stat line, so surely Imrik takes him down here. I mean, I feel like Lokir would struggle because the healing's not that significant in the grand scheme of things. Wow, Imrik doesn't have fire attacks, so yeah, I guess maybe it's not as close as I think. Oh, the Dark Shard's turning around, though, taking some pop shots. Not a good situation to be Imrik.
Yeah, the Dark Shards are deciding a lot of this matchup, and Lokir is a fearsome duelist, as you were saying. Cascading Fire Cloak, too, to give him even more melee defense. Imrik is having a bad time and needs to get back into the sky soon. If he wants.
Have you seen on the left side of the map here? The Alarian Reavers and the Dragon Prince have just blobbed up. Sorry, is it? Yeah, left side.
Yep.
There's an insane blob of firing going on there. Burning Head actually came through it to provide the minus leadership there. Obviously, yes, Burning Head doesn't have army piercing, but in the situation where they are low on leadership, definitely a good way to as a good catalyst, excuse me, to bump them out of the battlefield. But the likes of the Murderous Prowess is kicking in, so let's see how the Dark Elves can take advantage of the situation.
Well, right now we have Dragon Princess Imrik absolutely murdering the last Cold One Knight. The other Cold One Knight died in the blob fight, but Dark Elves about to lose all of their cavalry, which could be concerning, as the Dragon Princes are trying to shut down Reaper Bolt Throwers and Dark Shards. If this ends up being just light infantry and Lokir, they could have a bad time versus the High Elves. They need to maintain some form of ranged pressure to make sure that they don't just get cycle charged to death.
Yeah, these Fireborns are having an absolute field day when it comes to cycle charging high priority targets here. The Dark Shards and the likes of the Reaper Bolt Throwers are in a real significant amount of trouble. There's very limited amounts of pressure from the Dark Elf side that can hold down the weight of the Fireborns. So we'll have to wait and see. Some spells are coming out on the likes of the Fireborns. Is it healing, or what's the situation here? We'll have to wait and see. It looks like a regrowth coming out. Oh, the Fireborns are going to be nice and happy, even against the likes of Anti-Large.
Yeah, elves are not stalwart folk, unlike dwarves. When dwarves get cycle charged, it's pretty whatever, but if elves get in a situation where they get cycle charged, they take so much damage. So that's why most of them have such strong mobility cores, is to keep that from happening. But if you get to a late game situation where that's what you're stuck with, even Sisters of Slaughter are going to take insane damage from War Lions and Dragon Princes charging them. They don't want that at all.
I felt like in situations for the dwarves is, as part of moving, so collision damage is one of the biggest factors is speed, into the calculations is speed, and most of the time dwarves are just standing still, so you don't amplify the collision damage they'll receive, plus they are unbelievably, like you said, steadfast and they don't want to move at all. It's what they live and breathe for. The fight against Lokir Fellar and the likes of Imrik, definitely not in the side of Lokir's side. I think Imrik is just living his best life. His stat line's pretty much all better across the board, and he does more damage, and he's just, in general, a bit of a unit, especially with Lord of the Dragons being thrown out whenever possible to reduce his stat line.
Yeah, Lokir is routing, and then without him, without Cold One Dread Knights, and it looks like all the Dark Shards have routed too. The High Elves just have all of the cards. They can now slow this game down, get some healing if they wanted, cycle charges they need to, and I think Imrik will prove he is the true master of dragons in this little fun community duel as we wait for our finals. Once again, for anybody popping in the chat wondering what's going on, our finalists are determined. They are just picking their factions while we cast some fun community games.
Have you seen, do you have information on what has been banned thus far? Do you have any expectations of what Game 1 will look like this year?
Alfredino went to the water closet for the moment after his long best of 5. So, Pixmans haven't technically started yet because, you know, humanity and their organs. How dare they?
Well, it's one of those things where we want the best out of Alfredino, right? We want to make sure that he's comfortable and in a situation to perform. But yeah, GG's on that battle.
Yeah. I mean, best of 5s are pretty
painful.
Best of 5s are pretty long, especially if you're playing. Casting's a lot easier than playing it. So for him, it was like, what was it, an hour and a half of stress and playing. So probably just wants a second to stretch out, get your hands together. I don't know. You've played League of Legends, right?
Yeah, I've played it semi-professionally. I played in tournaments and stuff.
Yeah, I mean, you know how it is. You play your, like, 7th game in a row, and all of a sudden you're missing skill shots because your hands, like, literally hurt. We're not youngins anymore, Battlesy. We can't just...
No, we're not.
Can't just play constantly. Dude, I reinstalled League of Legends last night. Played a Shen game. It was fun.
Is everything okay?
It is. It is. I was playing some single player games, but last night I just had about an hour before bed, and I was like, I want to do something competitive for a little bit.
Yeah, no, fair play. I mean, it's one of those things where when I'm playing League, it's never a good time. As I mean, I'm washed up. I was challenger for 3 seasons in a row in season 3, 4, and 5, and anytime I go back to that game, it annoys me how garbage I am now. So yeah.
Plat 4, baby. Top level competitor over here. I will say, Platinum sucks, and here's why. Gold and Silver, people are just having fun. Diamond, people are good enough that the games are actually like sweaty and competitive. Platinum is that middle tier where people want to be good, but they're not, and they get angry at the fact they're not, and you have the most toxic people. Like, the highest concentration. You still get some good games, but you have the highest concentration of people who just hate everything. It's like, oh, I missed a minion in the first wave. I'm an AFK in base. I'm like, bro, this is a 30-minute game. Like, you can't quit after one minion.
I'm a firm believer that you need a degree in psychology to do well in League of Legends, coaching people not to lose their minds. But we are not playing League of Legends this day. We're watching some beautiful gameplay here. Do you want to jump into the Wood Elf versus Warriors of Chaos?
Yeah, that'd be smart. Let's get in a question from Tim.
No worries.
All right, doop. Guillaume, I know you were in the chat earlier. You are in charge of our third place match. I know some of the third place contestants have questions for when you want to do that.
Man, I'm not gonna lie, for Warriors of Chaos, I love Kolek.
Hayseed has been a very popular Giga Chad in a lot of our new player tournaments recently. He brings Kolek and actually gets like 3,000 or 4,000 value out of him most games, so people have loved that. Bwags, for people who are newer to the channel, he's currently playing the Wood Elves. He was the Hayseed before Hayseed was even born. He popped up on our new player tournaments and took a bunch of wild Wood Elf builds, and he was just really fun. So I got 2 of the more fun and famous new players and had them do a little bit of a show match with their unique lords. So yeah, just kind of 2 of our fun but newer players. And again, if you're a newer player and you want to get into Warhammer multiplayer, my server has land battle / conquest tournaments. I kind of switch off every week we do that, and then every other week we switch the time zone. And then I think RTK is hosting a lot of domination new player tournaments all the time. So yeah, I mean, it's a great time to get into multiplayer. No matter what game mode you feel like playing, just hop right in. There are tons of people who would love to share that with you. You at 5 seconds?
Yeah, I feel like... Yep. I feel like there's a lot of... As long as you're looking in the right places, there's so many amazing content creators like Human Boy that are doing some great tournaments where you can jump in there and start learning the game. So yeah, if you are sitting here and you're saying, I do a lot of campaign, make sure to check out Human Boy and look for those tournaments that he's doing if you want to jump into new beginners tournaments.
We need new good players, and to get good players, you need people to play multiplayer. Because, Alfredino's going to retire eventually, and then we're just up a creek. All
right, let me know when you want to start it.
3, 2, 1, let's go. For the Wood Elves, we have a Glade Captain out front, Spellsinger of Shadows with Melkost Enfeebling Foe, Big Papa Durthu with his Tree Man buffs, reducing the magic damage of nearby stuff. We have some Glade Guard Starfire Shafts and a Turtle Guard front line, and the Feral Bears campaign-exclusive unit running around. There are the Bears! The Wood Elves stole them from Kislev.
Kotlek is running up alongside the Summoners of Rage here. A lot of high-tier things moving around. The Exalted Hero of Khorne is a really interesting pick. Is it the Gore Beast? I can't remember the exact current name, but coming in with doing some cycle charging on the Dryads there, taking a lot of damage as we start to clash in the likes of melee here. We're going to have to wait and see how this transpires.
Yes, those are Gore Beast chariots. You really don't see them much. I guess chariots did get buffs, but I don't know how much the Gore Beast actually got from that, to be honest. We'll see. I mean, it's doing okay for now, so I guess can't knock it. Summoner's Rage dive onto Durthu, but he is in Spear support. We'll see how many isolated shots they can get on him. Normally they would love to fight Durthu, but not on top of Spears, so kind of a mixed bag there. Oh no, Kolek! The Bears!
Not the bears!
He just gets swarmed by bears.
You could say that's unbelievable.
I see what you did there. You're a jokester.
Alright, so it looks like Kolik has recovered from the situation and swiftly reprioritized hitting Dirthu, which is good to see.
Yeah, Sword of Daith went out. He got rid of most of the Warriors of Chaos support, but Kolek popped all of his massive buffs. Now he has 1.4k weapon strength. Every time he hits Dirthu, it really hurts, but Dirthu's also swinging back just fine. And Kolek running out of HP after the bears kind of nibbled on his flanks, and Kolek is the one routing first, which is a shame, but he'll run away. He is much faster than Dirthu, so he should get to safety just fine. Meanwhile, I guess Warriors of Chaos trying to stay in this game by just harassing the archers of the Wood Elves, but those feral bears in the backline making it hard, even for this exalted hero, to get anything done. Go Bears, go!
They can barely contain themselves. That's great to see. Interesting that the Warriors of Chaos side of things, they didn't bring any Trine healing to support the likes of Kolek, but yeah, it's when you get into low HP situations, you really have to try and squeeze out as much value as possible. The Shadow Mage, alongside, I believe, a Glade Captain walking around. It looks like the Glade Guards were caught out by the Exalted Hero of Khorne here, doing a lot of damage on that side. I mean, the Gore Beasts and the Chariots in general doing a fantastic job of looking for opportunities to take advantage of the fact that their inventory are isolated. Yeah,
they're not actually getting that bad of value, but I will say one disaster that is now finally coming back to the fore, but might be costing the Warriors of Chaos this game, is the Knights of the Brazen Throne were entirely forgotten. It looks like they chased something off the map, but a full health, super elite cavalry not being involved in the game till now is a bit of a disaster. But here they come to fight the dreadful bears.
Not the bears!
Yeah, the bears aren't doing so great anymore.
Yeah, no, the bears have very limited armor and stat line, but, I mean, they don't really have the armor piercing to boot, but the fact that the Skull Crushers have terror makes them unbelievably fantastic at dealing with units that don't have image psychology or terror themselves. We can see the Exalted Hero in the corner there is just not doing or having a good time in the slightest way, shape, or form. Unfortunately, some of those bears are taking them out of the fight here, but oftentimes in situations where you're in this late stage of a battle that's transpired, having elite cavalry to be able to just mop things up definitely gives a little bit of life still remaining in the Warriors of Chaos here.
Just a bit. Good charge onto the archers. But Kolek has been taken out. Warriors of Chaos are a high leadership roster. They won't be that concerned Kolek is gone, but of course you never want to lose your lord. And the Knights of the Brazen Throne are just bear hunters. They're going after the second unit of bears. That's all they want to do.
Yeah, it's hunting season for today for the Warriors of Chaos. Let's see if the bears can withstand the tides of chaos. I mean, in general, the likes of the Skull Crushers are so unbelievably potent, but they've just been routed off. And GG. Well played to these guys. Wow. What a game.
Yeah. I wonder if they were trying to solo out those... Trying to solo out the bears, because the Warriors of Chaos are mostly from the north, so maybe it was just like, oh, I recognize those, I know how to deal with those. And I doubt they've ever seen a Wood Elf in their life, so they're like, I don't know what that is, I don't really want to screw around with it, so I'm going to go fight some bears for a bit. I can understand that, Knights of the Brazen Throne. You weren't being lazy, you're just a little scared. That's okay.
Yeah, just a bit selective with who they wanted to fight. You know, maybe they're a bit shy. You know, you never know. Maybe just a bit shy. Didn't want to go against a unit they didn't know existed. Warriors of Chaos had a lot of... I mean, across the board, the Marauders just did their job of being cheap and cheerful, but some heavy, large single entities alongside elite cavalry and on the side of the Dragon Ogres. Yeah, I mean, some of them kind of paying for themselves. I think the Knights of the Brazen Throne only just. I think the Gore Beast as well. Yeah, definitely getting there. I mean, it's interesting to see how the Warriors of Chaos kind of positioned their caps, because if you're not aware, when building Warriors of Chaos armies, you can only have a certain amount of demon-specific units. So obviously, when it comes to the Exalted Hero of Khorne, excuse me, that is a mark, I believe it's called. That's right, Human Boy?
That is correct.
Yeah, so maybe that's why we didn't see a Nurgle Mage to heal them, and that's why we only had an Undivided Chaos Sorcerer. So yeah, interesting decision-making there, but yeah, one of the bears, it's such a good job.
Yeah, the bears are great. As far as campaign-exclusive units go, they're some of the best, because it's just like armor-piercing, monstrous linebackers. And what are they, like 650? I know.
Yeah, very cheap.
You don't balance around campaign-exclusive units, but I am curious just how cheap they are. What elves? Oh, the bears are 850. Okay, that's a little better, but still. I mean, they're solid. Whoa, they're not actually... Oh, okay. They're 50-50 armor piercing. They don't have armor piercing on their, like, weapon strength unit card, but if you hover the stat, yeah, they're pretty armor piercing.
Yeah, near enough, right? It's only just under the cap of the armor piercing symbol.
Yeah. How are eagles on armor piercing? 1/3. Not terrible, not great, to be honest. Why are eagles so bad? Oh, that's Gwendladur. What's actually a normal eagle? Same. What is Gwendladur? Is that... You're the campaign guy. What is that thing?
I'm not a wood elf enjoyer. I don't like anything pointy ears for the most part.
Come on, Battles. You gotta know everything about every campaign.
I mean, one of the beautiful things about having exceptionally awesome people in the chat as well is they can help us out.
I don't like relying on chat.
Is Sisters of Twilight Bird, apparently? You loopy. I mean, that makes sense. Sisters of Twilight, obviously. Oh, is that the mount? Oh, of course, because it would be a unit card, right? So Gwendladur will be the mount that they start on, I would imagine. And obviously you can upgrade to the... or is it, yeah, because you can summon either one of them, if I'm not mistaken. Oh. Yeah, you can summon interchanging between them. So it makes sense a unit card exists for them.
Wild.
Because you'd need a...
I don't know where Alfred is yet. He seems to have run away. He's too scared of Sipa, which I get it. I mean, Sipa's a spooky guy. But I'm trying to wrangle him back into our lives.
I mean, do you want to do a cheeky fight versus each other?
Sure. Lobby's up. It's called Skaven OP2.
I mean, for context, guys, I'm not a multiplayer guy, but I'll do my best.
Nah, you got this.
Let me join. Skaven multiplayer 2. Skaven OP2.
Should be it. You find it? Send you the code. I'll send it. No, he's here. He's fine.
Right.
Okay.
What am I cooking up for today? Who are you playing?
I'll play... Oh, people are yelling at me about Skaven, so... To be a crowd pleaser, I'll play Vampire Coast. Take that, Metaphys. Yeah, I'll play Coast.
You play Coast?
Coast!
Okay. Right. I mean, I'll play Dwarves then. You know, but your boy loves his Dewi.
That's fine. That's allowed.
What I don't know to do is what's good against you, though.
That's fine. I'm not taking what's good against you. I'm taking what I want. Taking the boss stuff. Oh wait, is she anti-large? She's anti-large, never mind. You don't have a large unit in your entire roster.
What do you mean she's anti-large? I mean, you're giving me clues here, but I have no idea what you're building.
I was looking at Aaron SS Soutspite, but I'm not going with her. She sucks.
Yeah, Aaron S is just not the vibes, is she, really?
No.
Has Thoric's anvil been fixed? I think it has, right?
Yeah, it's been fixed. You can casually take the best lord in the game, that's fine. I don't feel insulted.
I mean, is his anvil even worth using?
Depends. Makes you a little easier to shoot.
Yeah, that's my only worry.
Alright. I got some schemes.
Are you scheming on me right now? Am I allowed a Thunder Barge?
Thunder Barge? Sure. I have a ton of guns. I can deal with it if I need to. If I need to, being the keyword, but... We'll see. What else do I need? Oh, wait. I need these. There we go. And then I can upgrade one of you. Oh, I can't get the Tide of Skjold! Well, what's even the point anymore? Whatever. My build's ready. Chat's telling you what my build is.
I'm not looking, don't worry.
4 Necrofex Colossus.
You've gone for... have you now?
Oh yeah, definitely, for sure. For sure.
I mean, it seems legit, right? You totally wouldn't lie.
I wonder how a Necrofex Colossus would even do versus the Thunder Barge. Like, it has its cannon, but I wonder how much damage that does.
I've not got it. It's too expensive. I couldn't figure out what to build. Oh.
If you gyrocopter kite me, I'll be so mad. Actually, I have 2 cannons and 4 handguns. I shouldn't be that worried.
I mean, I just felt like cannons are cringe, you know?
Cannons are cringe. That's my favorite part about the dwarves, though,
cringe.
is their artillery. How dare you?
No, the artillery is dope, but it's like, I want to be a bit more, in there, you know? I mean, the last person I played against that was Vampire Coast was Anticity, and I managed to win as the dwarves.
Alright, so chat's about to get a Human Boy original strategy that I used back in Warhammer 2, and at the time, I thought I was a genius, and it has never worked to date. But we're still out here trying. I call it the Armored Personnel Carrier.
I mean, if it doesn't, if at first it doesn't succeed, try and try again, eh?
I never give up. Never
That's
surrender.
important.
So what we do is we take this, we group them, we lock the formation, and then we hope they stay in formation. And we hope nothing bad happens to it.
I have no idea what kind of schemes you're doing. I'm just trying, sort of hoping for the best here. I mean, you are a Skaven player, so you're probably cooking up some real schemy things, I'd imagine.
Well, I have some schemy things. Some sacrifice of my own troops is necessary for my build to be completed, but that's just how it goes. I have to worry about your vanguarded dogs, though, because what if you sneak up on me?
Vanguard dogs? Can I get Vanguard dogs?
Well, any dwarf that vanguards is a vanguarded dog. Ha!
Oh,
Ha! I baited him into it! I called dwarves dogs. I'm smart.
I'm just more like, wait a second. I've been playing dwarves for bloody God knows how long. I've never recruited a dog. Right, I'm ready when you are, buddy.
I'm ready too, but I watch as their campaign exclusive dog is like undead, and then just even more questions of like, wait, what? Why did they get undead dogs? All right, let's go. Let's do this.
Good luck.
Bloated corpses march. All right, stay in formation, boys. Stay in formation behind your bodyguards.
I mean, I don't know the attacking rules. Well, I'm assuming as long as you're running towards me, it's aight, right?
Oh yeah. I'm shooting with cannons too. Plus, it's a for fun game, so as long as we're not being degenerates, we'll be okay. So where is most of your army? I'm starting to get a little suspicious.
That's a good question, honestly. That is a really good question. Wait, so I can't hit you? Is that the whole point with the bloated corpses? Like, I'm unable to do anything against you.
Maybe. Come on, bloated corpses! Stay behind your guardians!
I mean, can't I just move a single entity up and just sort
Not
of
if I knock you away!
Beating?
No! Come on, guardians! Get him!
What is this?
Guardian crabs! Guardian crabs! Go, bloated corpses, go! No!
God.
Yeah! It did no damage! What?
That was not that bad at all.
Why did it do any damage? No, I
was,
tried so
terrified of the
hard.
prospect.
Oh. Well, I'm sad now. There went all my micro. Oh, now it's just Slayers beating up on poor rotting Leviathans. No.
Yeah. I try to, like, move in a... There you go, okay.
My corpses, no!
How could we have predicted that your bloated corpses would have done badly? That's so strange.
That is so strange. Oh, I think you got a message on Discord, by the way.
I don't know.
Ha! I got him to look away!
Oh, this guy's a schemer!
Ah! You Vanguard Rangers!
Schemer!
No!
You can tell your main, you can tell your main,
Skaven.
Wait, how did you do so much damage to my backline?
I cast a Vangeist when I told you to look at your Discord.
Ah, that makes sense.
Oh no, this is going badly. That is a lot of Slayers, and all my dudes are dying. No, run!
This is what schemers get.
So I'm not gonna say that you cheated, but I am losing, so you cheat.
I see. I mean, that's a perfectly reasonable thing to conclude. When you're losing, you played mechanically perfect, surely. Wait, you're silencing me.
Yeah, Luther is dealing with Gargrim the only way he knows how. So you have Vanguarded Dwarves, Vanguarded Dogs, as I correctly predicted. My Bloated Corpses somehow did like 1 damage to your Doomseekers. That was a bit disappointing.
Yeah, I have no idea how they did so badly. No, you've silenced my insane ability.
Is it the spin?
Yeah, the Beyblade, dude. Man, did you play Beyblades when you were younger?
Oh yeah. Watch the show
I
too.
remember. Yeah, me too. I remember one of my friends when I was younger. He basically had a party when we were like super young, and we did Beyblades. And his mum bought him a metal Beyblade, and it broke every single kid's Beyblade that was plastic, and like so many people went home sad.
Oh, that sounds awful.
A metal. Yeah, no, it was brutal. I mean, who brings? It's like bringing a gun to a knife fight, you know, having a metal Beyblade. But GG's. I think we can all conclude this clearly makes me identified as the better player.
You are the better player. It's true. I play campaign on easy, so I think that was already established. I mean,
yeah, GG's, buddy, GG's. I mean, I loved the bloated corpse tech, though. I'm not gonna lie. I think that was a really cool idea.
Thanks. I just like the concept, but as you can see, I've never quite gotten it to work. That's the first time they've made it to the enemy. So we are getting improvement.
I just got to the point where I was like, I don't think they're going to do that much. I'll let you charge me. So I started running at you. Yeah, they got 1 kill each. What? How much are bloated corpses? How much do they actually cost?
425.
How much, sorry? 450?
425.
Oh, okay. I mean, they almost pay for themselves.
All right, our finalists are ready for us to hop into a lobby here soon.
Amazing, amazing, amazing.
So we have successfully stalled.
Get hyped for the finals. This is some of the best players in the world fighting off in the very last... Is it a best of 5?
Best of
or
5.
Best of 7? Best of 5. So we've got a best of 5s ahead of us with 2 of the best players in the world. It's going to be an exceptionally exciting game. So thank you for being patient with us. We do appreciate it. And yeah, we're going to have to wait and see. Once we get that lobby.
I just had a mini heart attack, but we're good. My mouse died, but I was worried my computer had froze, because it does that, you know, every so often. I was just like, no, because I can still hear you talking, which happens with Discord a lot, but like, I don't know. I was just, welcome to finals, and stream shuts down.
Yeah, that would not be the vibe.
That would be terrible. All right.
That would be brutal.
Alfredino's making us spec slots right now. The lobby is called Finals Warpstone Cup, if you need it.
Yep, seeing the lobby, aye. And... Yeah, because I mean, Tech Priest, you've brought up an interesting point there. The Doom Seekers have a lot of HP per entity because there's only 32 of them. I mean, what is the damage of the bloaties when they explode on entities?
Like, as not analytical as it is, I usually just go with lots of damage.
I mean, you're not wrong, lad. It's at least 10. Yes, the finals will be happening momentarily. We're just getting the lobby sorted out.
We're joining the lobby with the players.
I'm just joining now.
Hurry up, you are late.
Versus Alfredino is a banger of a match. I'm really excited to see what these guys can do. It's best of 5.
Best of 5. So we can do pick and bans live now because they aren't done a week ago. Global bans, which both players.
Tell me the dwarves have come through.
Okay, sorry. One of the players asked me something. So, global bans, each player for the whole best of five gets to say this faction is not showing up for either player. Alfredino global banned dwarves. So, I'm sorry, Battlesy. And Sipa global banned empires. So, throughout these 5 games, neither player can play either of those factions. And now Alfredino is picking his 3 factions that he would like to play. From there, Sipa removes one, picks one, and Alfredino picks from remaining 2. It sounds more complicated than it is. And Sipa says rule number 1 is global ban Empire. He hates Empire. I don't hate Empire. I hate Steam Tanks. Steam Tanks used to be a funny haha meme, but now... Oh, now they're just a terror. Have you played much with Steam
especially
Tanks?
with the growth. I mean, yeah, Steam Tanks is so oppressive, especially with the multiplayer, you know, being able to be healed with the growth and just so... I mean, you just mow through everything, right?
Yeah. No, nothing can stop him. Alright, third place matchup had some questions again. So the maps will be the same 5 maps we played last time. Reichland Estates into Ash Plains into Schwarzhofen, the Deadwood, and Galbaraz. I did pick them so that there was a variety of size of maps and a variety of maps with terrain versus no terrain, but also avoid any maps that have like issues with being too small or there's this hill you can deploy on and the opponent can't. So we will be using the same 5 maps.
Yeah, makes sense.
Alfredino and Sipa trying to figure out their stuff.
Yeah, I wonder if they're going to go back to comfort of what they know already works, you know. I assume they're going to be playing factions they've played throughout today's tournaments, just to make sure that to you know, revert back to comfort. We'll have to wait and see. Do we know what this matchup is?
Nah, they're thinking, throwing mild amount of shade at each other. That's normal
Classic.
stuff. Just gamers being gamers. All right, Alfredino picked
dudes being dudes.
Dudes being dudes. Guys being bros. Alfredino picked Demons of Chaos, Beastmen, or Kislev, and he banned Tzeentch. So now Sipa can pick anything besides Tzeentch, and then he can remove one of those 3 factions, leaving 2 for that. But that does sound like an Alfredino pick. I mean, we saw him play Beastmen versus Tomb Kings. He's clearly pretty comfortable on them. Demons of Chaos have been a favorite for Segos and Alfredino for that blue fire of Tzeentch. And then Kislev's just strong. But Alfredino's Tzeentch is open this best of 5. Sipa's Dark Elves are. Though if you're banning Dark Elves, you're insane. They're not even like a top tier faction.
Yeah, no, definitely. I think
that'd be wild.
I mean, it's a bit of a mind games thing, though, isn't it? It's like, I know you're comfortable in it, but equally, I'm more scared potentially to fight against, you know, in this case, Empire or Dwarves, right? Alfredino took out Dwarves. I mean, does Sipa play a lot of Dwarves? Do we know?
No, he hates Dwarves.
Interesting. So it's just a general, Alfredino's not really scared against anything in particular. He just doesn't like Dwarves. Yeah, fair enough. Seems a lot of grudges are being written into the Great Book of Grudges at the moment, but that's fair enough.
Yeah, I think he's just worried about, like... I mean, Dwarves are one of, if not the strongest faction right now. Them and Kislev are really up there. Empire's really up there. So I think he just wanted to take something generically strong off. And Dwarves are so strange right now where it's like they're either bringing an air force, which you have to prepare for one way, or they're bringing a ton of heavily armored infantry, which you need to prepare for another way, or they do what you just did, where it's like you can have slayers and rangers. So like dwarves are so versatile, but when they're versatile, they're extreme. It's not like, oh, Empire can bring heavy cav or light cav and pistoliers or that. It's like, no, you're talking about fundamentally different styles of play just coming out of left field. So dwarves are difficult. I could see someone like Alfredino, if he thinks he's better than Sipa, he could want to force matchups that he knows, where it's like, listen, I just want to play comfort and I want to beat you. So the picks and bans, just to remind you, it was Demons of Chaos, Beastmen, and Kislev. Sipa counter picks with Bretonnia, removing Kislev. So now Alfredino had either Demons of Chaos or Beastmen, and he picked Beastmen. So our first matchup is Bretonnia and Beastmen.
Nice. I mean, in this situation, are you scared for either side?
I'm scared for Bretonnia. I feel like they've been solved. They got reworked, and their Grail Knights and Grail Guardians and Hippogriff Knights became absolute terrors. But then they've received like 6 nerfs over the last year and a half since that happened. And players have been playing against this same Bretonnian builds for a year and a half. And you just gotta think Alfredino has something cooked up. And the Beastmen getting the Centaurs of Tzeentch for that armor-piercing magic damage. Their monsters are pretty scary. Minotaurs are scary. Throwing axes are scary. The Beastmen have the tools. Alfredino is a great player. And Bretonnia are like super figured out by now. So I don't know what they're gonna bring, but I'm more scared for Sipa here. You could bring like other stuff. You could bring lighter cav, but I don't know. There's a reason people keep spamming Grail Knights. They're so good. They're just crazy.
Yeah, I mean, there's so many availability of elite cavalry available, but I mean, on the Alfredino side as Beastman, it's like I am almost certain you're going to be bringing a lot of elite cavalry. What else? What can I do to accommodate for that? So we'll have to wait and see how these players adapt and adjust. I mean, the thing that scares me the most is there's so much armor piercing available for Beastmen within this current roster with the Pestigors, like we've seen earlier, with the Centaurs, and with the Minotaur, a great weapon that attacked the likes of was it Cathay earlier on?
It was Cathay, yeah. He had that was honestly my favorite moment of the stream so far. There have been some banger games, but just the moment of Katep chasing and the Minotaurs were running away from him and just him, and after maybe 10 steps, they just stop running and turn around, and Katep like face plants into them, looks up, and they're like, "Nah, dude." they murder him. Like 100-0 murdered him.
It is interesting to see. Like, I feel like dwarves in campaign are beloved, where it definitely does seem that within multiplayer they are not so beloved, which is interesting to see. Kind of like how a faction can be represented between single player and multiplayer. It's always quite interesting to see the differences.
Oh, the elf hate and the dwarf hate are unreal in multiplayer. The easiest way to get someone to root against you is to play elves or dwarves versus blank. Because if blank isn't also an elf or a dwarf, you just won like half of the chat. And it's different halves of the chat. I don't think the same people hate elves versus dwarves, but it's like no one is fine with elves or dwarves. You pick a team and you stick with your team, is my experience. I don't see a lot of people like, I don't really have an opinion on elves. It's like, nah, dude, elves suck.
I mean, the thing is, in lore, high elves are exceptionally arrogant, and they are, they deserve the hate in my perspective. I think dwarves obviously are stubborn as hell, but high elves and elves in general are just damn right rude to all folks apart from elves, right?
Yeah. So here's the olive branch I'll give you. I really don't enjoy watching dwarves in their current state in the meta, but as like a person, I was a dwarf main in Warhammer 2. I enjoy dwarves more aesthetically. I enjoy their voice lines more. I enjoy their campaigns more. It's just their current state with the Thunder Barge and gyrocopters being strong. They can lead to some pretty bad games. So I'm a dwarf hater on stream, but like emotionally, I would rather pick dwarves than elves any day of the week.
Yeah, I feel like once we get touches, maybe remove the firewall moving on the gyrocopters and make that campaign specific, I think that would definitely alleviate a lot of that annoyance, right? Because a dwarf fundamentally should not be able to kite out, fast factions, right? Yeah. But in this situation, we've got the finals, ladies and gentlemen. We've got the best of 5 right in front of us. Notable Sipa and Alfredino in here, raring to go, fighting for a cash prize pool. On the side of the Beastmen, we've got Alfredino. We've got the dreaded triple Minotaur great weapon stack, which is a terrifying prospect for any of the cavalry that want to get cheeky. We definitely have very minimal armor, so if a Minotaur gets swooped up by a couple Knights of the Realm over on the Bretonnian side, I am scared for them, but the Centaurs to protect them as well. Cheap and cheerful Malagor come in as always, with Enabling Foe, which makes sense to eliminate the pressure that the cavalry can bring. Flock of Doom on there as well, and a massive Pestigor line. I mean, this is sort of standard that we expect to see from the likes of the Beastmen every single time. I think the Pestigor's armor piercing is too good not to use against the likes of Bretonnian, excuse me. But yeah, nice and wide with the Centaurs as well.
Yeah, I think it's interesting though that he took the Centaurs with great weapons, not the Centaurs of Tzeentch. You really don't see that too much, so I wonder what his purpose was, because he had to have done that intentionally. Like, there's no way he just misclicked. On the other side, for Sipa, he is avoiding that trap, like we said, of the Grail Knights. He knows Alfredino's ready for it, so he brought 4 Knights of the Realm and 3 Pegasus Knights. All of them have anti-large, none of them have armor piercing, but as you noted, the Beastmen don't really have a lot of armor, so that's fine. You have Alberic de Bordelot. He looks like he just brought his Braid for the extra bonus versus large in leadership, but he didn't bring his Trident of Manon for that leadership debuff. Then we have a Spearman at Arms, Peasant Mob, mixed frontline with a bunch of Peasant Bowmen, and a Lifecaster with Dwellers Below to punish blobs, or Earthblood for slow healing, but no regrowths, no free get-out-of-jail card here. But without Grail Knights, you don't really need it. I mean, you have 7 mid-tier Knights instead of, 2 Elite Knights. So it makes sense. It's fine. I'm mostly concerned about the Pestigors. Pestigors are nuts. Yeah. If you look at their little passive, that messes with Bretonnia so badly. 75% speed reduction if a peasant routes nearby you. Think about that. Yeah. A peasant mob routes, and the knights next to him get reduced by 75%. It's so tough for them to deal with sometimes.
It's like you're supposed to be expendable, you know what I mean? And you're being more of a nuisance than anything. And the Pegasus Knights instantly off the gates, running towards Malagor, trying to get pressure in. We're going to have a lot of attention for Malagor not to be caught up, because at any second he definitely could have a lot of pressure. The thing that I like the most about the Dwellers pick is even the Minotaurs of Khorne will take a significant amount of damage because it's now projectiles. They changed the way that the damage of it works fundamentally, but you can see a lot of wraparound, so much mobility on both sides.
Yeah, and Malagor, as long as Alfredino is controlling him, which if there's a player I would trust to not lapse in his micro, it'd be Alfredino. Malagor is just going to outrun these Pegasus Knights slightly faster and not allowing them to surround his small infantry size, so the bonus versus large doesn't even matter that much. He's just being a nuisance, he's distracting them and doing Malagor things, but it is risky. You know, if he stops, he will take a lot of damage, but Alfred never stopped, and he made it all the way back to safety after just kind of harassing him, being a nuisance.
I think the most important thing there is, if you're having to micromanage Malagor while you're being chased by a unit that requires no intervention, you can then alleviate the pressure on other sides of the map to try and take advantages elsewhere, while Alfredino's locked in to try and keep Malagor safe. So, makes perfect sense. We know that Malagor's not a fighter. Alberic's are around the outside, trying to get close, engaging. I mean, Malagor's playing a real dangerous game, trying to bait things out, trying to get active with it, trying to just make sure the peasant bowmen aren't being a nuisance to any of the, the Minotaurs or any of the Centaurs that are squishy, as we've identified. But on the side of the left flank for the Bretonnians here, it's starting to get a little bit dicey. We'll have to wait and see how the cavalry react accordingly to the ways that the Minotaurs are moving in.
Yeah, I'm getting concerned just looking at this Beastman build. It feels like Bretonnia has 2,000 more funds somewhere. And I know it's because their infantry is literally 100 gold, but just looking at the amount of French knights you're going to have to deal with is scaring me as this big wraparound comes in. Can the Beastmen punish this, or are they going to just lose their Minotaurs? Let's find out. In comes Alberic, too. That's looking like a tough thing for the Beastmen to really navigate. Nice Flock of Doom trying to punish, I guess.
Yeah, and on the right-hand side where Alberic is fighting, some Centaurs have been terror-routed already. Bit of a disaster there. I mean, the Minotaurs are great weapons, are being chunked away because there's so much pressure coming out on them. But equally, the Pegasus Knights are taking a significant portion of damage there as well. The Minotaurs in the middle side of the map is starting to get the peasants routed. I mean, like you identified, a lot of these units are now getting slowed because of the Pestigor's passive, so this will be interesting to see how we can punish on the cavalry.
Yeah, Centaurs great weapons, getting into a good fight with the Knights of the Realm. Knights of the Realm are going to win it, but they're a little more expensive than the Centaurs, so you'd think they would. And a really good surround here from the Pestigors, Malagor, and Minotaurs. And plus on the north side of the fight, where we haven't really been focusing, Beastmen are winning out. The Beastmen are winning in the fights that don't matter as much, but Bretonnia, wherever they put their money, they have been winning. So far, I think Sipa is getting the better engagements. We also see that on the damage value, is that the Beastmen are trailing a little bit behind Bretonnia.
And equally, we've got a situation where we have Earthblood that can keep printing off value to allow these cavalries to be nice and healthy in this situation, especially with Albric supporting the cavalry where possible, bumping up that bonus as large accordingly, making sure that these squishy Minotaurs are just taking the punish and taking a bit of a beating here.
Yeah, we do have some Centaurs with great weapons that can wrap around and engage in this fight, and Minotaurs are getting to fight next to Alberic and on top of these Knights of the Realm, so they're getting good damage out. And on the top side, the Bretonnians have lost everybody to routing, though it looks like the Centaurs are too busy to truly chase them off. We'll see what that can come to as Alberic continues to deal with the Minotaurs. I worry about their capacity to kill Alberic, because the Minos have taken so much damage, and Centaurs are going to not have a good time versus Alberic at all.
Yeah, especially with the amount of Earth Blooms that can be coming out to keep them nice and healthy. We haven't really seen any Dwellers being leveraged here to really make a massive impact in the battle, but it's oftentimes an important factor to have at least something that can deal with blobs when your opponent's making mistakes. But typically speaking, these guys are at the top of their game, not making any mistakes and doing a great job of putting pressure down where possible. Oof. I mean, in the situations, we managed to rout off a couple of the Knights of the Realms with the Centaurs at the top of the hill there. But
big moment, though. Alberic gets the Kotep treatment. He is a better fighter than Kotep, but he's fighting two Minotaurs and Malagor, taking a bunch of damage, enfeebling foe onto him to lower his stats as well. But a rear charge in from the Knights of Bretonnia and some peasants trying to get the Minotaurs out of here, but they're still doing so much damage to Alberic, and we know Earthblood is on cooldown. Is this the death of the Bretonnian Lord?
Oh my god, this is a disaster in this situation. We know that Alberic's melee stat line is not that good, so we can never put him in situations where he can be battered by the Knights of Minotaur great weapons. I mean, this is one of the catalysts as to what was going to give the advantage back into the favor of the Beastmen.
Malagor, so you got to get in the sky. You got to chase him down. Malagor! No!
Malagor!
Alberic's going to rout. I mean, not rout, rally.
Unfortunately, he's come back. Yeah, he's unfortunately come back into it, but I wonder if he's going to still take the skirmish. I mean, Alberic's got really bad melee stat line, only 35 melee defense. Honestly, in this situation, Malagor might be able to put the pain to him of how weak he is, especially with the Flock of Dooms throwing out at the same time. So, it's going to be interesting. And Overcasted Earthblood has just come out to try and save him here. One of the problems that you often see with Overcast is the cooldown is exponentially larger. So, damned if you do, damned if you don't situation. But Alberic is nicely recovering from the situation.
And the Minos are getting pushed off the map. Knights of the Realm got a good bit of healing too. So Bretonnia is running a little low on cavalry. They have one Pegasus Knight left. Everything else is super damaged. But for Alfredino, it's not like he's swimming in extra Beastmen either. We have a half-health Centaur with great weapons, an almost dead one, and that's about it for his mobility as well. Both sides really attritioned out and running out of resources in this late game. So we'll see. Yeah. Beastmen have better infantry, but that's about it.
Yeah, no, absolutely. It's a great call out. We're at the point now where it's a do-or-die situation with the resources that are still remaining on the battlefield. I mean, there's a couple of Pestigors trying to fight with peasants, but that's not where you want them to be. We need to be connecting with these cavalry. That's the main catalyst of where the Bretonnians start getting a lot of damage. I mean, there's a big terror route coming into the middle of the map here with what Alberic is doing. He's recovered nicely here. We thought he was damned in the situation he was in with the Minotaurs, but now he's recovering really nicely, and Earthblood is coming in and keeping everything topped up.
Well, Centaurs tried to get a rear charge on the Pegasus Knights, but the Pegasus Knights just took off, got off the ground literally as the Centaurs were charging in, so unfortunately a bit of a wah-wah for the Beastmen. But they recovered nicely, instead just picking off some Knights of the Realm and Spearmen while trying to figure out what to do about those Pegasus Knights. I really don't know who's favored right now, because Bretonnia, they have some healing and stuff, but they have nothing behind it. And the Beastmen are also running out, but infantry aren't something I usually bet on to win games, as Pegasus Knights and Alberic are trying to get rear charges onto the Centaurs, who are just dodging out for now.
Yeah, I mean, I'm intrigued to see how these Flock of Dooms can convert into making pressure onto the likes of the cavalry, but I mean, it looks like a Flock of Doom potentially could cut them down, and then an Earthblood can counter that, so we'll have to wait and see. I mean, the Pegasus Knights have just been topped up nicely alongside of Alberic with an Overcasted Earthblood, but the Centaur great weapons have been chased down by the Knights of the Realm alongside Alberic, but we have to wait and see if we can find the fights that the Beastmen are needing.
Yeah, they've got a lot of Pestigors. I just wonder how you translate that into a win. And time is on the healing faction side. Usually, the longer they can spam out these Earthbloods, the more the Knights of the Realm will get their effectiveness back, as it looks like the Knights of the Realm finally catch those Centaurs they've been hunting through these cornfields for so long. But Alfred keeps microing them away, keeps giving them new attack orders to make sure none of them stop and fight those Knights of the Realm. And they pill back through the Pestigors. That is perfect what you want to do. That is how you break off attackers like that. But the Pegasus Knights are going to commit in the middle of Pestigors. This is risky.
Yeah, absolutely super risky, especially with the armor piercing alongside the Pestigors. I mean, one thing to mention, the damsel is on foot. So at any point, if we can convert a cycle charge with the remaining Pestigors or the remaining cavalry on the side of the Beastmen, with the Centaurs, we can take her down relatively quickly, but it'll be interesting to see what happens with Albrecht in the middle here. Definitely a little bit of the Ungor Spearman taken away, poking out the bomb, as we say. Definitely taking a little bit of damage, but we can see half HP already on Albrecht. Definitely healed up.
Yeah, he's healed quite a lot. His healing cap is close, but still, I mean, as we've said, this is an attrition game at this point, so half HP at this point in the game makes you one of the healthiest people on the map.
Yeah, definitely.
The Beastmen infantry is starting to show its real value, though, as the Bretonnians are running out of safe places, that Malagor and these Centaurs can keep pulling back through these Pestigors and say, follow me if you want to, but you're running straight into a bunch of goats with great axes. And the Pestigors, the Centaurs picking off the last of the Pegasus Knights. It is coming down to just, can Alberic put this game on his back, which is entirely possible. Causes terror against the low leadership faction, but he does not want to sit in a healthy Pestigor in the late game, so I wonder if we need Dwellers Below to just soften up these Pestigors a bit and let Alberic truly carry.
I mean, it's one of the things that the critical element here in this do-or-die scenario, the Primal Fury is giving immune psychology to the majority of the remaining infantry. The second that drops, obviously their infantry could be teared away. So we're going to have to wait and see if the Beastmen can leverage the fact that they got immune psychology to take down the likes of Albrecht. I mean, I'm worried to say that Albrecht's stat line is very, very low. One of the Knights of the Realm is being chased off by the great weapons of Centaurs here, just ignoring the fact that Albrecht exists. He's trying to say hello, but absolutely not today.
Yeah, they got an Earthblood healing, but it wasn't enough to stop them from those Centaurs chasing them off. Bretonnia has very few infantry left. Beastmen somehow have kept this Centaur alive for a shockingly long amount of time. That Centaur has been wounded for maybe the last 2 minutes, and it's still here, still helping out.
Yeah, fantastic usage. I mean, it's one of those things where you can only put so much attention to certain units and do it, and making sure these guys in this do or die very end of the battle, it's so important to have them here. Especially with the Pestigors connecting as well. There's only a few variants of units alive. I mean, have we seen a Dwellers of Below come out yet?
No.
It might be scary here.
And Alberic was doing his best to last stand. He got 2 really big hits onto Malagor, and then he charged the Centaurs with great weapons, but now he is surrounded and is just trying to get out of here, get some healing, get back in the sky. You terror routes off the Centaurs. Malagor does not want to take this fight without the Centaurs. Yeah, okay, he was dipping close for a second, then he decided against it.
Yeah, I'm be intrigued to see if, in this scenario, Sipper has the patience to just say to himself, you know what, I can't win this if I go with the Earthblood game. I need to try and utilize something like the Dwellers, but in fairness, it's going to be like a 1.5 minutes of waiting, and I don't think we can afford that on the side of Sipper with how limited resources are available now.
Yeah, and as we've mentioned several times, but this is a tournament, so in tournament rules, there's just kind of like a handshake agreement that you have to be attacking with something somewhere at all times. And with his last Peasant Spearman routing, either the Mage or Alberic have to stay in combat, and that's going to get really tough for Alberic. He does not want to sit and fight Pestigors. He's pretty good on the charge, but even then, he's not like a Jabberslythe or a Dragon. Even his charge attacks are pretty whatever against infantry. So this is getting a little dangerous unless a Dwellers comes out, like you're saying.
Yeah, in fairness, the Pestigors are getting terror routed away, but one of the Pestigors still has Primal Fury, applying the immune psychology to keep them nice and active in the fight. The Damsel did a great job just trying to sustain the damage coming through, and Alberic just managed to route them across. The healing cap is getting to the point where we can see it. It's almost maybe 1 Earthblood away from Alberic not being able to heal anymore. So let's see if he can cycle charge in and get a lot of pressure down for the likes of the Pestigors, and see if the Centaurs can get active here as well.
Yeah, so the damsel is chasing off a Pestigor, so Alberic can do whatever he wants as long as she is participating. He is going to go for Malagor. Malagor is significantly faster, shouldn't get caught. A charge bonus is a hell of a drug, though.
I'd be intrigued to see if maybe trying to land bait would be the plane. That looks like Malagor's now landing, but unfortunately... Wait, is he landing? No, he's not, excuse me. Wait,
yeah,
is he?
Yeah, he is. Yeah,
he is, yeah.
You and
he's trying to land
Alfredino
to
had the
make
same
sure...
idea. You're actually the same level of player, because you dominated me earlier.
I honestly couldn't agree more. But yeah... Kid. So yeah, now I think Alberic is now in a situation where he has to send himself in, try and get a little bit active here. The Damsel is still chasing away the Pestigors out of the battlefield here. Yeah, but a minus 21 leadership, that's not going to come back anytime soon. A lot of resources still remain for the Beastmen, but can, Alberic with his limited 35 melee defense do anything here?
Malagor's up in the sky, gets a cheeky rear attack onto Alberic. That was an attack from below. He just snuck up on him.
Yeah, that was beautiful. I mean, yeah, in that scenario, if you can attack him from behind, it reduces his melee defense by 75%. So the likelihood of him hitting is exceptionally high. And this is the reason why, generally speaking, very large entities massively struggle against a lot of infantry, because most of them will be doing like near enough true damage because of that fact they can connect easily. But a lot of damage is now in Alberic's face.
He
No
had to
bueno.
he had to do something, but it is just like we were setting up. It's like when there's only Pestigors left and you have no support, Alberic is up a creek without a paddle, as this is not what he's meant to do. He gets dragged down, and that'll be GG. The Beastmen and Alfredino will win game 1. It looks like, because a damsel can't do anything about this. Yeah, he just surrenders.
Yeah, well played. I mean, it's one of those interesting things, right? If we try and cook up a little bit and we say, Human Boy, if we went with like Luon, went a bit of an approach like that, could we see an angle of going more aggressive with magic instead of trying to be so defensive? Because Leon naturally heals himself, but I suppose the advantage of Alberic is he's so cheap, right?
Yeah, the only problem with that is Lewin's great, but what's the point? Because with Sipa's build, you don't need a lot of healing, like you're saying. His knights didn't need it. It was still good, but like you could get other stuff. The problem with Bretonnia and why you see so much life magic is not just because life's good, but because they have nothing to back it up. Heaven's magic is one of the worst in multiplayer. Comet and Arena's Thunderbolt are both too slow to cast, so good players can just dodge them. Other than that, the lore is pretty whatever. And Lore of Beasts is popular, but Bretonnia doesn't need it. Lore Beast is really good at breaking boxes with Flock of Doom spam constantly, or punishing light armor with Flock of Doom and things like that. But that's already what Bretonnia does. They're perfect at running people down. They don't care about any of that. So if they had a different Lore of Magic that maybe took care of heavily armored infantry for them, like Lore of Death or Lore of Metal, I think you'd see that in a lot of games. But Lore of Beasts is just not what they need, and Lore of Heaven sucks. So it's tough to take a different caster.
Sense. Yeah, it makes sense. I mean, Heaven Magic in the likes of single player is so unbelievably powerful. It's such a potent school of magic. But in a situation like you're right, with call out players have got the ability to dodge, so you got to be very careful, and you've got to make sure you're playing towards your victory conditions of actually making like sizable chunks of damage, or go for the healing equally.
Yeah.
I mean, yeah, I think the bonus is as large as Alberic. Obviously, we can't quantify how much value that gave, but I feel like against a lot of the units, the additional bonuses as large that Alberic was providing in an AoE was pretty insane.
It was really good. It was a really good game. I liked both builds a lot. After seeing Sipas on the ground, I don't think it was a gameplay issue, as that came down to like, last shot kind of ending. It's really hard to be like, well, that build was trash, and that's why he won the game by like 1 melee attack.
Oh, absolutely, yeah. It's one of those things where, it's always easy as a commentator to look at things in hindsight, right? So, we have obviously the prescribed battle, but I feel like, the build was fantastic. It was an interesting one with the Pegasus Knights. You normally don't see them.
Yeah.
You either see the Hippogrifics or you see, more of the elite cavalry when it comes to flying, but it makes sense why they were brought.
Yeah, it was a good creative build. We did mention at the very start the Pestigors, and then in the late game it was the Pestigors. Just the Beastmen getting access to these relatively cheap armor-piercing infantry, because before the Thrones of Decay, your only armor-piercing infantry you could bring was a Bestigor for 1050. Now you can get one for 650, and in matchups where you're worried about enemy cavalry, it's nice to have that just solid base of armor-piercing goats that you can run your Centigors through, like Alfredino is doing. If after the stream's over and you can go to the VOD and you can rewind and stuff, if you want to learn how to play around cycle charging and stuff, just watch that game again, because Alfred pulled through his own Pestigors like literally 6 or 7 times. Just anytime the Knights of the Realm or the Pegasus Knights thought about looking at his Centigors with great weapons, he just ran back through the Pestigors. He's like, follow me, see what happens, I dare you. And Bretonnia was just really struggling without any infantry to back them up.
Yeah, it's interesting. It was almost like trying to bait them into a bad situation, right? Because he knows they'll do a lot of damage if pressed for it.
Sipa, undeterred, his pick and ban for the next game. Now remember, Empire and Dwarves banned for the whole series, so they're just out of this. And then Sipa goes Dark Elves, Tzeentch, and Kislev, banning the Tomb Kings. That's interesting. I really don't think the Tomb Kings are that threatening. They're fine, but it's weird to see them banned here.
Maybe because in a situation where the pressure's on, I feel like Tomb Kings are another faction that can bring out a lot of variants of things, and sometimes it's hard to predict, right? So taking away things that you're not maybe comfortable with, maybe Sipper hasn't played against a lot of Tomb Kings.
Could be. The map is Ash Plains. I'll remind the players to switch the map. Because that is a flat, medium-sized map, which Reichelland Estates is a flat, medium-sized map, but there's a giant forest on one side. So, you need to make sure that the players aren't using strategies that require forest when there won't be one. Because you can play a little differently on the maps. Like, there's a map, Toothgrass Hill, that's pretty good for multiplayer, but there is that... It's in the center field, so neither side spawns on the hill. But there's this giant hill that if you want to avoid ranged fire, you can advance along its perimeter so you don't get shot at. So the maps can sometimes actually affect how the matchup goes.
Yeah, makes sense.
And we did try and pick a diverse set of maps to encourage different playstyles. I wish... Okay, so you play League of Legends, right? That's a thing. Semi-pro, all that stuff. Did you remember that Riot put little Easter eggs in the game, like Leona? If you're playing Graves with the pool party skin where he has the sunglasses, Leona does 1 less damage per attack.
Yeah. So many random crazy things like that, right?
Yeah. I want that in this game, where if you're playing on a desert map, Tomb Kings get like 5 more speed. Or something. Just like little things like that.
I know like the Rengar Kha'Zix matchup, like Kha'Zix gets an additional evolve and things like that, like really putting pressure on certain matchups or another way to play it, right? Another play style, which could be interesting.
Yeah. Also, don't the Vampire Coast have a ton of aquatic? But there's still like very little aquatic maps. Even the vampire maps that came with their DLC, like the island maps or whatever, it's still just mostly sand. Like, they didn't even bother to put a lot of those in water.
Yeah.
I wanted naval battles so bad. I got like I don't know what to call it, but in Shogun 2, they had naval battles. I was like, this is gonna be sweet, and then I loaded up a naval battle in Shogun 2. I was like, this sucks. Never mind. I just want naval battles, man.
I mean, I remember like Attila does some interesting naval battles, but we'll have to wait and see if they do try to explore that. We can see that Alfredino has... do we know what these guys are picking now?
Yep, they just did it. So, to remind everybody, Sipa did Dark Elves, Tzeentch, and Kislev, banned Tomb Kings. Alfredino counters with Demons of Chaos, banned Tzeentch. So Sipa had the choice of Dark Elves or Kislev to fight the Demons of Chaos. He went with Kislev.
Makes sense.
But Alfred beat Berserk's Kislev with Demons, and now he's beaten Tim the Wilder's Kislev with Demons. Wait, did he? No! The lady on the dragon clutched it out, didn't she?
Yeah, the Frostworm, yep.
Okay, so he's 1-1 in this matchup. Maybe not as guaranteed as I thought.
Yeah, this will be interesting, that's for sure.
Oh, Sipa coming in telling me I'm wrong after I already realized it myself, sir. But yeah, back to naval battles. I used to play... So I played a lot of Age of Empires 3 when I was a kid. I didn't learn that 2 was good and 4 was good.
Oh, 2 is good, man.
But I used to set up these things where I'd build an island fortress that no one can get to. And then just get a giant navy to keep myself safe. Then I build up my little island town and make it look as pretty as possible. But Age of Empires 3 actually had some surprisingly good naval battles if the AI ever decided to build an actual navy. Like, they're fun to watch. The animations were pretty good. Like, for a game... When did Age of Empires 3 come out? Is that 2009? I don't remember.
It's a good question. I'm not sure. But I remember playing Age of Empires 2 using Big Mama and Big Data cheat. I don't know. I'm not sure if it was in Age of Empires 3, but you could basically summon like a car that could shoot like rockets and stuff.
Oh yeah,
which is so funny.
Age of Mythology, another game made by the same people, had a bunch of fun things like that. Like they had a cheat you could type in where you get a flying hippo that trails a rainbow, and it uses like laser eyes. I don't know. Those games are wild, but I mean, they remember that video games are fun and meant to be fun. So I'm not criticizing. I think it's awesome. Who makes
That was fair.
who makes the Age of Empires games? What company?
That is a good question. Is it Assemble Studios? So
All right.
Assemble Studios, Forgotten Empires. I'm not sure.
I will go with who are the guys that make Call of Duty? There's one of them.
Activision.
Yeah, Activision, but there's like the sub developers. I don't remember. I was gonna do a meme, but I didn't. All right, Bungie. That's it. Bungie makes Age of Empires. There's my meme joke. I'm so funny. Haha. And everyone rejoice because Human Boy made a funny joke. All right, I'm gonna go get a beverage.
I mean, they did make Halo Wars, so it's not far fetched. In fairness,
I liked Halo
you know?
Wars. A lot of people didn't.
Yeah, me too, man. Me
I was a
too.
big fan. I'm gonna get a beverage. Chat, behave. Battlesy, you don't have to. You're a strong, independent adult. You don't need me to tell you what to do.
All right, thank you, appreciate it.
Don't
Is
forget
it
to
really
promote your
complicated?
stream and stuff. Promote yourself.
Oh yeah, Relic did what Age of Empires 4, though, didn't they? I thought Relic was only specific to Age of Empires 4. I know they did Company Heroes as well, right? I know Relic has done Company Heroes, and then I guess they may have helped with Age of Empires 4. But I can't remember who the exact folks were. Bungie's not Activision for like 3 years. Yeah, true. Yeah, I think I was so sad when Halo 3 was sold. Like, they had such a great IP, and they moved to Destiny 2 and Destiny 1. Like, what a downgrade. Maybe that's just me, as I played a ton of Halo 3 as a kid. Yeah, man, I was a massive Halo 3 enjoyer. Halo 2 as well. And Halo 4 and Reach just wasn't it, boys. Just wasn't it for me when I was younger, anyway. But yeah, I appreciate all of you guys hanging out, boys. You know, it's been a genuine pleasure to be here. You know, I'm trying my best from a commentator perspective, so I hope you guys are enjoying it. You know, I'm mainly a campaign guy. Your boy is mainly a campaign fella, but this has been really good fun nonetheless. So we're expecting to see these players, like we said, there's Demons of Chaos versus the likes of Kislev. We'll have to wait and see how this goes. And you played much of Halo 3? Nice. Yeah, Halo 3 is good. We'll have to wait and see how these players decide to go. Who's Tom Bombadil? I mean, Tom Bombadil is the goat of Lord of the Rings. He is the goat of Lord of the Rings. I feel like wasn't that like information around? I'm not sure if it was lore or anything, but like, didn't they say if Tom Bombadil had the ring, like nothing would happen because he wouldn't be corrupted in the slightest? I mean, because more like he's not. Yeah, it's. I need to learn more about Lord of the Rings. Who is favored in this matchup? That's a good question. I would say Kislev is definitely favored. Personally, I mean, once Human Boy gets back, he can probably go into that as well. But one of the things you got to remember with Kislev is they've got a lot of ways to ensure that they can be durable against the likes of Demons of Chaos. They've got Armored Corsairs, which are very tanky against anything that's kind of relatively scary. Kislev have a lot of options of skirmish that the Demons of Chaos necessarily can't deal with. So we'll have to wait and see what the build comes in, because, you know, typically speaking, as Kislev, you're expecting the triple or quadruple horse archer start, as that seems to be very dominant at the moment, just due to the way that you can kind of bait out and be a nuisance. I mean, if you bring in anything like the Screams of Tzeentch or any unit that is a bit oppressive in that respects, the horse archers does an insanely good job of just whittling them down little by little. So yeah, we'll have to wait and see how that goes. But yeah, if you guys want to check out more of the old Battlesy, I stream on Twitch and YouTube at the same time. We do a lot of hardcore campaign content, but we're going to be doing a big tournament as well next week and the week after as well. Ooh, the players have readied up. I'm not sure who Boy is, but we'll see. But I appreciate all the or the love thus far to the stream. You guys are awesome. Again, said Bombadil would forget about the ring at some point because
back.
it just doesn't make sense. Yeah, welcome back.
Dogs have no sense of agency, man. They're just like, urgency. They're like, oh, I'll just take my time. Nothing's going on. And I'm like, you need to go, like, right now. But I'm back. Blockers down. We're good.
Let's get to it, eh?
I suppose. Right. What's up? You should do Kislev this time. I think I've covered the Kislevites both times previous.
All right, let's do Kislev then. So like I called out, the quadruple horse archer situation, basically going for the kiting game for any kind of skirmish-esque things that they're bringing to the table. I mean, it can definitely put a lot of pressure on the likes of the Fiends as well. Just a really good nuisance that can put a lot of pressure down. We got the Griffin Legion, exceptionally potent cavalry, especially with the new glorious charge that have been given to them. Catharina on the slide again definitely seems the flavor of the month, especially with the 40 magical armor-piercing ammunition that can also slow. So super, super, super good. Kislev, tons of Kislev warriors. We've got a little Grom. I love to see that. I mean, the thing that I'm terrified is the Exalted Flamer of Tzeentch is going to be in a lot of trouble, as the little Grom is most likely going to set its sights on the likes of the Screamer of Tzeentch. So I feel like the Exalted Flamer of Tzeentch is not going to find much advantage in this situation, but it depends. You can dodge it relatively easy, right? You can, if you're paying attention. The only issue is the Flamer is very clunky with turning, fairness.
It's true. Kislev is deploying on their hill. Both deployment zones have a hill, but the Demons of Chaos do not quite have the range to use it. On the other side, for the demons, we have Alfredino's classic Svarek, the Feathered Prince, with blue fire, pink fire, and then his net. Triple Fiends, one Exalted Flamer, a bunch of Bloodletters of Khorne, and Nurglings. Curious that the only change he made really is adding this Exalted Flamer. I wonder what he's hoping it'll do for him to change how that last matchup went with Tim.
Yeah, good question. Maybe just try and nuke some of these cavalry. Getting options to net them down. Just another availability. Maybe even Katharina. I feel like this would do so much damage to Katharina if she gets close. So Flamer plus the blue fires plus any kind of nets available to you with the Gaze of Fate. Definitely one misstep by the likes of Katharina will be massively punished.
That is true. I wonder also if Tim's build didn't have enough to dissuade Soul Grinder Kite or Exalted Flamer Kite. Maybe Alfredino is thinking that everyone has assumed he's just going to rush them now, so maybe he's adding a bit of Kite in to punish that. But Sipa did bring a little Grom, so Sipa is quite ready to deal with the Exalted Flamer, as you already noted.
Yeah, we'll have to wait and see how we can deal with the little Grom. I feel like there's not an awful lot, unless you can get a Fiends of Slanesh being super sneaky. There's not a lot. I mean, little Groms are actually really good fighters as well, which is a crazy thing. But we'll have to wait and see. The skirmish force of the horse archers are coming forward to try and get some poke damage down.
Yes, indeed. And that is a light war sled, not a heavy war sled. I didn't catch that. First time seeing them today.
Yeah, I think it may be a better adaptation. You know, the heavy war sled is a bit more of a commitment from a resource perspective, so it makes sense. I mean, in this situation, Alfredino's been like, you guys are skirmishing on that side, I'm going to ignore you, boys. I'm going to go towards the grass is greener on the other side. So we'll see if the Fiends can find an opportunity to get past these, the little Grom. Definitely a lot of damage and a bit scary there.
Oh no, though. Gaze of Fate netting down the Griffin Legion in front of two Fiends. And that is about to be a dead Griffin Legion.
And the cycle charge coming in from behind, especially with devastating flanker. Absolutely terrifying. This unit's going to melt very quickly. But the horse archers and the sleds setting up a bit of a firing line here, though.
A bit, but the DPS isn't quite the same. I mean, those Griffin Legion are dead, and the Fiends are taking some mild poke. Definitely not something you want to be dealing with. Exalted Flamer coming over. We'll see how much damage it does to Cav. I actually haven't really had a ton of experience casting Exalted Flamer. But good dodge there from Sipa. Gets out of that quite quickly. And, yeah, okay, alright, you were right. The Fiend's taking a lot of damage from those horse archers. I didn't think they'd have quite the oomph to really get a bunch off the health bar, but those Fiends not loving it. And Katerin takes the fight? Why?
Yeah, that is brave to take that fight. It's not something you'd expect, and especially with the Exalted Flamer of Tzeentch looking to be poised to start firing into this situation. Katharina is not in a situation where she wants to be in, so we'll have to wait and see if the Flamer can find the angle.
Yeah, the Fiends look like they're going to die for it, but they die happy. They took a bunch of damage off of her. They were already injured, so they're fine with that. And in the distance, Svarik and more Fiends catching out another Griffin Legion. So Alfredino is slowly picking apart this Kislevite ranged, just as the Bloodletters are reaching the front line. And Kislevite Warriors, they're good, but they're not good enough to beat Bloodletters in melee good.
I mean, with the elevation, they definitely will hold for a significant amount more time, especially with the roughly about 30% damage reduction they'll be taking. So we'll have to wait and see if that massively makes a difference here, but honestly, I very much doubt it. We can see one of the Fiends is sitting back being shot at with a little Grom, but they're in a situation now where they're a little bit obstructed. It seems that they're okay and fine and dandy now. The Light War Sled on the other side is being pressurized, and Katharina's already half HP. A bit of a terrifying, but the Exalted Flamer is being jumped at the moment. A bit of a scary scenario to be in here.
Yeah, Svark's trying to bail him out. No Buyer Blood for the Griffin Legion, so at least he can get rid of those guys, and the Light War Sleds look like they're about to pop theirs soon. They took a lot of damage, but now Svarik might just be opting out of here, realizing he can't save that Exalted Flamer. He might want to get in this guy. No, he's turned around. He'll take the fight.
Interesting. Wow, that was a lot. Yeah, I guess since the Horse Archers have basically no armor, the Pink Fire of Tzeentch does a ton of damage. Trying to keep this Exalted Flamer alive. I wonder, in a scenario of what the Exalted Flamer would have done. You know, Changebringers obviously are a unit that can do very similar things without the risk, but we'll have to see if we can get the survivability of that. Unfortunately taken down, but the Fiends are now in the fight here. Horse Archers have absolutely zero chance, really, of doing much against these Fiends. They'll be picked apart, but we'll have to wait and see if we can get some cycle charging.
I mean, zero melee attack on these ones, because the Gaze of Fate net reduces their melee attack by 40. They are not loving it. The Fiends are just going to turn around and beat them up. So some decent stuff on the backfield here. How is the main army fight going over there? Bloodletters and Fiends are fading away. It looks like Kislev is actually getting the upper hand of this battle.
It's an interesting decision to just basically full send on the Little Grom. I don't think the Little Grom is a massive threat here, but I suppose if you've got ammunition, especially towards the late game on a map that's relatively flat, you've got to be careful. We'll have to wait and see if they can start connecting to the Little Grom, but still, we'll have to. The Bloodletters will take a reasonable amount of time to take them down.
Yeah, we have seen what Blue Fire can do given time and late game, but this is getting a little scary. Still have a healthy-ish Griffin Legion, a lot of ammo on that Little Grom, and they are outrunning the Bloodletters. What can Svarik do to really turn this game around seems to be the question of this battle. Otherwise, we'll be going to 1-1. So that Death Cross should probably finish the Fiends, right?
Yeah, you'd assume that would be more than enough to take them over. Although one of the Light War Slides took a bit of a damage here. We'll see what happens. Ooh, I think the Blue Fire definitely did a bit of friendly fire into the likes of the Fiends. Oh, we've got the Relentless Rage coming out. Unbreakable and cannot die on these Fiends. Yeah. Trying to get a little bit more value. Incredibly good usage of this coming out. This is obviously the Khorne Tier 2 army ability. I do believe great usage of that. Trying to get a little bit more value. We're expecting the Fiends to die.
I like that. Oh, the Fiends somehow hold on for just a second after it wears off. Look at them go, but they'll die now, for sure.
Yeah, absolutely doing some work there. Fantastic, smart play there. You know, really heads up, just understanding that this is sort of the crazy thing about the Demon faction as well. It's like you randomly get specific things that you don't know what's coming. So by reacting to the situation accordingly, yeah, really heads up play.
Yeah. Svarik looks like he's using his Blue Fires in the Light War Slides because they have ammo and nothing else does. I mean, Little Grom does, but he is ignoring the Horse Archers because he's not particularly scared of them. Just wants those armor-piercing shots of the Light War Slides to be taken out of play.
Yeah, minimalistic resources remaining for the likes of the Demon faction here. So we'll have to wait and see what these Bloodletters from the top of the hill can do as part of their charge on down. A Blue Fire coming out onto the last sled here. Routing is coming into the place. There's no Buyer Blood to keep them active. But there's now a little bit of a death force running around the likes of Katharina. She's got one ammunition remaining. The Bloodletters aren't long for this world if they get charged here. Or they're taking advantage of being on the top of the hill, counter-charging to try and get as much damage down as possible.
It's not much, though, versus heavy cav. It's hard as light infantry to really get that much damage out. But now that the fight is more of, like, really sinking in, the Griffin Legion are starting to take a couple hundred HP on the way out from the Bloodletters, but on the way out is the keyword. Those Bloodletters are dead. And now the Blue Fire Snipe onto Zarina comes in. This is not Kairos. He doesn't have infinite winds of magic, Svarik, so he needs to be very effective with his casts.
Yeah, I absolutely agree. But I feel like since the cost of the spells he has thus far are relatively low, we'd expect at least a relative amount in the tank remaining. But Death Frost coming out is a bit scary for us here.
And Svark currently T-posing on Little Grom, then turns around and tries to fight some of the archers. And these are mostly horse archers. There is a Griffin Legion, but it's so wounded that maybe Svark can just finish it off. We'll have to see as he's diving back into them. And as Alfredino just kind of alluded to, you can just dive Little Grom. You can't use all of his ammo if you're in melee with him. We'll see. It's still a close game. I would definitely give Kislev the edge right now, but it's a close game as Little Grom point blank shoots Vark in the face. You love to see it.
Yeah, the minimum range of engagement is roughly about 10 meters towards, so if we can get a little bit closer, we can no longer be shot at, but Katharina just trying to swoop in to kill these Nurglings. Very, minimalistic things remaining, like we mentioned, and I feel like it's just Zabrak on his Todd, trying to do what he can for the side of Alfredina here.
Yeah, the two Little Grom shots were quite brutal for him, and now he's charging back in to stop the shooting, but he has Halberds coming up on the flank. Zarina's here. She probably has a couple more Death Frosts in her. He's getting Cycle Charged. I think that will be going to 1-1 as Kislev probably prevail over the Demons of Chaos for the second time today.
I mean, would you consider that the Demons of Chaos are not favored? Would that Kislev maybe be a little bit more favored in this matchup?
Oh, I would think so. Alfred's win against Berserk was surprising, and I was like, well, he knows what he's doing, and he keeps picking it into Kislev, so he's must got something cooking, but this game was less close, so I think the Exalted Flamer was not the tech, unfortunately. I mean, hindsight, but it didn't really seem to do too much. Even the shots he got off didn't really do too much value, and it dies so easily if it gets caught in melee.
Yeah, agreed. And I think one of the key elements was the Fiends and the Flamer were trying to interconnect their attacks, but unfortunately the Fiends are just too big for the Flamer to start shooting. So anytime there was a target that was identified, the Fiends were just in the way. So yeah, bit of a anti-synergy, but definitely a little bit of gold value coming out of them. 600 is not obviously oppressive, but so yeah, the Fiends coming in clutch. But only one of them coming in with 278 gold value. One of the Fiends, definitely not the best, but relative value across the board for the likes of the Bloodletters as well, though.
And once again, as you've been saying all stream, the Horse Archers of Kislev proving to be the real MVPs out here, getting a ton of value. Light War Sled and Little Grom also did great. The Griffin Legion didn't do that well, but to be fair, two of them got netted by Alfredino and beat up in the wilderness. The one that did do well stayed back by Little Grom and just kind of defended it for a bit, but it's not fair to... When your opponent puts that many resources into shutting something down, it's not fair to then go, well, it got shut down, so it sucks.
Yeah, no, I completely agree there. It's just one of those things where every single ounce of spend that you have within your army, you have to justify it, right? And it's like, Horse Archers, very easy to justify against Demons of Chaos because of the skirmish potential. Little Grom, I mean, equally. It was such a good response. And it was such a good thing into the likes of the Exalted Flamer. So that's the mind games, right? We didn't see the Little Grom before. We didn't see the Exalted Flamer, but the right player prevailed with what they assumed the opponent was bringing.
The right player. Unbiased commentary is what we demand here, and you are clearly pulling for Sipa. This is messed up. It's not allowed.
I mean, he won the battle. That's the reason why I'm saying the right player.
But you can't say the right player. In fact, I think it was the wrong player won.
I mean, if we play it like that, wasn't he on the right side of the map?
Listen, this is not a place for facts. This is not a place for that kind of stuff. You gotta... Yeah, we're an emotions-based cast.
Yeah, let's be devote of logic. I respect that. No, that's fine. Do you know what happened? Are the players currently in the process of picking the factions that are remaining? What is left in the pool for Sipa to fall back on? I know he's got his Dark Elves to fall back on, right?
Yeah, he's got his Dark Elves. So games 3 and 4 are slightly different. Instead of pick 3, ban 1, it goes down to just pick 2, ban 0. So all one player does is pick, I want to play this or this. And the other opponent picks anything they are willing to face either of those options with. So an example would be like, I pick Greenskins and Skaven. If you pick Empire, I'd be like, I'd rather fight that with Skaven. So, simpler. But
yeah, it makes sense,
They're thinking, they're doing big things. And again, we do have a little bit more lobby time in these finals because the first 2 best of 5s, the players had prepped for an entire week, knowing what the picks and bans already were. And in the finals, since we obviously didn't know who would be here, the players have had to prep it live.
Yeah, it makes sense, and especially in that scenario with the pressure on, trying to prep, see what you can do. It's going to be interesting.
Alfredino picked Kislev and Tzeentch.
Ooh, both strong factions from his side.
Very strong. One was his main.
Very strong.
Like, Tzeentch is already strong, and it's Alfred's main. And then there's Kislev, which is most people's opinion of the strongest faction in the game. So that is a brutal pick, too. I think as Sipa, you might want to try something crazy, like your Dark Elves, since they're just your favorite. If you think you have a good matchup here in some way. Just take the L on this one, because Alfred's pulling out all the stops, and, like, maybe get him on the other side. I mean, obviously you want to try and win the game, but I'm just saying, like, I don't know if it's the wisest to pull out your best faction or something, because as I said at the start of this best of 5, I do think Alfred is a slightly better player than Sipa hands-wise. He's been playing for, like, what, 6 or 7 years competitively?
Yep.
So if he has Kislev and Tzeentch, I wouldn't also go Tzeentch and just force a mirror match, because you'll lose. Like, just try and surprise him. Like we saw, actually, Sipa did in game 1 of the entire stream. He pulled out the double Gate Master Grand Cathay, caught Segos off guard, and won that game. I think that's how you probably win this game, when Alfred's picking the best factions available. It's like, just whittle down his faction pool rather than try and meet him.
Yeah, and that's where you got to take, like you've mentioned, you got to take the advantage. I think in this scenario, it's going to be interesting to see which one is picked, because in best of 5s in this scenario, it's like, do I pick my least or my less comfortable of the two, and then risk losing? And obviously, I've got 2 games where I've got to run the gauntlet, right? Or do I pick my strongest faction and try and finish strong here? So it'll be interesting to see what Alfredo does in response to Sipa, because I mean, what does Sipa have available to him? Because we've got Kislev and Tzeentch for Alfredino.
Yeah, Kislev and Tzeentch for Alfredino. Sipa is currently thinking.
Okay,
but Sipa doesn't have Kislev left in his pool, and Alfred's like, my turn now. Yeah, Sipa just responded and said, that is difficult. Very difficult.
Yeah. It's almost like a damned if you do, damned if you don't, because Alfredino is an exceptionally talented player on both of these factions, so we'll have to wait and see what Sipa can cook up here within the restrictions of what he's picked. I mean, when it comes to going against these matchups, do you try and get a little bit more spicy? Like, can you... I feel like high-end gameplay, you often see similar units, but obviously there'll be a little bit of room to breathe.
Sipa hovering the Lizardmen. Who did he take? I mean, obviously Segos, but what was Segos playing when he played Lizardmen? It was Mazda Mundi running around doing what?
Healing with Apotheosis and the double solar engines were the main catalyst of that Lizardman army. A couple of Source Warriors to hold the line against the Teams of Chaos. A couple of skirmishes as well within that one.
So overall, it was a really fun. Huh?
Yeah, it was versus Teams of Chaos, yeah.
Okay. Well, I guess Tzeentch is similar. So maybe he's like, I'm comfortable in the Tzeentch matchup. But Lizards versus Kislev feels doomed. And he hasn't picked it. He's just hovering it right now, so I'm speculating. But I don't know what Lizardmen can do against Kislev. Like,
I mean, everything that Lizardmen do well, I feel like Kislev do better.
Yeah, they do. And it's hard.
Apart from the Monstrous game, right?
Yeah, but the Monstrous game is hard when you have unbreakable halberds as the front line. Well, unbreakable with Fire Blood, but still, it's not like... In case of doubt, Lizardmen can just throw a Kroxigor rush at it and hope for the best, but with Kislevite Warriors, that's not a real thing. Sipa did lock in Lizardmen, so it's Lizardmen versus either Kislev or Tzeentch, and Alfredino has to pick which you would prefer. He might go Tzeentch because he saw Sipa's build versus Segos, so maybe he feels like he knows how to counter the double solar engine Mazda. Or he could just go Kislev, and I'll be very curious what made Sipa bring Lizardmen into Kislev. That feels... Instinctually, it feels terrible, but I haven't seen it in a while, so maybe there's something I'm missing.
Yeah, I mean, we'll have to wait and see. I think... Yeah, I'm going to be very intrigued to see what gets cooked up there, then.
Butcherbird's yelling at me in chat that it was Tzeentch versus his Lizardmen, so yeah, Sipa would just be fighting Tzeentch again. Might go with double solar engines. Though as we saw with Alfredino's Demons of Chaos versus Kislev, when you are doing an entire best of 5 live on the same day, you really don't want to bring the exact same build because your opponent knows what's coming. So I think if Sipa goes with his exact Lizardman build, Alfredino will have something cooked up.
Yeah, no, definitely.
Yeah. There's something in stream chat I was going to come back to if I had time, but I didn't have time, and now it's gone, so whatever. Whoever you are out there, you've been forgotten.
I love how you just didn't. You didn't need to say that.
Have you?
Yeah, you've forgotten.
You haven't hung around my streams very much. I'm not.
Well, I mean,
I'm not the nicest to my chat.
I mean, this is the Total War chat. This is a different chat altogether.
But I'm the same me.
No, that is fair. That is fair.
All right, he went Kislev. Yeah, I guess I'm just morbidly curious what Sipa's going to try here, but I have zero faith in the Lizardmen in this matchup. I'm just gonna peek at the builds behind the blocker. But yeah, I suppose we should keep doing our jobs, huh? I am not usually a Twitch streamer. If you want more of my sarcastic and terrible content for land battle multiplayer nonsense, hop over on YouTube, dead platform, find Human Boy Yes Yes, that's me. Throw a subscribe. Get your daily replay videos, get your weekly streams, usually tournaments. Sometimes I get to play this game, though usually I'm too busy to play, so I just watch other people play as I stand outside in the rain, crying, wishing I was one of the cool kids. So that's me. That's who this voice is. There's another voice, a deeper voice, a more gentlemanly voice, a more professional voice that's been on this this stream with me here.
Who?
What up?
Yeah, no, thank you for the introduction. Yeah, I'm Battlesy. I do stream on Twitch as well. I'll say hello in the chat. If you guys want to check out some campaign gameplay, we do a lot of mainly campaign and legendary. We did a 5 times harder legendary campaign recently, which is good fun. Where we basically we modded the game to have 5 times the resources, so it was as if I was playing 5 campaigns in one. And it was an extremely hard challenge, but it was really good. I really enjoyed it. You know, I always try and like to push things to the limit and try and learn things in extreme scenarios. But yeah, it's that's me. You know, I obviously make videos as well, mainly about short things of short form content. I've had a little hiatus on YouTube, not posted too much recently. I started a job fairly recently, so been struggling to post the old tubers. I'm not as goated with the source as Human Boy is when it comes to a daily upload, but yeah, we've got some really interesting things cooking up. I tell you that for free.
Yeah, it's good stuff. We gotta keep doing the promotions as people pop in and out of Twitch chat. They might not know who we are and all that stuff, and gotta treat my job more seriously. Otherwise, Hazel doesn't get to eat, and we hate that.
Are you doing YouTube and Twitch full time? Oh, well, YouTube.
I'm putting in enough time to be full time, but I also work for the good old state of Minnesota, cleaning up people's water. That's what keeps the lights on. Nice. But a mix of both. Yeah, Grace never sees me, dude. we have dinner together, and then we both go our separate ways. Which, that's fine. Like, I don't know. That was one of the hardest things about dating for me, is I have a lot of internal stuff going on, and I'm like, I need a partner that doesn't want me around all the time. And Grace is like, I need a partner that doesn't want me around all the time. Because she's a therapist, right? So she talks to people all day. So then if she came home and I was just like, hey, you want to hang out? You want to talk? You want to chat? She's like, no. I want to be alone for like 4 hours. So we can
have a chance to decompress.
Yeah. Grace hops in on streams once in a while. That was content people really liked, is she knows nothing about this game. and she picked my army for me, and I just had to like make the best of it. It was terrible. She gave me a Skaven army of like Queek, a caster with all of his spells, a single storm vermin,
Nice.
a single clan
Nice.
rat, a mutant rat ogre, and a doom wheel, and it's like go win a quick battle with that.
And you're saying you didn't win?
I did win, but it was tough.
Oh, okay. Nice.
Yeah, the other guy brought a Dread Saurian and just walked straight into my halberds and mutant rat ogre, and I'm like, we take those. We take those wins. They count just as much as every other win. Alright, behind the blocker, Sipa was working with his last couple gold, and Alfredino is just kind of doing the juggling of a couple hundred gold here and there, so it looks like the builds are about 85% ready. So you're the one stealing all my microplastics. Yeah, dude, Tequila. We're stealing all them microplastics.
Yeah, once I mean, it's going to be interesting to see where the Lizardmen find themselves from a magic perspective, because obviously you've got to. I mean, Lizardmen have so many different approaches when it comes to magic that they have available to them. So we'll have to wait and see if they decide on tackling. You know, life is typically what you expect, right, out of the Lizardmen, and/or high magic.
Yeah, I think the other ones of magic are underrated. Back when Lizardmen first got the other Slans, I think it was like in December or something, I played around a bit with a Fire Slan, and then the Wild Platypus, a guy who used to stream a lot of domination content. He was getting some good work out of Metal Slans, but then people just reverted back to life because healing is so strong. So
Yeah.
I think the other Slans have some uses here and there, but we really don't see them very much. Which is a shame. I think they're pretty cool.
Yeah, it makes sense. I wonder if we're going to see Mazda Monday again. I mean, Mazda Monday is a little bit more of an expensive commit, so... But he comes with so much utility, so we'll have to wait and see. I mean, there's a lot of options that the Lizardman player can kind of, like, play around with. I feel like... Kislev's just shooting force will be so detrimental to most things that Lizardman will bring.
True. Both sides sitting at 5 gold, just waiting to get started here. And I agree with you. I mean, I had wondered how the Lizardmen were even going to tackle this. Kislev is so strong. They're against the Lizardmen specifically, it's like they're shooting. You can't do the skink skirmish you usually do because armored Kossars are shielded and firing back at you. So you kind of need to rush them. But then rushing them, they either have a heavily armored front line or a halberd front line. Both are unbreakable. And then their cavalry is superior to yours. It's just really tough. And Lizardmen's strengths are their big monsters and their flyers that Kislev don't have. But their big monsters and their flyers are both weak to shooting, which Kislev has. So it's like, I'm not seeing it, and I would be so excited if Sipa wins this game because it would show me how. I'm down to learn. I'm down to steal some
absolutely.
builds.
These guys are ready to go, and we're jumping into the match.
How many more games today? At least 2, up to 3. It is a best of 5. Both players are 1-1, so someone would have to win 2 in a row to take it. But this is the finals. Ooh, you went with the Shadows Slan.
Wow, that is surprising.
I don't know if I've ever seen a Shadow Slan, actually.
Yeah, I don't think I mean, I guess Shadows, bit of Shades, and Miasmas. I mean, surely within the Lizardman roster, you have other options and other counters that you could be looking forward towards, or looking towards.
So here's the thing. We did say to Sipa that with Kislev and Tzeentch as Alfred's picks, that's a really strong pick. You might be doomed. You're going to have to throw something crazy at him. He probably did it. A Shadows Mage, 2 Horned ones, and a Feral Stegodon. That's pretty surprising. So even if he doesn't win this game, I think he had the right spirit of it, of like, I'm just going to try and catch this guy off guard.
Yeah, look at this double Revitalizing Crystal as well. I mean, it's going to be a case of, if this goes long, the Revitalizing Crystal get the value. It's like, I guess life magic on top of the revitalizing crystal doesn't necessarily make sense. So I can see where he's coming from. You know, like fire magic is too expensive for what it is against infantry with a lot of armor. So yeah, I mean, I feel like in hindsight, this makes a lot of sense. Honestly, like now we're seeing this and seeing the seeing what's been prepared here, it kind of makes sense.
Yeah. For the Lizardman build, I mean, you already started on it, so you might as well finish it out. What's he got besides the Rev crystals?
So yeah, let's jump in and just so we got a couple of skink skirmishes. How many skink skirmishes have we got here? We got 4 on this backline here. You've rightfully called out the 2 horned ones alongside a lot of these skink cohorts, making up the majority of the front line for these guys. And the Shadow Slan Mage has Miasma, Greater Arcane Conduit. We've got the likes of Pit of Shades, Banishment, Shield of the Old Ones. Great usage with the leadership and the ward save there. But yeah, really nice, interesting composition. There's a couple of Feral Cold ones, I think, dotted in there as well.
For Alfredino and Kislev, he is going with the Dervish spam. So we have 4 Horse Archers, 4 Kossovite Dervishes as well, and I think we had 1 Griffin Legion or 2. It looks like 2 Griffin Legions. So a lot of cavalry. Very limited front line of 4 Armored Kossars, 1 Streltsy, and the Tsarina on her Spooky Ice Dragon. That did actually get a win earlier today against the Demons of Chaos. We'll see how it does here. Its anti-large and armor-piercing buffs will be good against Lizardmen, especially when they brought 3 armored dinos to contend with, so that'll be pretty good. I worry about the horned ones just getting swarmed by a cheap Kislev Cav, but if they can get good engagements, they can be very powerful in this game. But, I mean, if they just get isolated and it's like a 3v1 of, you know, Kossovite Dervishes teaming up on them, that'll be a bad trade for the horned ones.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I believe the horned ones, their melee stat line is not the most incredible. Although, yes, they're relatively cavalry, elite cavalry here, but, you know, if they get caught in a bad situation, you know, they're down to be taken very quickly, even with the revitalizing crystal trying to keep them up.
Tequila Sunset's worried about the Salon getting sniped. I mean, we have 2 Rev Crystals. There will be a good bit of healing, but you definitely don't want to just walk this Shadows Salon into the Streltsy or the Armored Kossars. You'll want to make them work for it. For sure. And we're off.
And we're off to the races, indeed.
I mentioned it a bit in the build. Sorry.
No, please carry on.
I mentioned it a bit in the build phase, but I am looking at this Lizardman build, and I am seeing not a lot of, like, damage. So I do worry that they'll just be tanky, but to no end. Like, you know, it's a slow death instead of a quick death. So we'll see where they can get damage out onto the enemy.
Yeah, no, I was just about to say, I agree. I mean, skink cohorts, I mean, they're just paper. Fundamentally, they are effectively what a zombie does for the vampires. They are something that holds the line, but don't really thrive, per se. Horse just getting caught in melee here, which is a bit surprising, trying to fight the skink cohorts. A lot of Kossovite dervishes kind of like skirmishing around, but Feral Cold ones starting to rampage close by. Here's where the main forces of these Horde ones, they're taking a lot of damage for free, though.
Where are your horned ones? Oh, there they are.
In the middle here?
Yeah, I got them. Yeah, they're taking a good bit of damage. Shield the old ones will help them out. Rev Crystal's probably coming for them soon. While the Griffin Legion and Pistols have finished off a couple of Feral Cold ones. Nice Ice Maiden's kissed down some skinks, but it feels like Kislev is doing a lot more damage as the skink frontline is already falling apart so fast.
Yeah, the Armored Corsair is getting a lot of value, especially against low-tier infantry here.
And yeah, you're right about these hard ones that are fighting next to the Tsarina. They are getting murdered. They're even getting a Rev Crystal, and it doesn't seem to matter too much. They're down to a quarter HP and still falling despite the healing. Dang. That was brutal.
Yeah, it's just one of those things where their melee defense is not good enough to be sustained in combat. You have to take advantage of their charge bonus and leverage them as a shock unit, not necessarily one that can sit in combat. Like, returning cavalry can kind of get away with it, but definitely in the situation, Horned ones cannot.
Yeah, one Horned one is looking doomed despite all the healing. The other Horned one is doing fine for now, but it is getting to a bit of a slow grind fight with the Griffin Legion, and all the while getting shot in the side by Streltsies and Pistols, and now more Kossovite Dervishes are charging in. No, those are another Griffin Legion charging in. Preemptive healing on the Horned ones, but if they get knocked out, there goes most of your armor-piercing cavalry, and I have to say, even though the balance of power is 50-50, I think this is looking so brutal for the Lizardmen already.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, Katharina's found a mark on the Slan Mage, Shadow Mage here. It's so difficult to run away from the likes of Katharina with his speed here, so it'll be a slow chomp in for the likes of the Frostworm.
Do you like that little sidestep she just did onto him?
Yeah, a bit of swagger coming out from Katharina's side for sure.
Both the Horned Ones are out of the fight. We still have a Stegodon, we still have the Rev Crystals are healthy, but the Skinks have taken a lot of damage, the Slan's taking a lot of damage, and the Horned Ones are gone. So there's really not a lot of DPS left, like we said at the start. Good focus from Alfredino. Like, don't want to take all the credit away from him. He did a good job identifying the Horned Ones were the threats, took him out, and now he can just kind of clean up all of the tanky support units that are left.
Yeah, I feel like systematically when it comes to taking advantages against very high-tier players, you have to be very, very talented at identifying in a certain circumstance where can you start putting the pressure down, and what's the pain points that you'll suffer. Horned Ones for sure were a big issue, but now the Feral Stegodons are getting shot at, especially with the relatively decent armor. But I mean, the pistols have really sizable armor piercing, just taking a lot of shots down there.
Oh yeah, they do. They have 5 out of their, 20 weapon strength is armor piercing. I didn't know that. I honestly kind of assumed it was all base. Oh, Snow Leopard! I love Snow Leopards. I just think they're cute. And he's hunting down a Slan. Go, Snow Leopard, go! Eat that toad. Get her!
I mean, anytime we got a kitty cat, we'll always, wish them the best here. Looks like the toad may be a tasty treat here, but we'll have to wait and see, because obviously this is a summon coming out from Katharina.
Yeah.
Guardian's Call is such a useful spell.
It's gotten about 400 value, though, so, I mean, if you treat it like a spell, like you said, it traded way up in value for what she brought. Balance power is tipping dangerously far against Lizardmen. I 100% agree. We are just in the death march towards the grave for the lizards. As I love how Katarine set the leopard after it, and as soon as the leopard fades, she's like, fine, I'll do my job again, and comes slithering after that toad.
And I love the adaptation, I must admit. Normally we see Katharina on a sled, and it seems that Alfredino knows that the Lizardmen have the ability to bring very, very high, very, very large entities, and identified that the Frostworm, do you know what, does a blooming good job at killing large things.
Yeah. I'm not shocked the Lizardmen lost this one, and Sipa did get Kislev off of the table for Alfredino, so it is what it is, but it was a valiant attempt. I like that he got creative with it. I like that he didn't just take what was bog standard and march into a terrible matchup, or it's like, you can at least try something. So Sipa's been really creative in these finals, and I'm always happy.
Yeah, you got to hand it off to Sipa in this situation. I mean, a pretty brutal double situation. I mean, the Lizardmen, you have to get spicy, and you definitely got a little bit spicy. There's a GG's to both these players here. Obviously, we're moving into the second to last match potentially. So we'll have to wait and see. I mean, from a gold value perspective, yeah, very limited damage, like you called out. I mean, the Hold Ones, between both of them, paid for one of them. I mean, I love the Revitalizing Crystals, but you got to remember, you're not going to get the chance to use most of them, right? Yeah. So if you're substituting your healing ability with a unit like that, you're basically saying to yourself, if I don't go like 10, 15 minutes into this fight, I will not find relatively close to the value of that. You need to make sure that the battle is going long, and you need damage dealers to make sure you're going long. And I think the Hold Ones and the Skink front line isn't going to get you into the late stage of the game.
Very astutely put, sir. Well done.
Thank you, sire.
Look at you, mister. I'm in campaign. I don't know anything about multiplayer. And then he's coming out spitting facts in the finals.
Well, you got to be spitting facts for the finals, that's for sure. But speaking of spitting facts, what's our thoughts on the Katharina side of things? I mean, I can just say it because I'm still on the page. 1.2k for both of the Griffin Legions. I mean, it's one of those things where Katharina evolved herself from someone that was a sled, so more of a skirmish unit, to being a very powerful fighter. So it's really interesting to see how a mage can become such a versatile general. Yeah,
I do think that she's not the problem with Kislev. She is powerful, but she's also very expensive. So I think while she's strong, she's not what makes them so crazy as a faction. As some of Chad is pointing out, it's by our blood. Having Unbreakable Anything is so tough because that is one of the big That's one of the big ways of playing this game is shocking things and then chasing them off the map with battlefield control. Like, there's dealing damage, there's healing damage, and then there's routing things. Those are the three main components of how a battle's going to go in multiplayer. And with Kislev, every unit on their roster pretty much gets a get-out-of-jail-free card once for one of those things, and it just changes all of your muscle memory on what is a good engagement. Because, like, imagine with the Beastmen, right? You can get some good shock damage, and you can charge Minotaurs into these Kislevite warriors. Let's just make that up.
Yeah.
And they're at barely any leadership. You're going in for that rear charge, and all of a sudden, boom, they're unbreakable, and now your Minotaurs are standing in the middle of these halberds that were supposed to break, and they're just standing there. So it, like, really messes with your muscle memory of what's a good engagement in the moment. And, like, players that have been playing forever, just, like, you get automatic. You see a blinking health bar, you have a unit behind them, it's time to rear charge. But Kislev makes you doubt that. And even if it is the right play, you have that moment of doubt where you're like, is it the right play? And you just, like, don't have time to really sit and, like, get out a pen and paper and write down everything and be like, well, okay, 25 seconds of unbreakable and all these things. It's just like, go, go, go. So you can make some serious mistakes. Or Kislev is one of the best factions at, like, suicide protection, you know, where protect the president, get down as the Cosmite Dervishes dive in there. And it's like, yeah, Cosmite Dervishes are fighting the Fireborn. They're going to lose, but they're going to turn unbreakable, and Tsarina can still get to safety while they just hold forever. So Kislev's really, really, really powerful.
Yeah, agreed. And one of the reasons as to why, in my perspective, why the Buy Our Blood is so good is because you have a certain amount of resources or gold you can bring in to buy units, right? And let's say I am a Spearman unit, and I'm sitting there, and I'm Buy Our Blood, I'm unbreakable, I'm holding fast, and I'm holding back, like, let's say 1.5k gold value. That means 1,000 gold value is somewhere else on the battlefield doing work for me. And in that situation, I can guarantee, for the most part, when it comes to Kislevite units, you will find opportunities to squeeze your opponent significantly more because you're buying yourself so much time with units that don't necessarily matter.
For sure.
I mean, that's what I often found in Domination, you know, when I was playing, and, you know, I mean, I queued to top 3 in the ladder, but then the ladder got hacked and things like that. But I feel like, yeah, it often felt like, oh, if I'm fighting on the middle point here, and I'm holding back a lot of their units, all of a sudden I can go elsewhere. But similar concept in land battle, right?
Oh yeah. Yep, they're very strong across all 3 game modes, which actually gives me a ton of hope that they'll get nerfed into a healthier spot. Because when you're talking to, like, CA and you're trying to say, hey man, we need Slaanesh nerfed. Slaanesh is way too strong. And then CA look and it's like, well, they're the second worst faction in land battles. They're maybe, like, I'm just making these up, but, like, they're the 4th worst faction in Domination, but let's say they're, like, top number 1 in Conquest. Then it's like, oh, well, how do we do this now? Because they're strong in one game mode, but they suck in the other 2, so what do we do? At least Kislev, it's like, universally, they're too strong. And CA's like, nice, I can nerf that, and no one's going to get mad at me. So,
yeah, that's fair.
We do have our next pick and ban underway. So Sipa is up with Beastmen and Tzeentch. So now it's his turn to go with the top 2. Alfred, what was game 1? Yeah, he played Beastmen, so he's played both these factions already. Clearly, top tier factions, both players are contending. Alfred picks his Tzeentch, now forcing either a Beastmen fight or a Tzeentch mirror match.
I would love a Tzeentch mirror match. I'm not going. I don't know why, but I feel like it's almost like a statement. You know,
Yeah.
picking Tzeentch against the likes of Alfredino like this when he has an option to play Tzeentch himself. It's like a statement. It's like, I am comfortable against your best faction. Try me. And I would love to see it happen.
It's literally what's happening. Sipa went with Tzeentch to fight Tzeentch. Now, he did, on our last stream that I was playing, he took Tzeentch into my Beastmen and he Changebringer kited me really hard. So I know how he feels about that matchup. He definitely feels like Tzeentch beats up on Beastmen. I think he didn't have a lot of options, so he had to do it. But as you're saying, if he wins this game, he is earning the championship because
100%.
There's no advantage here. Like, you can't make an argument that, oh, Tzeentch counters Tzeentch. It's not. This is a pure, you both have the same tools. You need to play better. So,
this is skill expression at its finest, right? This is will separate the boys from the men, fundamentally. And depending on what these guys bring and cook up to the table, The crazy thing to me is there are so many different ways of doing a Tzeentch mirror, right? You can think to yourself, do I want to go mobility? Do I want to go Changebringers? Do I want to try and take them out with really powerful, oppressive units? But then how do I keep them alive? Do I bring a lot of Chaos Furies? With the HP nerfs to Chaos Furies, we don't see them as often, but they still are very potent, especially if you're trying to get the air, dominate in the air. But in your scenario, if you were playing Tzeentch, are you going to try and dominate the air? Are you going to try and dominate the land? What would you try and approach? Would you put more pressure on, or what do you think was more important, like cavalry, flying? Where's your thoughts?
I think Tzeentch has a lot of good ground-based shooting in their chaff infantry with blue horrors. So I'd probably take a core of blue horrors, and then go cav heavy. Get some skirmish cav too, and then between your blue horrors, your skirmish cav, and your spellcaster, hope that that's enough to stop you from getting air cheesed. But then I would dominate the ground game and force the Tzeentchian flyers to land and do like the screamers and stuff. So grab some Centaurs, grab some Chaos Knights, grab a bunch of Marauder Horsemen, and then I might just get the Chaos Sorcerer Lord since he's mortal. He's a lot less snipeable. Where blue fire, you get a demonic unit pretty low, and then it just kills itself off. At least you make him actually finish that guy. So that's how I would do it. But both these players are so much better than me, and both of them are playing Tzeentch at a very high level, which I don't play Tzeentch well at all. So my opinion should be taken with like so many grains of salt that you're getting heart disease.
Yeah, I think it's one of those beautiful things where you take a blue horror, a Zangor exists, right? But in that situation, the Zangors suck against the likes of Centaurs of Tzeentch, right? So it's like, there's so many mind games involved. Like, what do you do?
I don't know. Mirrors are tough. I hate the Skaven mirror. The Skaven mirror is just brutal. Because when I'm a Skaven main, people expect me to win. Like, chat expects me to win. So if I don't, I get mocked. If I do, I get no credit because I'm a Skaven main. So you're like, okay, well that's not great. And then the Skaven mirror itself is such a build roulette of crazy things. Like, you could go Mass Eshin Vanguard, you could go Molder Rush, you could go shooting with all Scryer units, you could go a balance build, like you could do all these things. So if you load in and you just really guessed wrong on what you're about to fight against, you can get clapped, and it's like, oh, well I just need to avoid this forever because there's no winning.
Yeah, I know, it's interesting.
That's what you get for being a main. That's why you should be happy your dwarves are getting banned, because then people don't get to flame you, man.
I'd be pulling out the dwarf voice more often, so maybe that's just saving the stream in general. So that's probably a good thing.
People seem to love your dwarf voice.
Well, I appreciate that. Yeah, I'm actually really looking forward to seeing what cooks up here. I mean, there are fundamentally so many different approaches. I mean, the old school Tzeentch before DLCs was heavily into the blue horrors pinks, right?
Yep.
And then it started to evolve away from that, because in Shadows of Change we've got the Zangors, we got Changebringers come in as well in later DLCs. I mean, we've gotten a lot of more tools to play with here, and it's like, can you go back to comfort? Do you start using things that you know might be potent here? But I guess we'll just have to wait and see where these players deem a priority, right? What is going to be better? What is going to be more useful? And the thing is, in some ways you're guessing, right? I mean, you have to guess what the other person's doing, and equally you've got to make sure that the units that you're selecting cover what you're going against, right? So it's like, oh, if I pick this unit, I'm thinking I'm going to go against this, this, and this, and it's like, okay, do I have any gaps in my army right now? How can I fill that with a unit that slots in perfectly? Right? That's typically like the 101 of building an army, right?
Uh-huh. I agree 100%. But also, sometimes you just got to throw fun units in there.
Absolutely.
Listen, there's winning a game, and then there's taking a Dreadsaurian, a feral Dreadsaurian, and watching it rampage off into the Fireborn and die. Now that's gaming.
That is gaming. That's fair. That is...
Stupid feral Dreadsaurian. I tried to take it once for a funny meme, and I was playing against the Empire, and I think I got shot twice by a cannon. It wasn't even that bad. and then it rampages straight forward. And before I can get into range to cold-blooded, it just walks into like 4 huntsmen and 2 handgunners, and I finally get cold-blooded on it to stop it from rampaging so I can return to my lines, and it, 10% HP. There goes 2,000 gold worth of value.
Yeah, that's not the vibes.
Stupid Dreadsaurian. All right.
What's the is that the feral one or the normal one?
Feral one. Normal one can't rampage.
Yeah, the normal one's actually pretty decent. I remember I cooked up pretty hard in one of the fights I did a long time ago. I was playing Lizardmen. I brought the big boy Dreadsaurian. I brought a life slam, and I just brought the biggest boys I could, and just tried to drain tank whatever it was, and just keep healing up where possible. It worked well. It's one of those things where, if you don't have an answer to a big boy Dreadsaurian, you just can't kill it because it's just got so much health.
V-Cliff, that is us indeed. And yeah, that build actually can work pretty well against certain factions, like vampire counts. It can work really well. Just Khorne it used to. I don't know about all the buffs, but anyway, main point is the biggest Dreadsaurian with a healing slot can actually do a lot of work. A lot of work. I had issues fighting that with Skaven for several months, but then Lizardmen got their nerfs, and now it's manageable. Dreadsaurian's still really strong against Skaven, but it's, there's a lot more counterplay than just, oh, they took that unit, so I guess I lose. Because it felt that way for a couple months.
Yeah, that's fair. So we're waiting on the players to conclude their army building here. Like we mentioned, the very first bracket elements of this one, it was a case where everything was predefined, but when it comes to the finals, you can't predefine it because that would be rigged otherwise. So these guys are deciding and just concluding their army compositions, and once they're ready, they'll click in and get ready to it. So we'll just give them a few more moments, and we're expecting to start momentarily.
I do have a timer because I gave them a 10-minute timer between games. We did just hit 60 seconds remaining. I told them that they have 60 seconds left, and then they both instantly readied up. So we are.
Makes sense. Well, you got a Tzeentch mirror. On the side, I think Alfredino has one more unit, so GG, easy clap. That's commentary of it. I'm joking.
That is peak analysis. Has more units, wins game.
Exactly. I mean, honestly, most of the time, when you get a lot more units, especially with the quality that it is, it's a good indication if they're going to do well or not. But let's turn it back, go 360. Well, 360 is going the same way. Let's go 180 and be a little bit serious now. So Alfredo is coming in with the Kairos Fate Weather, going with Blue Fire and Pendulum. Interesting, a little bit of an adaptation, not going for the Pink Fire, which I feel like is, in the circumstance he's found himself in, very good, honestly. But we got a significant amount of range fire. The Forsaken of Tzeentch is just going to have to be shot at to death. How can it's going to be a case of the Chaos Furies need to be floating around to make sure that the blues do not get free value.
Yeah, I'm feeling a little happy that at least my take wasn't entirely troll, because Alfredino took similar-ish to what I was talking about, where he brought no air units, but then all of his ground-based infantry have shooting. So he's like, if Sip is just trying to air cheese me with Kairos and 2 Changebringers or something, at least I have 9 infantry units that can make that a bad time for him. So.
Do we
stuff.
To avoid confusion, are we going to give them nicknames or something? Like Blue Horror 1 would be Alfredino's.
I generally just say Red Tzeentch versus Blue Tzeentch. When there's a mirror match, I just go to color.
That makes sense. So we got Alfredo's representing blue and Sipper's representing red. That makes sense. Yeah, thank you.
For the red.
So
hey, we gotta go through the red team. You can't just talk about Alfredino and go off on your own. This is.
No, I wasn't going to start. I was just about to say something that the Furies destroy the blues in melee. So
they do. That is true. All right. For the other side, we have 3 Chaos Furies, 4 Centaurs of their own, front line of Forsaken, and 1 Pink Horror for a little bit of anti-air pressure. Between that and the Furies, I think that's what they're going for. And both players taking Kairos. I honestly think they both took Kairos for the net, so in case the other had flying units, you could just net them real quick and then delete them with your ranged units or whatever. So pretty good stuff there. And on this side, it is Blue Fire and Barona's Time Warp. That's weird. It's not bad, but it's weird.
I guess to give the Furies and Cavalry a little bit more of an oomph in the melee fights. So I mean, oftentimes the Furies struggle when it comes to actually landing the hits. The DPS is not the problem, but giving them a little bit more of an application towards melee attack there will allow them to kill things significantly quicker. So I guess it makes sense, but it's a very costly spell for what it does.
Yeah. All right. Two different strategies. Heavy infantry and Barona's Time Warp versus mass ranged and Pendulum. Which Tzeentch will win? I'm kind of hoping for Sipa as we get a game 5. So far, every series today has been 3-1, I believe.
Yeah, well, I think Tzeentch is going to win this one, so we'll have to wait and see how this transpires. In this situation, the blue horrors and the pinks are getting situated to try and get some firing off, a tasty blue fire going on to the likes of the Centaurs of Tzeentch, but let's see if we can keep up the pressure for the barrier. Otherwise, they'll just regenerate nicely.
Yeah, barriers do mess with Tzeentch, though Tzeentch is the one who has the barriers, so very, very lore accurate that Tzeentch stops Tzeentch. And look at the blue fire onto this Forsaken.
Oh my god, these Forsaken need to get in melee ASAP, but there's so much range pressure coming out of the likes of these Forsaken. Is it Christmas? Because there's a lot of lights on currently, my goodness.
Elsewhere, there was a net on the Centaurs of Tzeentch for the other side, and they killed an entire Centaur, so actually very good start for Zipa, but that just looks hilarious, so I couldn't take my eyes away from it. This is insanity. All the units are the same, so it's really hard to be like, oh, the blue horrors are doing well, but that's the other blue horse.
Yeah, I mean, a couple of Furies have died on the red side here, so we'll have to wait and see if they can recover, but the Centaurs are doing a fantastic job on the blue side, protecting anything from the skirmishing from the likes of the Chaos Furies. So great idea, and, trying to keep some of these units alive, because even the pink horrors do fantastic in melee, right?
Yeah. Barona's Time Lord is out onto these Chaos Furies, though, so they can get better damage in, and the Forsaken are coming through. The Forsaken will be very nice for the red team. They should win the front line handedly and just constantly be pushing in on all of these blue and pink horrors of Alfredino, making him stay a bit on his toes, really use his Centaurs to defend them, because they will not win versus Forsaken alone.
And especially since the Time Warp is actually amplified due to the Spell Mastery as well, so a lot more damage coming out there. So very interested to see, but there's a lot of pressure of the blue side Centaurs here. There's going to be so much skirmishing available because of the amount of Centaurs that are around and protected by the blues and pinks here.
Yeah, balance of power and damage value both favoring Alfredino in the early game. We'll see what can come of that, but he does seem to have more healthy Centaurs left over, and Centaurs do win games most of the time. Still too healthy Forsaken running around trying to get some damage out, but good Centaur charges with their superior mass and armor piercing. I mean, those Forsaken could just be like butter on bread.
Yeah, I mean, I can understand where the logic of the Forsaken was a little bit quicker, but yeah, the Zangos would have been interesting in its stead, but I can completely see where the Forsaken are coming in. We can see a spell of Gaze of the Fate has been dropped down on these Centaurs once again. A couple of Centaurs are going to be coming over from the red side to try and take advantage of the blue side Centaurs being locked up here. There's a couple pinks trying to support, especially with all the red side aggression on the Centaurs.
Mm-hmm. And there is something to be said about, as we've mentioned several times, demonic units around the mid-game start to fall apart. And Alfredino has pure demonic units, while Sipa does have some mortal units to fall back on, so we could get a couple demonic instability crumblings, and all of a sudden the balance of power could be back to the middle, as it is creeping that way right now.
Yeah, and one thing to comment as well, on a very far side, a very healthy Centaur of Tzeentch is being routed away by one of the Chaos Furies here. So a lot of Alfredino's pressure is being relatively diminished here. There's some Forsaken still left on the battlefield, and they're going to be fantastic at trading up against any demonic unit because of the magical attacks.
Yeah. That is a good shout-out. The Forsaken of Tzeentch get their magic damage. And both Kairoses having a little bit of poke towards each other, but spending most of their time picking off the other's armies, realizing that trying to kill off Kairos Fate Weaver is very hard, so might as well just use your time elsewhere. This guy was giving himself a Barona's Time Warp, though. That's a little strange.
Yeah, I mean, maybe just trying to go for the Kairos on Kairos fight. I can kind of see as to why you want to do that. I mean, a lot of the units that are remaining are all demonic, right? We got some pinks and we got some blues remaining around this side, but the Forsaken are going to be a little bit scary, so let's see if we can try and buy some space for these pink horrors here.
Alfredino has to use a Gaze of Fate onto Sipa's Kairos, because Sipa's Kairos is just causing his so many issues. And the Forsaken are splitting up to make sure they're running after all horrors of Tzeentch, make sure none of them have time to shoot. Chaos Fury's trying to come back across the battlefield to help out as well. And both sides killed off most of their armies, both sides. Balance of power is exactly even. And I would actually agree.
Yeah, and as well, one thing to call out, the Sour Guts with their Sour Discharge, dying and exploding on entities is doing so much work against the Forsaken on this side, so we're going to have a couple more units active and raring to go here, so we'll have to wait and see if they can start getting to a position where they can impact the Forsaken and stop them from chasing.
Barona's Time Warp is cast, but that also gives speed for the melee attack as well, so they can catch up to the Chromatic Abominations, maybe get a couple of attacks out for these Forsaken. And the Chaos Furies will also be instrumental in that. Alfredino's Kairos is quite down, so actually I don't know how Alfredino would come back in this game. He is at a disadvantage on the ground, he's at a disadvantage in the air.
One thing to mention as well, the Blue Horrors of Tzeentch, with the Chromatic Obstinations, they've got the Barrier boost, so any spell that gets casted, their Barrier really rapidly starts regenerating, so it's going to be interesting if they take advantage of the situation and delay casting with that in mind. I'll have to wait and see. Oh, a big blue fire coming out onto the Chaos Furies, but we'll have to wait and see if they can be pressurized here.
Yeah, the Tier 2 Doom Bolt is cast on the Sour Guts. He's just really trying to get rid of these guys. He does not care about blue Kairos at all in the late game. When you have literally the same character and you have twice as much HP on yours, you just want to take out everything else. You want to force that 1v1 fight so you can win it. Like, that's just basic math.
That is basic math indeed, and the underdog in this matchup of what we're expecting. Sipper's really showing that he knows the Tzeentch mirror and bringing in some interesting situations. I mean, the Kairos Fate Wither, like you called out, I mean, the brawl there is going to be interesting, but, I mean, the red side Kairos has the amplification of melee attack, so, I mean, in the straight 1 versus 1, you'd expect the likes of the red side Kairos to win that.
Yes, sir. Chromatic Abominations and 1 Forsaken is all that's really left of melee forces for either side. Both Kairoses going over to help their respective infantry and maybe get their side to have the support.
Oh, the barrier boost has come in, so the Blue Horrors will maintain the situation they're in a little bit longer here.
Gaze of Fate
Gaze
into
of
a
Fate
Tier 3
coming
army
through.
building!
Oh my goodness! The Storm of Chaos is coming down and raining death upon the Forsaken. We're getting so close here. We've just got a Kairos on Kairos with a blue situation here. This is anybody's game at this point.
Yeah, Alfredino has support while Sipa does not, and Sipa either has to take the melee fight and let himself get shot by the Chromatic Abominations, or he has to chase the Chromatic Abominations and get hit in the back. It is a tough situation, but he still has an extreme health lead over the other Kairos, so I wouldn't count him out yet. But he has to get through that barrier all over again, and Kairos' stats are pathetic, like you said, so it's not like this is going to be a quick duel as he gets shot in the side.
Oh, so much damage coming out. And the thing is, what we're going to remember, the barrier boost, once again, if we can wait and delay 6 more seconds to let that recharge up, we're going to have an exceptionally healthy unit here. So I'm a little bit scared. The Time Warp's coming in, so I'm going to be... Yeah, the damage is coming through. Really nice adaptation by the Alfredino here. Knowing that calibration distance is a thing, the closer you are to the unit, the more accurate you will become. Great usage of the last remaining ammunition for the Blue Horrors here.
I mean, yeah, they have a ton of ammo, because that's the ROR, so they have 11 more volleys. Sipa's got to do something about those guys. None of his Forsaken are returning to the fight, so it is just his Kairos versus the other Kairos. He's getting shot in the back, getting knocked down. But he's, like I said earlier, he's in a lose-lose. Since that net Tier 3 army ability took out his Forsaken, now it's like, well, do you go over here and stop them from shooting you? But now you're going to get rear-charged by the enemy Kairos. I have to wonder what army abilities he is sitting on. Does he have a Tier 2 Bolt of Change? Could do some serious damage, because you have to think Alfredino's out. He used a Tier 3 army ability. That's probably knocked him out of army ability, right? Right? Maybe.
Oh my gosh, Kairos got absolutely yeeted by the red Kairos there. Blue Kairos has taken a bit of an L there. One of the things I want to comment on is the attack animations here. Depending on the attack animation, Kairos has the ability to dodge a significant portion of the ranged fire here. We're now taking to elevation, and in this situation, we had a huge HP lead on the side of red Kairos, but now no longer.
It's true.
Another Time Warp coming out. Let's see if we can start evading this combat situation, but the second you start running away from your Blue Horrors, obviously Kairos will start trying to amplify and get engaged in that, but honestly, fantastic positioning from Alfredino here. I must admit, this has to be said, really nice positioning, taking advantage of the fact that now we're elevated, but we have a perfect fire angle onto the likes of the red Kairos here.
I mean, the Barona's Time Warp is there, but like I feel like his melee stats haven't mattered. He is missing Alfred all the time. Doesn't matter how good his melee attack is, so just some weird stuff there. A Bolt of Change was coming in, but it was too late to change the course of that. And I was very concerned for Alfred, and that last second net into tier 3 army ability does decide it all. Man, you thought Sipa had it.
Yeah,
I also
wow.
thought he had it, but his Kairos just did not show up in late game. Because I swear Alfred's was getting more melee attacks in somehow, even though Sipa was the one throwing out buffs for himself.
I think the blue horror is staggering as well. After a certain threshold, I'm sure that the Kairos is just like, I'm being shot at a ton here. I'm going to struggle to start getting some connections. Yeah, unbelievable recovery by the likes of Alfredino there, knowing that when the pressure's on, taking advantage of the barrier boost, the blue horror is 1.7k value. At the end there, the blue horror's RR honestly came in so much.
Oh yeah, that is crazy value for them. Chaos Furies did fine. They just were some good disruption, and they're counter Changebringer, right? The players don't know what build they're about to walk into, so he just wanted some air pressure. The Forsaken, though, on the other side, not slouching either. 1,700 value on one, 1,300 on another. Sipa used their the net into Forsaken charging Centaurs was really well, because like Alfredino kept trying to like cycle charge with them, and then it was just, nope, you're netted in my troops. You're gonna
One of the
die.
things, I want to call out on is it was getting really dicey. And the balls on Alfredino to say to himself, you know what, boys, I'm going to hold off. I'm not going to use any army abilities. I'm going to wait for ages to get the Storm Chaos tier 3 army ability there, and know to himself, in this situation, with what I can see on the battlefield right now, if I wait, I know I can take the advantage. And having that hindsight and having that heads up play is what separates these players, from separates the best to lower tier players. But both of them showed up massively here, and it was an absolute pleasure to watch.
Yeah, it was a good one. Before everybody leaves, if you want more fantastic content like this doesn't just happen on the Total War channel once every like 3 or 4 years. This happens on our streams every gosh darned day. It is myself and Battlesy as we start to bleed viewers at the end here. Remember to throw a subscription either of our ways. Mr. Battlesy, one last self-promotion. Who are you for people that are just popping in and out?
I'm an English fella that loves to play the dwarves. We play on legendary difficulty always, hardest difficulty. We did a 5 times legendary campaign recently. Modded it so we went against 5 times difficulty. We're doing multiplayer stuff at the moment as well, so I appreciate you, Human Boy, allowing me to jump in. If you guys truly want to, watch some incredible multiplayer gameplay, Human Boy is the way to do it. Incredible Discord as well, where you can find players to play with, and just in general, good vibes. But yeah, if you're a campaigner or you enjoy playing, multiplayer, we occasionally do our multiplayer as well. That's me. Thank you for watching, guys. Appreciate you.
Let's
How about
go.
yourself, Human Boy? Do you want to jump in?
Yeah, on my end, I'm over on YouTube, not usually on Twitch, but Human Boy Yes Yes on YouTube. We have every single week, we have a new player tournament, so feel free to hop in on those if you want to get into multiplayer. On my Discord server, we also have a best of 3 bot where you're playing against people under tournament rules. Tournament rules is pretty much just don't white line camp, don't forest camp, always trying to attack somewhere. It's basic, like, come on guys, let's play the game rules. It's really not that bad. But yeah. So you can do that if you want. Or we also have training rooms on our Discord. You can talk to... Sipa, who you just saw, is one of our coaches. So you could ask Sipa, who just got second in the whole frickin' world. You could ask him, hey, what do you think of my Nurgle build? Or what do you think of my Dark Elf build? And he'll give you feedback. Among other coaches, but I'm just pointing him out because he was literally on the stream. They love answering your questions about build, even if you never intend to play a tournament. If you're just playing quick battles in, the game itself, like ranked matchmaking... They still just love... they love talking about this game. They love comparing builds. They love teaching people things. So, yeah. They're not very secret about builds, so you could learn some stuff. That's what I got, dude. Battlesy, you did great today. Thank you so much for doing a 5-hour cast with me, getting through the finals, some hype games, and, yeah. Killing it as a multiplayer caster for being a campaign guy. You could have fooled me!
Well, it's all due to watching wonderful creators like yourself, learning and getting a head start there. So, that's how I've tried to learn where possible, through great creators like yourself.
Well, thank you. All right, let's shut her down. Goodbye, everybody.
Goodbye, guys. Thanks for watching.